Introduction. Europe is committing suicide, or at least its leaders have decided to commit suicide. Whether the European people choose to go along with this is naturally another matter. When I say that Europe is in the process of killing itself, I do not mean that the burden of European Commission regulation has become overbearing, or that the European Convention on Human Rights has not done enough to satisfy the demands of a particular community. I mean that the civilization we know as Europe is in the process of committing suicide, and that neither Britain nor any other Western European country can avoid that fate, because we all appear to suffer from the same symptoms and maladies. As a result, by the end of the lifespans of most people currently alive, Europe will not be Europe, and the peoples of Europe will have lost the only place in the world we had to call home. Okay, weird. It may be pointed out that the proclamations of Europe's demise have been a staple throughout our history, and that Europe would not be Europe without regular predictions of our mortality. Yet some have been more persuasively timed than others. In Die Welt von Gestern, or The World of Yesterday, first published in 1942, Stefan Zweig wrote of his continent in the years leading up to the Second World War, quote, "I felt that Europe in its state of derangement had passed its own death sentence. Our sacred home of Europe, both the cradle and the Parthenon of Western civilization," end quote. One of the few things that gave Zweig any hope, even then, was that in the countries of South America to which he had finally fled, he saw offshoots of his own culture. In Argentina and Brazil, he witnessed how a culture can emigrate from one land to another, so that even if the tree that gave the culture life has died, it can still provide new blossom and new fruit. Even had Europe at that moment destroyed itself completely, Zweig felt that the consolation that what generations had done before us was never entirely lost. Today, largely because of the catastrophe Zweig described, the tree of Europe is finally lost. Europe today has little desire to reproduce itself, fight for itself, or even take its own side in an argument. Those in power seem persuaded that it would not matter if the people and culture of Europe were lost to the world. Some have clearly decided, as Bertolt Brecht wrote in his 1953 poem The Solution, to dissolve the people and elect another because, as a recent Swedish conservative Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt put it, only barbarism comes from countries like his, whereas only good things come from the outside. There is no single cause of the present sickness. The culture produced by the tributaries of Judeo-Christian culture, the ancient Greeks and Romans, and the discoveries of the Enlightenment has not been leveled by nothing. But the final act has come about because of two simultaneous concatenations, from which it is now all but impossible to recover. The first is the mass movement of peoples into Europe. In all Western European countries, the process began after the Second World War due to labor shortages. Soon, Western got hooked on the migration and could not stop the flow even if it wanted to. The result was that what had been Europe, the home of the European peoples, gradually became a home for the entire world. The places that had been European gradually became somewhere else. So places dominated by Pakistani immigrants resembled Pakistan in everything but their location, with the recent arrivals and their children eating the food of their place of origin, speaking the language of their place of origin, and worshipping the religion of their place of origin. Streets in the cold and rainy northern towns of Europe filled with people dressed for the foothills of Pakistan or the sandstorms of Arabia. The Empire Strikes Back noted some observers with a barely concealed smirk. Yet, whereas the empires of Europe had been thrown off, these new colonies were obviously intended to be for good. All the time, Europeans found ways to pretend this could work. By insisting, for instance, that such immigration was normal, or that if integration did not happen with the first generation, then it might happen with their children, grandchildren, or another generation yet to come. Or that it didn't matter whether people integrated or not. All the time, we waved away the greater likelihood that it just wouldn't work. This is a conclusion that the migration crisis of recent years has simply accelerated. Which brings me to the second concatenation. For even the mass movement of millions of people into Europe would not sound such a final note for the continent were it not the fact that, coincidentally or otherwise, at the same time Europe lost faith in its beliefs, its traditions, and its own legitimacy. Countless factors have contributed to this development, but one is the way in which Western Europeans have lost what the Spanish philosopher Miguel de Unamuno famously called the tragic sense of life. They have forgotten what Zweig and his generation so painfully learnt, that everything you love, even the greatest and most cultured civilizations in history, can be swept away by people who are unworthy of them. Other than simply ignoring it, one of the few ways to avoid this tragic sense of life is to push it away through a belief in the tide of human progress. That tactic remains for the time being the most popular approach. Yet all the time we skate over and sometimes fall into terrible doubts of our own creation. More than any other continent or culture in the world today, Europe is now deeply weighed down with guilt for its past. Alongside this outgoing version of self-distrust runs a more introverted version of the same guilt. For there is also the problem in Europe of an existential tiredness, and a feeling that perhaps for Europe the story has run out, and a new story must be allowed to begin. Mass immigration, the replacement of large parts of the European populations by other people, is one way in which this new story has been changed, a change we seem to think was as good as a rest. Such existential civilizational tiredness is not a uniquely modern European phenomenon, but the fact that a society should feel like it has run out of steam at precisely the moment when a new society has begun to move in cannot help but lead to vast epochal changes. Had it been possible to discuss these matters, some solution might have been reached. Yet even in 2015, at the height of the migration crisis, it was speech and thought that was constricted. At the height of the crisis in September 2015, Chancellor Merkel of Germany asked the Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg what could be done to stop European citizens writing criticisms of her migration policy on Facebook. "Are you working on this?" she asked him. He assured her that he was. In fact, the criticism, thought, and discussion ought to have been boundless. Looking back, it is remarkable how restricted we made our discussion even whilst we opened our home to the world. 1,000 years ago, the peoples of Genoa and Florence were not as intermingled as they are now, but today they are all recognizably Italian, and tribal differences have tended to lessen rather than grow with time. The current thinking appears to be that at some stage in the years ahead, the peoples of Eritrea and Afghanistan will too be intermingled within Europe, as the Genoans and Florentines are now melded into Italy. The skin color of individuals from Eritrea and Afghanistan may be different, their ethnic origins may be from further afield, but Europe will still be Europe, and its people will continue to mingle in the spirit of Voltaire and St. Paul, Dante, Goethe, and Bach. As with so many popular delusions, there is something in this. The nature of Europe has always shifted, and, as trading cities like Venice show, has included a grand and uncommon receptiveness to foreign ideas and influence. From the ancient Greeks and Romans onwards, the people of Europe sent out ships to scour the world and report back on what they found. Rarely, if ever, did the rest of the world return this curiosity in kind, but nevertheless, the ships went out and returned with tales and discoveries that melded into the air of Europe. The receptivity was prodigious. It was not, however, boundless. The question of where the boundaries of the culture lay is endlessly argued over by anthropologists and cannot be solved. But there were boundaries. Europe was never, for instance, a continent of Islam. Yet the awareness that our culture is constantly, subtly changing has deep European roots. The philosophers of ancient Greece understood the conundrum, summing it up most famously in the paradox of the ship of Theseus. As recorded in Plutarch, the ship in which Theseus had sailed had been preserved by the Athenians, who put in new timber when parts of the ship decayed. Yet was this not still the ship of Theseus, even when it consisted of none of the materials in which he had sailed? We know that the Greeks today are not the same people as the ancient Greeks. We know that the English are not the same today as they were a millennium ago, nor the French. And yet they are recognizably Greek, English, and French, and all are European. In these and other identities, we recognize a degree of cultural succession, a tradition that remains with certain qualities, positive as well as negative, and customs and behaviors. We recognize the great movements of the Normans, the Franks, and the Gauls, and that these brought about great changes. And we know from history that some movements affect a culture relatively little in the long term, whereas others can change it irrevocably. The problem comes not with an acceptance of change, but with the knowledge that when those changes come too fast or are too different, we become something else, including something we may never have wanted to be. At the same time, we are confused over how this is meant to work. While generally agreeing that it is possible for an individual to absorb a particular culture, given the right degree of enthusiasm both from the individual and the culture, whatever their skin color, we know that we Europeans cannot become whatever we like. We cannot become Indian or Chinese, for instance, and yet we are expected to believe that anyone in the world can move to Europe and become European. If being European is not about race, as we hope it is not, then it is even more imperative that it is about values. This is what makes the question, what are European values, so important. Yet this is another debate about which we are wholly confused. Are we, for instance, Christian? In the 2000s, this debate had a focal point in the row over the wording of the new EU constitution and the absence of any mention of the continent's Christian heritage. Pope John Paul II and his successor tried to rectify the omission. As the former wrote in 2003, quote, "While fully respecting the secular nature of the institutions, I wish once more to appeal to those drawing up the future European Constitutional Treaty, so that it will include a reference to the religious, and in particular the Christian heritage of Europe," end quote. The debate did not only divide Europe geographically and politically, it also pointed to a glaring aspiration. For religion had not only retreated in Western Europe, in its wake there arose a desire to demonstrate that in the 21st century Europe had a self-supporting structure of rights, laws, and institutions, which could exist even without the source that had arguably given them life. Like Kant's dub, we wondered whether we wouldn't be able to fly faster if we lived in free air, without the bother of the wind keeping us aloft. Much rested on the success of this dream. In the place of religion came the ever-inflating language of human rights, itself a concept of Christian origin. We left unresolved the question of whether or not our acquired rights were reliant on beliefs that the continent had ceased to hold, or whether they existed of their own accord. This was, at the very least, an extremely big question to have left unresolved, while vast new populations were being expected to integrate. An equally significant question erupted at the same time around the position and purpose of the nation-state. From the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 up to the late 20th century, the nation-state in Europe had generally been regarded not only as the best guarantor of constitutional order and liberal rights, but the ultimate guarantor of peace. Yet this certainty also eroded. Central European figures like Chancellor Kohl of Germany in 1996 insisted that, quote, "the nation-state cannot solve the great problems of the 21st century," end quote. Disintegration of the nation-states of Europe into one large integrated political union was so important, Kohl insisted, that it was in fact a question of war and peace in the 21st century. Others disagreed, and 20 years later, just over half of the British people demonstrated at the ballot box that they were unpersuaded by Kohl's argument. But once again, whatever one's views on the matter, this was a huge question to leave unresolved at a time of vast population change. While unsure of ourselves at home, we made final efforts at extending our values abroad. Yet whenever our governments and armies got involved in anything in the name of these human rights, such as Iraq in 2003 or Libya in 2011, we seemed to make things worse and ended up in the wrong. When the Syrian civil war began, people cried for Western nations to intervene in the name of the human rights that were undoubtedly being violated. But there was no appetite to protect such rights, because whether or not we believed in them at home, we had certainly lost faith in our ability to advance them abroad. At some stage, it began to seem impossible to advance It began to seem possible that what had been called the last utopia, the first universal system that divorced the rights of man from the say of gods or tyrants, might compromise a final failed European aspiration. If that is indeed the case, then that leaves Europeans in the 21st century without any unifying idea capable of ordering the present or approaching the future. At any time, the loss of all unifying stories about our past or ideas about what to do with our present or future would be a serious conundrum. But during a time of momentous societal change and upheaval, the results are proving fatal. The world is coming into Europe at precisely the moment that Europe has lost sight of what it is. And while the movement of millions of people from other cultures into a strong and assertive culture might have worked, the movement of millions of people into a guilty, jaded, and dying culture cannot. Even now, Europe's leaders talk of an invigorated effort to incorporate the millions of new arrivals. These efforts, too, will fail. In order to incorporate as large and wide a number of people as possible, it is necessary to come up with a definition of inclusion that is as wide and unobjectionable as possible. If Europe is going to become a home for the world, it must search for a definition of itself that is wide enough to encompass the world. This means that in the period before this aspiration collapses, our values become so wide as to become meaninglessly shallow. So whereas European identity in the past could be attributed to highly specific, not to mention philosophically and historically deep foundations, such as the rule of law, the ethics derived from the continent's history and philosophy, today, the ethics and beliefs of Europe, indeed the identity and ideology of Europe, have become about respect, tolerance, and most self-abnegating of all, diversity. Such shallow definitions may get us through a few more years, but they have no chance at all of being able to call on the deeper loyalties that societies must be able to reach if they are going to survive for long. This is just one reason why it is likely that our European culture, which has lasted all these centuries and shared with the world such heights of human achievement, will not survive. As recent elections in Austria and the rise of Alternative for Deutschland seem to prove, while the likelihood of cultural erosion remains irresistible, the options for cultural defense continue to be unacceptable. Stefan Zweig was right to recognize the derangement and right to recognize the death sentence that the cradle and Parthenon of Western civilization had passed upon itself. Only his timing was out. It would take several more decades before that sentence was carried out by ourselves on ourselves. Here, in the in-between years, instead of remaining a home for the European peoples, we have decided to become a utopia, only in the original Greek sense of the word, to become no place. This book is an account of that process. The research and writing of this book have taken me across a continent I have traveled well for years, but often to parts I might otherwise not have visited. Over the course of several years, I traveled from the most southeasterly islands of Greece in the southernmost outposts of Italy to the heart of northern Sweden and countless suburbs of France, Holland, Germany, and more. During the writing, I have had the opportunity to speak with many members of the public, as well as politicians and policymakers from across the political spectrum, border guards, intelligence agencies, NGO workers, and many others on the front line. In many ways, the most instructive part of my research has been speaking to Europe's newest arrivals, people who sometimes literally arrived yesterday. On the reception islands of southern Europe and across the places they stay or settle on their way north, all have their own stories, and many have their own tragedies. All see Europe as the place where they can best live their lives. Those willing to talk and share their stories were necessarily a self-selecting group. There were times, lingering outside a camp in the evening, when people emerged or returned who seemed, to say the least, not to be approaching our continent in the spirit of generosity or gratitude. But many others were exceptionally friendly and grateful for an opportunity to get their stories out. Whatever my own views on the situations that brought them here and our continent's response, our conversations always concluded with me saying the only thing to them that I honestly could say without caveat: good luck. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content. This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe: Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads. Chapter 1: The Beginning. To understand the scale and speed of the change that is happening in Europe, it is worth going back just a few years, to before the latest migration crisis, into a period of what has become normal immigration. It is worth considering a country that was comparatively cut off from the latest turmoil. In 2002, the latest census for England and Wales was published. Compiled the previous year, it showed the extent to which the country had changed in the decade since the last census was taken. Imagine somebody then, in 2002, deciding to extrapolate on the findings in that census and speculating on what the next 10 years might bring. Imagine that they said, white Britons will become a minority in their own capital city by the end of this decade, and the Muslim population will double in the next 10 years. How would such statements have been greeted? The terms alarmist and scaremongering would almost certainly have been used, as most likely would racist, and although the coinage was then in its infancy, the word Islamophobe. Safe to say, such extrapolations of the data would not have been greeted warmly. Anybody inclined to doubt this might recall just one representative incident when in 2002, a Times journalist made far less startling comments about likely future immigration, which were denounced by the then Home Secretary David Blunkett, using parliamentary privilege as bordering on fascism. Yet, however abused, anybody offering such analysis in 2002 would have been wholly and utterly right. The next census, compiled in 2011 and published at the end of 2012, revealed not just the facts mentioned above, but far more. It proved that the number of people living in England and Wales who had been born overseas had risen by nearly 3 million in the previous decade alone. It showed that only 44.9% of London residents now identified themselves as white British. And it revealed that nearly 3 million people in England and Wales were living in households where not one adult spoke English as their main language. These were very major ethnic changes to a country at any point in time. But there were equally striking findings about the changing religious makeup of Britain. For instance, they revealed that almost every belief was on the rise, apart from Christianity. Only Britain's historic national religion was in freefall. Since the previous census, the number of people identifying themselves as Christian had dropped from 72 to 59%. The number of Christians in England and Wales dropped by more than 4 million, and the number of Christians overall fell from 37 to 33 million. But while Christianity witnessed this collapse in its followers, a collapse that was only expected to continue precipitately, a mass migration assisted a near doubling in the size of the Muslim population. Between 2001 and 2011, the number of Muslims in England and Wales rose from 1.5 to 2.7 million. While these were the official figures, there was a widespread acceptance that illegal immigrations made all these numbers far higher. At least 1 million people were recognized to be in the country illegally, and thus unlikely to have filled in census forms, and the two local authorities which had already grown the fastest, over 20% in 10 years, were those that already had the highest Muslim populations in the UK: Tower Hamlets and Newham. These were also among the areas of the country with the largest non-response to the census, with around 1 in 5 households failing to return the census at all of which suggested that the census results, startling as they were, drastically underrepresented the actual numbers. Nevertheless, the findings were striking. Yet, despite being hard to digest in a year, the story of the census passed by within a couple of days, like any other ephemeral news story. But this was not an ephemeral story. It was an account of the country's recent past, its immediate present, and a glimpse into its inevitable future. To study the results of that sentence was to stare at one particularly unalterable conclusion, which was that mass immigration was in the process of altering, indeed had already altered, the country completely. By 2011, Britain had already become a radically different place from the place it had been for centuries. But the response to the facts such as that in 23 of London's 33 boroughs, white Britons were now in a minority was greeted with a response almost as telling as the results themselves. A spokesman for the Office of National Statistics hailed the results as a tremendous demonstration of diversity. The political and media reaction, meanwhile, was striking for being conducted in only one tone of voice. When politicians of all the main parties addressed the census, they greeted the results solely in a spirit of celebration. It had been the same for years. In 2007, the then mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, spoke with pride about the fact that 35% of people who worked in London had been born in a foreign country. The question that lingered was whether there was any optimal limit to this or not. For years, a sense of excitement and optimism about the changes to the country seemed the only tone appropriate to strike, bolstered by the pretense that this was nothing new. Throughout most of its history, and certainly for the previous millennium, Britain had retained an extraordinarily static population. Even the Norman conquest in 1066, perhaps the most important event in the island's history, led to no more than 5% of the population of England being Norman. What movement there was in the years before and after was almost entirely movement between the island of Ireland and the countries that would eventually comprise the United Kingdom. Then, in the post-1945 period, Britain needed to fill particular gaps in the labor market, especially in the transport sector and the newly created National Health Service. And so the period of mass immigration began, though slowly at first. The 1948 British Nationality Act allowed immigration from the former Empire, now the Commonwealth, and by the early 1950s, a few thousand people a year were taking advantage of the scheme. By the end of the decade, the number of newcomers had gone into the tens of thousands, and by the 1960s, the numbers had entered six figures. The vast majority of these arrivals came from the West Indies as well as India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, often entering Britain to do factory work, and recommending others, often from their own families or clans, to follow and do similar work in their wake. Despite some public concern about all this and what it meant for the country, neither the Labour nor Conservative governments that alternated in office were able to do much to stem the movements. As with countries on the continent such as France, Holland, and Germany, there was little clarity and less consensus over what the arrival of these workers meant, or even whether they would stay. Only once it became clear that they would stay and would use the opportunity to bring their extended families to join them did some of the implications become clear. During the years that followed, there were highly specific acts of Parliament to address, for instance, criminality among migrants. But there were few attempts to reverse the trend. Even when there was legislation attempting to satisfy growing public concern, this had unexpected consequences. For instance, in the 1962 Commonwealth Immigrants Act, which ostensibly aimed to limit the flow of migrants and persuade some to return home, had the opposite effect, persuading many immigrants to bring their entire families into the United Kingdom while they, as they saw it, had the chance. The fact that Commonwealth immigrants no longer had to have a job to come to after 1962 caused another upsurge. It was not until the 1971 Immigration Act that there was any further attempt to stem the resultant flow. So despite the fact that there had never been any plan to allow immigration on such a scale, governments of all stripes found themselves forced to deal with the consequences of the situation in which they and the British people found themselves. It was a situation no one had ever accurately predicted, but which had repercussions that every subsequent government would have to react to. The repercussions did include some serious bouts of racial trouble. The Notting Hill riots of 1958 are still remembered for being a violent confrontation between West Indian immigrants and white Londoners. But such flashpoints are remembered precisely because they were the exception rather than the rule. While low-level suspicion and concern about outsiders undoubtedly existed, all efforts to capitalize on such unrest were a consistent and wholesale failure, notably those of Oswald Mosley, former leader of the British Union of Fascists and now head of the Union movement. When Mosley tried to take electoral advantage of the Notting Hill riots and run for parliament in the general election of 1959, his share of the vote did not even make it into double digits. The British people recognized that there were issues arising from large-scale immigration, but they also showed that they knew the answers did not lie with extremists who they had seen off before. But troubles did arise, not least for some of those who had arrived in the country by invitation, only to find themselves, once there, the target of discrimination. One response to these problems was Parliament's passing of the Race Relations Acts of 1965, 1968, and 1976, which made it illegal to discriminate against anybody on the grounds of color, race, or ethnic or national origins. It is a mark of how little thought through the whole system was that no such bills were ever considered in advance, but only ever as a reaction once problems arose. No Race Relations Act was prepared in 1948, for example, precisely because nobody foresaw the numbers of people who would be coming to the United Kingdom in the future, or the fact that there could be unpleasant implications as a result. Throughout this period, opinion polls showed that the British public were overwhelmingly opposed to the migration policies of their government and believed that immigration into Britain was too high. An April of 1968 poll by Gallup found that 75% of the British public believed that controls on immigration were not strict enough. That figure would soon rise to 83%. At this point, there arose the only moment when immigration briefly had the potential to become a major political issue. In that same month, the then conservative shadow cabinet minister Enoch Powell gave a speech to the Conservative Association in Birmingham that opened out the debate and just as quickly closed it down. Although it didn't quite use the words by which it became known, the, quote, "rivers of blood" speech, end quote, was filled with prophetic foreboding about the future of Britain if immigration continued at its then current rate. "Those whom the gods wish to destroy they first make mad," declared Powell. "We must be mad, literally mad, as a nation to be permitting an annual inflow of some 50,000 dependents, who are for the most part the material of the future growth of the immigration-descended population. It is like watching a nation busily engaged in heaping up its own funeral pyre," end quote. Oh, this Powell guy. No good. Although Powell's speech was about identity and his country's future, it was also about practical concerns, about constituents finding hospital places or school places for their children in a stretched public sector. Powell was immediately relieved of his position in the shadow cabinet by his party's leader, Edward Heath, and any mainstream political support Powell may have garnered, not to mention his own political future, was over. Yet political support for his views was high, with opinion polls showing around 3/4 of the general public agreeing with his sentiments and 69%, believing that Heath had been wrong to sack him. Many years later, one of Powell's Conservative Party opponents, Michael Heseltine, said that if Powell had stood for the leadership of the Conservative Party in the aftermath of that speech, he actually would have won by a landslide, and that if he had stood to be prime minister, he would have won by a national landslide. But politically, there was no way through for Powell, and his career did not merely falter, but remained in the political wilderness for the remaining decades. Ever since the Rivers of Blood speech, common wisdom in Britain has had it that Powell's intervention not only racked his own career, but wrecked any possibility of a full or frank immigration debate in Britain for at least a decade. So lurid were Powell's terms and so dire his warnings that anybody concerned about immigration forevermore risked being tarred as a Powellite. Certainly, parts of Powell's speech made it too easy for his political opponents to attack him and gave far too much cover for people way to his political right. But among the things most striking when reading, in the reactions to it, today are the portions for which he was lambasted that now seem almost understated. For instance, Powell's insistence that there was a street in Britain on which only one white woman was living. In subsequent interviews and discussions, the case of this woman was widely dismissed as a fabrication because it was believed that no such street could exist. However, if anyone had suggested to Powell in 1968 that he could use his Birmingham speech to predict that within the lifespan of most people listening, those who identified as white British would be in a minority in their capital city, he would have dismissed such an advisor as a maniac. As was the case in each of the other European countries, even the most famous prophet of immigration doom in fact underestimated and understated this case of the United Kingdom. The truth behind the claim that Powell's intervention made immigration an impossible discussion for a generation was that his intervention, and the heat it unleashed, allowed politicians to excuse themselves from addressing the implications of their policy. Let me read that again. The truth behind the claim that Powell's intervention made immigration an impossible discussion for a generation, was that his intervention and the heat it unleashed allowed politicians to excuse themselves from addressing the implications of their policy. Oh man. Many had clearly concluded that the trajectory the country was on was unalterable. During the 1960s, there was still parliamentary debate over returning immigrants to their country of origin, if, for instance, they committed a crime in Britain. Later, there was legislation to prevent the habit of marriages of convenience, carried out solely in order to gain citizenship. But by the 1970s and 1980s, the size of the immigrant community meant it was plain that any policy aimed at diminishing the size of that community was impossible even if it was deemed desirable. As with countries across the continent, Britain was in a position that it had not intended to be in and would have to improvise its reactions to whatever challenges and benefits this new reality produced. But it was a measure of the unspoken concern about what these challenges comprised that throughout this period, even the most straightforward expressions of truth became impossible to voice. By January of 1984, the headmaster of a school in Bradford, Ray Honeyford, published a piece in a small circulation magazine called the Salisbury Review, in which he reflected on some aspects of running a school in an area where 90% of pupils were of immigrant parents. He mentioned the refusal of some Muslim fathers to permit their daughters to participate in dance class, drama, or sport, and the silence of the authorities on this and other cultural practices, such as taking children back to Pakistan during term time. He also argued for pupils to be encouraged to speak the language and encourage the culture of the country they were living in, and not to be encouraged to live, as Honeyford argued the race relations leadership were trying to encourage them to do, parallel lives within society. A campaign against Honeyford was swiftly organized by the race relations industry he had used of his article to criticize. The Muslim mayor of Bradford demanded Honeyford be sacked, accusing him even years later of, among other things, cultural chauvinism. Amid protests and nationwide cries of racism, Honeyford was forced out of his job and never again worked in education. He had said in his offending article that thanks to a corruption of politics, and even of language, it was difficult to write honestly about these matters, and his own treatment more than proved the point. Why should a popular headmaster, about whom there were no other complaints, have been forced into retirement for making such an argument? The only explanation is that, at the time, even plain truths about these matters had not yet become palatable. A political and social paradigm, uncomfortably referred to as multiculturalism, had begun, and in 1984 it was not yet possible to shatter the basis of that belief. Although it would have been scant consolation to Ray Honeyford, within a couple of decades of his article's publication, many more people were saying that perhaps he had been onto something, and by the time of his death in 2012, the thrust of his argument had become widely accepted. During the 1980s and 1990s, under the new rubric of multiculturalism, the steady stream of immigration into Britain continued from the Indian subcontinent and elsewhere. But an unspoken consensus existed whereby immigration, while always trimming upward, was quietly limited. What happened when, after the Labour Party's landslide election victory in 1997, was a breaking of that consensus. Although neither a manifesto commitment nor a stated aim, once in power, Tony Blair's government oversaw an opening of the borders on a scale unparalleled even in the post-war decades. They abolished the primary purpose rule, which had attempted to filter out bogus marriage applications. They opened the borders to anyone deemed essential to the British economy, a definition so broad that it included restaurant workers as skilled laborers. And as well as opening the door to the rest of the world, they opened the borders to the new EU member states of Eastern Europe. It was the effects of all this, and more, that created the picture of the country revealed in the 2011 census. Of course, there are various claims as to how this post-1997 immigration surge occurred. One, famously made in 2009 by the former Labour speechwriter Andrew Nether, was that Tony Blair's government willfully eased the immigration rules because they wanted to rub the right's nose in diversity and create what they unwisely took to be an electorate that would subsequently be loyal to the Labour Party. After the outcry caused by his 2009 recollection, Nether qualified this particular memory. Other Labour officials from those years began to say they had no idea who Nether was. But it is not hard to see how anyone, however junior, could have come away with such an impression of what was happening in those years. For instance, it was clear from the moment of her appointment as Minister for Asylum and Immigration during Tony Blair's first term that Barbara Roche was seeking a complete rethink of Britain's immigration and asylum policies. While the Prime Minister was concentrating on other matters, Roche changed every aspect of British government's policies. From here onwards, all people claiming to be asylum seekers would be allowed to stay in Britain, whether they were genuine or not, because as she informed one official, removal takes too long and it's emotional. Roche also thought the contemporary restraints on immigration were racist, and that the whole atmosphere around the immigration debate was toxic. Over her period in office, she repeatedly stated her ambition to transform Britain. As one colleague said, Roche didn't see her job as controlling entry into Britain, but by looking at the wider picture in a holistic way, because she wanted us to see the benefit of a multicultural society. Neither the Prime Minister nor the Home Secretary Jack Straw were interested in questioning the new asylum policy, nor the fact that under Roche everyone entering Britain, whether he or she had a job to go to or not, was turned into an economic migrant. Wherever there was any criticism of her policy, either internally or externally, Roche dismissed it as racist. Indeed, Roche, who criticized colleagues for being too white, insisted that even the mention of immigration policy was racist. What she and a few others around her sought was a wholesale change of British society. Roche, a descendant of East End Jews, believed that immigration was only ever a good thing. 10 years after the changes she had brought about, she told an interviewer with satisfaction, "I love the diversity of London. I just feel comfortable." The activities of Roche and a few others in the 1997 Labour government backs up the idea that theirs was a deliberate policy of societal transformation, a culture war being waged against the British people using immigrants as some kind of battering ram. Another theory, not running entirely counter to this view, is that the whole thing was a bureaucratic cock-up that had already run out of control under successive governments and only did so spectacularly under New Labour. The disparity between the figures of new arrivals into the country that the Labour government claimed to expect as compared to those who actually came in is evidence for this case. For instance, when it allowed free entry to the United Kingdom for the new EU accession countries in 2004, the British government announced that it expected around 13,000 people a year to take advantage of the scheme. A study commissioned by the government claimed that it would be totally able to control the flood once restrictions had been lifted. It did no such thing. Rules around work permits, among others, were reformed so that unskilled and skilled immigrants could enter the country and stay under the guise of being foreign workers. Most would stay. Entirely predictably, the numbers soon ran way away from even the estimates of the greatest advocates of mass migration. The numbers of non-EU nationals were expected only to double between 100,000 a year in 1997 and 170,000 in 2004. In fact, over 5 years, the government's prediction for the number of new arrivals would be off by almost 1 million people. Among other things, the government's experts wholly failed to anticipate that the UK might be an especially attractive destination for people from countries with significantly lower average income levels or without a minimum wage. In the event, because of these policies, the number of Eastern Europeans living in Britain rose from 170,000 in 2004 to 1.24 million in 2013. Such massive underestimations of the scale of migration were of course predictable to anybody with any knowledge of the history of post-war immigration, a history that had been replete with vast underestimates of the numbers expected to come. But it did also partially demonstrate that detailed attention to immigration control was simply not a priority in those early Labour years. Most importantly, the impression that all immigration restriction was racist, even restriction of white Eastern Europeans, made any internal and external opposition hard to voice. Whether the policy of a surge in migration was unnoticed or officially approved, it was certainly not opposed within the British government. Whatever the cause or motive, what is rarely remarked upon is that the public response to the massive upsurge in immigration and to the swift transportation of parts of Britain was exceptionally tolerant. There were no significant or sustained outbreaks of racist sentiment or violence over the following decade, and the country's only racist political party, the British National Party, was subsequently destroyed at the polls. Opinion surveys and the simple evidence of living in the country showed that most people continued to feel zero personal animosity toward immigrants or people of different ethnic background. But poll after poll did not show that a majority were deeply worried about what all this meant for the country and its future. In spite of this, even the mildest attempts by the political class to raise these issues, such as a 2005 conservative election campaign poster suggesting limits on immigration, were condemned by the rest of the political class, with the result that there was still no serious public discussion. Perhaps successive governments of all stripes had spent decades putting off any real discussion of this issue because they suspected not only that the public disagreed with them, but that it was a matter on which control had slipped away. The Conservative Party that formed a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats in 2010 had promised to cut immigration from hundreds of thousands a year to tens of thousands, a promise they repeated in office. But they never got anywhere near that target. Neither did the successor Conservative majority government, despite mooring itself to the same promise. Indeed, after 5 years of a coalition government and the start of a Conservative government, both of which were committed to reducing immigration, not only had immigration not gone down, it had actually risen to another record net immigration high of 330,000 a year. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content. This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads. Chapter 2: How We Got Hooked on Immigration. With slight variations, during these decades almost exactly the same story had occurred everywhere across Western Europe. After the Second World War, each country had allowed and then encouraged workers to come into their countries. During the 1950s and 1960s, West Germany, Sweden, Holland, and Belgium, among other countries, all instituted a guest worker scheme to fill gaps in their labor supply. Across the continent, this Gastarbeiter scheme, as it was known in Germany, drew from similar countries. In Germany, the influx of workers came largely from Turkey, seeing a huge swell in numbers after the German-Turkish labor agreement of 1961. In Holland and Belgium, they came from Turkey, but also from North Africa and other countries that were once their colonies. While part of this influx of workers would serve to address labor shortages, especially in the low-skilled areas of the industrial sector, part of it was also a result of decolonization. In the 19th century, France had gone into North Africa and colonized portions of it, while Britain had colonized the Indian subcontinent. After the process of decolonization, to varying degrees, these former citizens, actually French citizens in the case of Algerians, were felt to be owed something, or at least to be given priority in the guest workers' schemes. The Empire Strikes Back concept suggests that it was inevitable and perhaps even just that in the 20th century, people from these former colonies should return the favor, albeit coming as citizens rather than conquerors. In each European country's case, the authorities labored under precisely the same misapprehensions as the British authorities, not least in believing that the first guest workers might prove a temporary phenomenon, returning to their home countries once the work was done. Across the continent, it seemed to come as a surprise to governments that most of these workers would put down roots in the country they had entered, that they would seek to bring in their families, that their families would need assistance, and that their children would need to go to school. Once such roots had been put down, there was less likelihood that they would ever be torn up again. And even if the lure of home remaining great, the standard of living these workers were able to enjoy in the West meant far more people stayed than returned to their country of origin. Although Europe had opened up its borders at a time of need, the country seemed to have no idea how attractive it was to much of the world, even in its diminished state. Even when the guest worker arrangement ended, as they did between Germany and Turkey in 1973, the people still came. And the people who had begun as guest workers became part of the countries they were in. Some gained citizenship, others enjoyed dual citizenship. Within 5 decades of this process beginning, in 2010, there were at least 4 people in Germany of Turkish origin alone. Some countries, notably France, took subtly different approaches to this. For instance, when France opened itself up to immigration from Algeria, it did so honoring the idea that, as Charles de Gaulle said in Algeria on June 4th of 1958, quote, "In the whole of Algeria, there is only one category of inhabitant. There are only full French people with the same rights and the same duties." End quote. Nevertheless, when the movement from North Africa into France began in earnest, even de Gaulle privately conceded that France could only be open to other races so long as these people remained a small minority in the country. De Gaulle's confidant alleged that he himself was deeply uncertain that France could absorb many millions of incomers from other backgrounds. Yet, although there were differences in post-war immigration, each European country had the similar experience of a short-term policy creating the longest possible repercussions. Each country found itself playing endless catch-up, the result of the need to make major policy decisions on the hoof. And in each country, the debate similarly shifted with the decades. As the predictions of the 1950s were shown to be wrong, so were those of the subsequent decades. Expectations of the numbers that would come as opposed to the numbers that actually did come saw endless disparities in every country. And while government statistics told one story, the eyes of the European public told another. In response to public concern, governments and mainstream parties of all political stripes talked about controlling immigration, sometimes even getting stuck in a competition to sound tougher than each other on the matter. But as the years went on, it began to seem as though this might merely be an electoral trick. The gap between public opinion and political reality began to look like a gap caused by other factors than a lack of will or deafness to public concerns. Perhaps nothing was done to reverse the trend because no one in power believed anything could be done. If this was a political truth, then it remained wholly unmentionable. Nobody could get elected on such a platform, and so a continent-wide tradition arose of politicians saying things and making promises that they knew to be unachievable. Perhaps it is because of this that the principal reaction to the developing reality began to be to turn on those who expressed any concern about it, even when they reflected the views of the general public. Instead of addressing concerns, politicians and press began to throw accusations back at the public. This was done not just through charges of racism and bigotry, but in a series of deflecting tactics that became a replacement for action. All of these were identifiable in the wake of Britain's 2011 census, including the demand that the public should just get over it. In a column titled, "Let's Not Dwell on Immigration, but Sow the Seeds of Integration," the then Conservative Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, responded to the census by saying, quote, "We need to stop moaning about the dam burst. It's happened. There is nothing we can do now except make the process of absorption as eupeptic as possible," end quote. Sundar Katwala from the left-wing think tank British Future responded to the census in a similar tone, saying, quote, "The question of do you want this to happen or don't you want this to happen implies that you've got a choice. And you could say, let's not have any diversity. But this was not possible," end quote. "This is who we are. It's inevitable." Perhaps both left and right were simply saying that what any politician surveying the situation would have to say. But there is something cold about the tone of such remarks, not least the absence of any sense that there may be other people out there not willing to simply get over it, who dislike the alteration of society and never asked for it. Indeed, it seemed to have struck neither Johnson nor Cadwalla that there are those who may sustain a degree of anger about the fact that all main parties had for years taken a decision so wholly at variance with public opinion. At the very least, it seemed to occur to neither that there is something profoundly politically disenfranchising about such talk, not only because it suggests a finality to a story that is in fact ongoing, but because it adopts a tone more ordinarily directed at some revanchist minority rather than toward a majority of the voting public. In the same month that these instances that people get over it emerged, a poll by YouGov found 67% of the British public believed that immigration over the previous decade had been a bad thing for Britain. Only 11% believed it had been a good thing. This included majorities among voters for every one of the three major parties. Poll after poll, both before and since, have found the same thing. As well as routinely prioritizing immigration as their number one concern, a majority of voters in Britain regularly described immigration as having a negative impact on their public services and housing through overcrowding, as well as harming the nation's sense of identity. Of course, the political impetus to draw a line and not get into any blame games raises the possibility that having got away with their mistakes to date, the politicians may feel ready, after such suitable imprecations, to repeat precisely the same mistakes in the future. By 2012, the leaders of every one of the major parties in Britain had conceded that immigration was too high, but even whilst doing so, all had not insisted that the public should get over it. None had any clear, nor, as it would turn out, successful policy on how to change course. Public opinion surveys suggest that a failure to do anything about immigration, even while talking about it, is one of the key causes of the breakdown in trust between the electorate and their political representatives. Yet, it is only the political class who cannot speak to the concerns of the majority of the general public. On the night of the 2011 census results were announced, the BBC's flagship discussion show, Newsnight, held a discussion of the news on which 3/4 of the participants expressed themselves perfectly delighted with the census and could see no cause for concern in the results. On that occasion, the philosopher A.C. Grayling, himself a hugely successful immigrant from Zambia, then Northern Rhodesia, said of the findings of the census, quote, "I think on the whole it's a very positive thing, a thing to be celebrated," end quote. The critic and playwright Bonnie Greer, also a highly successful immigrant from America, agreed that it was a positive thing and said, like Boris Johnson, that it cannot be stopped. Over the whole discussion, the allure of this get with the beat attitude prevailed. Perhaps the temptation to go with the flow is so strong in this argument because the price for stepping outside the consensus is so uniquely high. Get a studio discussion about the budget wrong, and you might be accused of financial ignorance or poor interpretation of the public mood. But nod to the overwhelming public mood, let alone speak for it, on immigration and reputation, careers and livelihoods are on the line. Yet somewhere, lost in the middle of the hip consensus of that central London studio, was what almost entirely absent were the views of most people sitting at home, a world that few people ever appear to want to put their finger on in public. The upsides of migration have become easy to talk about. To simply nod to them is to express values of openness, tolerance, and broad-mindedness. Yet to nod to, let alone express, the downsides of immigration is to invite accusations of closed-mindedness and intolerance, xenophobia, and barely disguised racism, all of which leaves the attitude of the majority of the public almost impossible to express. For even if you do believe, as most people do, that some immigration is a good thing and that it makes a country a more interesting place, it does not follow that the more immigration the better. Nor does it mean, however many upsides there are, that there are not downsides, which could be equally easy to state without accusations of malice. For mass immigration does not continue bringing the same levels of benefits to society the more people who come in. If it is possible to praise mass immigration for making us richer as a whole, it should also be possible to explain that the process has made us poorer in some ways, not least in introducing or reintroducing cultural problems that we might have hoped never to see. The January before the release of the 2011 census results a gang of 9 Muslim men, 7 of Pakistani origin, 2 from North Africa, who were convicted and sentenced at the Old Bailey in London for sex trafficking of children between the ages of 11 and 15. On that occasion, one of the victims sold into a form of modern-day slavery was a girl of 11 who was branded with the initial of her owner, M for Muhammad. The court heard that Muhammad branded her to make her his property and to ensure that others knew about it. This did not happen in a Saudi or Pakistani backwater, nor even in one of the northern towns that so much of the country had forgotten about, and which had seen many similar cases over the same period. This happened in Oxfordshire between 2004 and 2012. Nobody could argue that gang rape or child abuse are the preserve of immigrants, but the development of particular types of child rape gangs revealed, and a subsequent government commission inquiry confirmed, specific cultural ideas and attitudes that were clearly held by some immigrants. These include views about women, specifically non-Muslim women, other religions, races, and sexual minorities that were pre-medieval. Fears of accusations of racism for pointing out such facts in the small but salutary number of careers like Ray Honeyford's that had been publicly wrecked for saying far less meant that it took years for even such facts as these to come out. This has a terrorizing effect far beyond the nation's television studios and with far more serious consequences. When these gang rape cases came to court, they did so in spite of local police, counselors, and care workers, many of whom were discovered to have failed to report such crimes involving immigrant gangs for fear of accusations of racism. The media followed suit, filling their reports with euphemisms as though trying to avoid helping the public to draw any conclusions. So in cases like those in Oxfordshire, the gangs were described as Asian, when they were almost solely involving Muslim men of Pakistani origin. The fact that their victims were chosen precisely because they were not Muslim was only occasionally mentioned in the courts, and rarely dwelt upon by the press. Instead of carrying out their jobs without fear or favor, police, prosecutors, and journalists behaved as though their job was to mediate between the public and the facts. Naturally, none of this ever comes up in any acceptable discussion on immigration. Introducing gang rape to a BBC discussion on immigration would be like introducing bestiality to a documentary on sickly pets. Only the good and happy can be dwelt upon, while the bad is ignored. And it is not only the harder edges of the discussion that get lost, but the softer everyday concerns that people have. Not savage denunciations, but simple regret that the society they grew up in has been charged without care for the views of the majority of the people. The other thing lost in the cozy, nonsensual Newsnight style of discussion is any reference to what we used to call our culture. As ever, amid the endless celebrations of diversity, the greatest irony of all remains that the one thing people cannot bring themselves to celebrate is the culture that encouraged the diversity in the first place. In the whole political and press reaction to the 2011 census, one saw once again the various staging posts of a direction of travel that is profoundly self-annihilating. One such claim is that even after a period of such extraordinary change as Britain had been through in the recent decades, quote, "it's nothing new," end quote. This argument can be heard across Europe, but in Britain, it now most often goes as follows, quote, "Britain has always been a melting pot of people of different races and backgrounds. Indeed, we are a nation of immigrants." This was the claim, for instance, of a well-received book on immigration by Robert Winder that came out during the Blair years and was often used to defend the government's policies. Among other things, the book argued that we are all immigrants. It is simply depending on how far back you go. The book also claimed that Britain has always been a mongrel nation. Here is Barbara Roche making the same claim in a talk about the East End of London in 2011, quote, When we think of immigration or migration, it's very tempting to think that it's something that happened in the 19th century. I'm Jewish. Some of my family came in the late 19th century. I'm Sephardi on my mother's side, so some of my family came way before that. There is a tendency to think that it's somehow quite recent. If it isn't 19th century, then it's very much something that is a post-war phenomenon, but nothing could be further from the truth. I've always believed that Britain is a country of migrants." End quote. Of course, Miss Roche is welcome to believe this, but that does not make it true. Until the latter half of the last century, Britain had almost negligible levels of immigration. Unlike America, for instance, Britain had never been a nation of immigrants, and although there was often a trickle of people moving in, the mass movement of people was almost unknown. In fact, immigration was so unknown that when it did happen, people talked about it for centuries. When discussing migration into the United Kingdom today, one can expect someone to mention the Huguenots, those Protestants forced to flee persecution in France to whom Charles II offered sanctuary in 1681. The Huguenot example is more resonant than people realize. Firstly, because despite the proximity of culture and religion enjoyed by French and English Protestants at the time, it took centuries for the Huguenots to integrate into Britain, with many people still describing themselves as coming from Huguenot stock. But the other salient point about the Huguenots, and the reason people cite them so frequently, is a matter of scale. It is believed that up to 50,000 Huguenots arrived in Britain after 1681, which was undoubtedly a huge movement for the time. But this scale was wholly different league to the mass migration Britain has seen in recent years. From the period of the Blair government onwards, Britain has seen an equal number of immigrants to that one-off number of Huguenots arriving not once in the nation's history, but every couple of months. This immigration was by no means composed of French Protestants. Another example often given to defend the nation of immigrants story is that of the 30,000 Ugandan Asians who were brought into Britain in the early 1970s after Idi Amin expelled them from Uganda. In the UK, memories of this one-off influx are generally colored with pride and good feeling, not just because it was a demonstrable and limited relief of a desperate people, but because those Ugandan Asians who arrived in Britain often made a palpable and grateful contribution to public life. In the post-1997 years of immigration, the same number of people as that one-off 30,000 strong influx arrived into the country every 6 weeks. The movement of people in recent years, even before the European migration crisis, was of an entirely different quality, quantity, and consistency from anything that had gone on before. Yet, despite this fact, it remains one of the most popular ways to cover the vast changes of recent years to pretend that history was similar to what it is happening now. Not the least advantages of this suggestion is that any current problems arising from migration are nothing we haven't dealt with and triumphed over before. It falsely presents any current challenges as normal. But revising the past is just one attempt at a staging post argument. After this come a whole range of implicit and explicit claims which respond to mass immigration by pretending either that the country of arrival does not have a culture, or that its culture and identity are so especially weak, worn out, or bad that if it did disappear, then it could hardly be mourned. Here is Bonnie Greer again on news site, quote, "There's always this fail-safe, spoken or unspoken, that there is a British identity. That's always interesting to me. I think one of the geniuses of being British, is that there isn't any sort of rock-solid definition of identity that an American has." End quote. It is hard to think of another part of the world where such a claim would be acceptable, let alone from the mouth of an immigrant. Your culture has always been like this. It never really existed. If one even said anything similar in Greer's native Chicago, let alone on the main television network, it would be unlikely to receive such a polite reception as it was accorded on Newsnight. Harsher examples of this argument have abounded during the era of mass immigration. In 2006, Channel 4 screened a documentary called 100% English. This program took a group of white British people whom it clearly believed were racists, including Margaret Thatcher's loyal cabinet colleague Norman Tebbit, and performed DNA tests on them. The test results were then used to prove that all of the people in question were in fact foreigners. The results were produced triumphantly to each of the subjects in order to point to the same conclusion. You see, we're all foreigners, really. There's no need to feel any concern about immigration or national identity. Of course, again, nobody would conceivably be so rude as to do this to any other group of people. But with British and other European peoples, different rules of engagement had begun to imply. All appeared to be methods of coping with a change that, if it cannot be stopped, must be solved by alterations in the minds of the host countries. Down the line, there is another starker rebuttal. This says that this form of destruction is exactly what these societies deserve. Saying, "Do you know what white people did?" they ask, "and you Europeans in particular? They traveled around the world and lived in countries and pillaged them, and tried to erase their local cultures. This is payback or karma." The novelist Will Self, currently professor of contemporary thought at Brunel University, played precisely this line of attack on the BBC in the same week that the 2011 census was published. On the network's main discussion show, Question Time, he declared, quote, "Up to the Suez Crisis, most people's conception of what being British involved was basically going overseas and subjugating black and brown people and taking their stuff and the fruits of their labors. That was a core part of British identity, the British Empire. Now, various members of the political class have tried to receive that idea quite recently without much success." Leaving aside that claim that any member of the political class has tried to revive the British Empire in recent years, in these comments one can hear the authentic and undisguised voice of revenge. Demonstrating that such instinct transcends racial or religious boundaries and can as easily be self-induced as aimed at others, it suggests that, on this occasion, Britain itself must be uniquely punished for the deeds in history. The repercussions of the argument are striking to consider. For if this is even partially a spur for the recent transformation of our country, then what are we going to do through is not an accident or a mere laxness at the borders, but a cool and deliberate act of national sabotage. Motivations aside, this also throws up the ultimate questions that our politicals remain so unwilling to address. How much longer must this go on? Are we approaching the end of the transformation, or is this only the beginning? The 2011 census could have provided a wonderful opportunity to address this, and it was, like every opportunity since the Second World War in the discussion about immigration, wretchedly missed. It was not just the fact that no answers were given, but that so few pertinent questions were asked. For example, amid all the complacency surrounding these developments, nobody asked this question. If the fact that white Britons now composed a minority in their capital city was a demonstration of diversity, when might it cease to be so? The census had shown that some London boroughs were already lacking in diversity, not because there weren't enough people of immigrant origin, but because there weren't enough white British people around to make those boroughs diverse. In the years since the 2011 census, the number of migrants into Britain has continued to soar, and the gap between official and actual figures continues to vary hugely. One indication of the fact is that although the net migration figures for each year since the 2011 census has been far in excess of 300,000, the new number of national insurance numbers issued each year, because they are required for work, has been more than double that. The rising population of the United Kingdom is now almost entirely due to immigration and to higher birth rates among immigrants. In 2014, women who were born overseas accounted for 27% of all live births in England and Wales, and 33% of newborn babies had at least one immigrant parent, a figure that had doubled since the 1990s. On current population trends, and without any further rise on the number of immigrants, the most modest estimate by the ONS of the future British population is that it will rise from its current level of 65 to 70 million within a decade, 77 million by 2050, and more than 80 million by 2060. But this estimate assumes immigration to be beneath current levels. Whereas if the post-2011 levels were to continue, the UK population would go above 80 million as early as 2040, and as high as 90 million, a 50% increase from 2011 by 2060. Demographic predictions are a notoriously tricky area, with enough variables to make fools of many. But among serious academic demographers, there is a consensus that even without migration at the rate it has occurred in recent years, the demographic makeup of the country will change even more significantly within the lifespan of the people reading this book. For instance, David Coleman, a professor of demography at Oxford, has shows that on current trends, the people who identified themselves as white British in the 2011 census will cease to be a majority in the UK in the 2060s. However, he stresses that if current levels of immigration in Britain continue, let alone rise, that number will move closer to the present. It would be a time when, as Professor Coleman says, Britain would become unrecognizable to its present inhabitants. Perhaps instead of simply celebrating such levels of immigration, it would make matters easier. If the proponents of mass immigration revealed what levels of diversity they would like to get to and what they see as their optimal target figure. Is a ceiling of 25% white people in London or the country at large a target, or should it be 10% or none at all? A final and perhaps harder question to ask would be when, if at all, given the range of claims against them, these white Britons might ever be able to acceptably argue, let alone complain about their odds. Barring any drastic plan by a British government intent on averting such a trend, it is hard to see how this process could fail to continue. Not only because consecutive governments have shown themselves so incapable of predicting or anticipating anything in the area of migration for the last 70 years, but because the objection to any such plan would continue to be so considerable. Consider Will Self again, speaking to a Wild Studio Applause on the BBC after the 2011 findings were released. Quote, "The people who line up on the opposition to the immigration line of the argument are usually racists, with an antipathy to people, particularly with black and brown skins." End quote. Having long ago reached the point where the only thing white Britons could do was to remain silent about the change in their country, at some point in recent years, it began to appear as though they were expected simply to get on, silently but contentedly, with abolishing themselves, accepting the knocks and accepting the loss of their country. Get over it. It's nothing new. You were terrible, and now you are nothing. In all this, it is impossible not to notice the striking level of vindictiveness around the manner in which the concerns of British people, and the white working and middle classes in particular, have been met by politicians and pundits alike. Perhaps at some point the just lying down and taking it period will stop, with the repercussions quite as unforeseeable as all those to date. But in the meantime, if any politician wanted to try to preempt that eventuality and felt like indulging in an act of humility, he or she could do worse than go back to the point at which we started. Compare the statements derided as cliches that have come from so many working and middle-class white voters in recent years, and set them alongside the statements of the leaders of each of the mainstream political parties. All these years on, despite the name-calling and insults and the ignoring of their concerns, were your derided average white voters not correct when they said that they were losing their country? Irrespective of whether you think that they should have thought this, let alone whether they should have said it differently or accepted the change more readily, it should at some stage cause people to pause and reflect that the voices almost everybody wanted to demonize and dismiss were in the final analysis the voices whose predictions were the nearest to being right. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content. This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads. Chapter 3: The Excuses We Told Ourselves. Throughout the late 20th and early 21st century, European governments pursued policies of mass immigration without public approval. Yet, such vast societal change cannot be forced upon a society against its will without a series of arguments being brought along to help ease the case. The arguments that Europeans have been given during this period range across the moral and the technocratic. They also shift according to need and the political winds. So, for instance, it has often been claimed that immigration on this scale is an economic benefit for our countries, that in an aging society, increased immigration is necessary, that in any case, immigration makes our societies more cultured and interesting, and that even if none of these were the case, globalization makes mass immigration unstoppable. Such justifications have a tendency to become intertwined and mutually replaceable, so that if one fails, the others are always there to fall back upon. They will start with economic arguments, but they can just as well start with moral arguments. If mass immigration doesn't make you a richer person, then it will make you a better person. And if it doesn't make your country a better country, then it will at least make it a richer country. Over time, each of these arguments has produced sub-industries of people devoted to proving their truth. In each case, the rationale comes after the events, so as to give the final impression of justifications being sought for events which would have happened anyway. Excuse number 1. Economics. Over recent years, there has been, for instance, a niche search to prove that the societal change Europe has been going through makes the continent significantly richer. In fact, the opposite is true, as anybody who lives in a 21st century welfare state can work out for themselves. Having paid into the system for all of their working lives, working Europeans know that the basis of the modern welfare state broadly consists on being able to take services out of the state, like when you fall ill, become unemployed, or reach retirement, because you have paid into the system throughout your working life. There will be some people who have rarely paid in, but they will be covered by some who have rarely taken out. Anybody can see that a family of people who arrive for the first time in their adopted country and have never paid into the system are at the very least going to take some time before they have paid in as much taxes as they will taken out in housing, schooling, welfare, benefits, and all the other advantages of the European welfare state. In the same way, it is obvious to anybody involved in the labor market, especially at the lower end, that one which is comparatively closed off will operate differently from one in which the workforce can come from almost anywhere in the world. Although from an employer's viewpoint, there is an obvious advantage to the mass import of cheap labor, it is equally obvious that a very open labor market will see people at the lower end of that market edged out of jobs by people from countries where wages and living standards are far lower, and who are therefore willing to work for lower pay. Other parts of this case are equally obvious. For instance, the United Kingdom has had a housing shortage for many years. Significant portions of greenbelt land have to be built upon to make up a shortage of housing, which by 2016 meant that 240,000 new homes had to be built each year, or roughly one every few minutes. Even taking into account an increase in people living alone, this 240,000 figure is presented as just an unavoidable fact of life. But it is not just an unavoidable fact of life. This number of new homes have to be built in order to house all the new people who come into Britain each year. Indeed, with immigration at the rate it has been in recent years, the UK needs to build a city the size of Liverpool every year. But of course, construction has not kept up with demand. It is the same with school places. The shortage of school places in Britain is not an urban myth, nor a product of any increase in the birth rate among people already in the UK. It is the product of new arrivals into the country needing to send their children to school. By 2018, it is estimated that 60% of local authorities will be suffering a shortage of primary school places. Similar stretches are occurring in the National Health Service, which spends more than 20 million euros a year on translation services alone. 20 million pounds. And in every other area of state provision. Because such things are so obvious, it requires a concerted effort to pretend that they are untrue. One example of just such an effort is a report that a foundation document for the wave of mass immigration during the Blair migration This was titled Migration, an Economic and Social Analysis. Completed in 2000, a joint production of the Home Office Economics and Resource Analysis Unit and the Cabinet Office Performance and Innovation Unit. See, even their names are seemingly designed to bore any opponents to inattention. Both entities were staffed with people already known to be in favor of mass immigration and therefore clearly intended to provide intellectual ballast to support the existing views of ministers. Among the claims of this seminal report was that overall, migrants have aggregate effect on native wages or employment, or have little aggregate effect. One of the ways it argued this was by painting exceptional migrants as being the norm, and simply insisting that there is little evidence that native workers are harmed by migration. It went on to say that levels of entrepreneurship and self-employment also appear to be high among migrants, and higher among migrants in the UK than those elsewhere in Europe. For example, it has been estimated by Le Figaro that 150,000 French entrepreneurs have moved to the UK since 1995, attracted in part by better transport links through the Channel Tunnel. These have included internet and other high-tech ventures. One example cited was a computer design firm that had relocated to Ashford, Kent. After decades of immigration from the Third World, to paint a French high-tech entrepreneur as a typical migrant requires a considerable level of dishonesty. Most people who came to Britain in the period after the Second World War were not highly educated, but poorly, and from poor societies. That was why they wanted to better their lot by coming here. And among those who had qualifications, many were, in any case, entering a society where these qualifications were not recognized as having parity, and so they had to start down the chain in their profession. But the only way to present migrants as contributing, not just equally, but actually more than those already working and paying taxes in Britain, as if we talk almost exclusively about highly educated, high net worth individuals from first world countries. The cliché of the average immigrant being an economic boon for the country only works when such exceptions are made to appear as though they are the rule. All efforts to make an economic case for mass immigration rely on this trick. Among those to have used it are EU Commissioner Cecilia Malmström and UN Representative Peter Sutherland. In a 2012 piece, they suggested that unless Europe opens its borders to mass immigration, quote, entrepreneurs, migrants with PhDs, and others will be all flocking to places like Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia, Mexico, China, and India, thus leaving Europe to be a more impoverished place, end quote. One of the few studies in this area is from the Center for Research and Analysis of Migration at the University College London. It is a study that is widely cited. In 2013, the center published a working paper titled, quote, The Fiscal Effects of Immigration to the UK, end quote, was the title. This working paper, rather than a finished report, was exceptionally widely covered in the media. The BBC ran the story as a lead item with the headline, Recent Immigrants to UK Make Net Contribution. The story claimed that far from being a drain on the system, the financial contribution of recent immigrants to the country had instead been remarkably strong. Following the lead of UCL's own positively spun press release, the national media focused on the claim that the recent waves of immigrants, i.e. those who arrived since 2000 and who have thus driven the stark increase in the UK's foreign-born population, had, quote, contributed far more in taxes than they received in benefits, end quote. Elsewhere, the study made the claim that far from being a cost to the taxpayer, immigrants were far less likely to be a financial burden on the state than the people of the country they were moving into. It also claimed that recent migrants were less likely to need social housing than British people and were even 45% less likely to be receiving state benefits or tax credits than UK natives. Doubtless, some members of the public hearing this claim wondered when all the Somalis, Pakistanis, and Bangladeshis had managed to put so much money into the exchequer. But the study had performed the usual sleight of hand. It had presented the best off and least culturally strange immigrants as in fact being typical immigrants. So the UCL study focused attention on highly educated immigrants, and in particular on recent immigrants from the European Economic Area, like the EU, plus Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. The working paper highlighted the fact that these people paid 34% more in taxes than they received in benefits, while native British people paid 11% less in taxes than they received in benefits. Anybody doubting the financial benefits of mass immigration was suddenly opposed to wealthy residents of Liechtenstein transferring to the United Kingdom for work. Yet anyone who wanted to delve into this working paper would discover that the reality was wholly different from the spin that the media, and even the university from which it hailed, had given to the findings. For although UCL's own estimate suggested that recent migrants from the EEA between 2001 and 2011 had contributed around £22 billion into the UK economy, the fiscal impact of all migrants, regardless of origin, told an entirely different story. Indeed, recent arrivals from the EEA were the sole migrants for whom such a positive claim could be made. Away from the spin, what UCL's own research quietly showed was that non-EEA migrants had actually taken out around £95 billion more in services than they had paid in taxes, meaning that if you took the period 1995 to 2011 and included all immigrants, not just the convenient high net worth selection, then by UCL's own measurements, immigrants to the UK had taken significantly more out than they had put in. Mass migration, in other words, had made the country very significantly poorer over the period in question. After some criticism for its methodology, manner of spinning, and burial of crucial data, the following year UCL published its completed findings. By that point, in taking into account only UCL's own figures, the results were even starker. For the full report showed that the earlier figure of $95 billion far understated the cost of immigration to Britain. In fact, over that 1995 to 2011 period, immigrants had cost the UK a figure more like £114 billion, with the final figure potentially as high as £160 billion. Needless to say, the discovery that immigration had actually cost the UK more than £100 billion did not make the news, and nobody was aware on their news bulletins of a headline that should have read, "Recent immigrants to the UK cost British taxpayers more than £100 billion." How could they have done when the crucial findings didn't even make it into the conclusions of the publication that had discovered them? When it comes to immigration, the same standards of proof apply everywhere, as do the same processes of reverse engineering. For its 2000 report into migration, the British government went to two of the academics most noted for their views in favor of mass immigration, Sarah Spencer and Jonathan Portes, to find justification for the policies that politicians like Barbara Roche wanted to pursue. For such work, the usual standards of academic rigor did not apply. Wherever a claim was desirable, evidence was found to support it. Wherever a situation existed that was deemed undesirable, there was said to be either no evidence or merely anecdotal evidence. There was, for instance, only anecdotal evidence that high concentrations of migrant children lacking English as a first language can lead to pressure on schools and to some concern among other parents. Not only anecdotal, but an anecdote heard from only some. It also explained that it was only in theory that mass immigration may increase pressure on housing markets, transport, and other infrastructure, and exacerbate overcrowding and congestion. The reality, it aimed to suggest, was wholly different. How could anyone imagine that an influx of more people would require more houses? These were hardly surprising findings from authors with a track record of being in favor of mass migration as a good in itself. But while their work presented itself as an economic analysis of the benefits of migration, it was, in fact, not just a blueprint for societal change, but a cheerleader for it. In arguing the case for mass immigration, the authors insisted that migrant children would bring greater diversity into UK schools. All potential concerns for British workers were similarly swept aside. There was, for instance, little evidence that native workers are harmed by large-scale immigration. In fact, migrants will have no effect on the job prospects of natives. The assertion of figures such as Spencer and Portes from the fringes of academia into Whitehall gave their opinions not only the veneer of respectability, but the stamp of government. After publication of their report, ministers like Roche had something to point to when they insisted that mass migration brought unadulterated economic benefits. And if anybody wonders how the Labour government let immigration run away so wildly under its watch, it is in part because of the oiling effect of work like this. The reality is that whatever its other benefits, the economic benefits of immigration accrue almost solely due to the migrant. It is migrants who are able to access public facilities that they have not previously paid for. It is migrants who benefit from a wage higher than they could earn in their home country. And it is very often the money that they earn, or much of it, which is sent outside the UK to the family, rather than even being put back into the local economy. Those elements of the media which push the argument that mass migration makes everyone richer and that we all rise on a tide of wealth created by immigrants continually forget this one crucial thing. Even when the GDP of a country does grow, as it must with an ever-increasing number of people in the workforce, that does not mean individuals benefit from it. On the contrary, only GDP per head or per capita does that, and there is no evidence that mass migration improves GDP per capita. Which is why, having lost this argument, advocates of mass migration tend to move on to others.
An aging population. If the economic argument for mass migration rests on the attraction of a bribe, then the outline of a threat hangs over another of the central justifications for migration on such a scale. This argument insists that Europeans are aging, that Europe is a graying society, and that in such a situation we need to bring in more people, because otherwise, our society will not have enough young people around to keep older Europeans in the lifestyle to which they have become accustomed. That is, this is once again one of the arguments of EU Commissioner Cecilia Malmström and UN Representative Peter Sutherland, both prominent international authorities on and advocates of mass migration. In 2012, they argued that, quote, "the aging of Europe's population is historically unprecedented. The number of workers will decline precipitously and could shrink by almost one-third by mid-century, with immense consequences for Europe's social model, the vitality of its cities, its ability to innovate and compete, and for relations among generations as the old become heavily reliant on the young. And while history suggests that countries that welcome newcomers' energy and vibrancy compete best internationally, Europe is taking the opposite tack by tightening its borders," end quote. The best answer to this challenge, both experts conclude, is to bring in the next generation from abroad. Before noting why this is such a poor argument, it is worth acknowledging the small kernel of truth within it. In order for a population to remain at a stable level, it is necessary for that population to have a fertility rate of around 2.1. That is, in order to maintain native population growth in the long term, every 2 people would need to have 2.1 children. Across Europe in recent years, this fertility rate has fallen below these levels. Portugal's fertility rate in 2014, for instance, was a mere 1.23, a factor that, if left unaddressed, would see the population almost halve in the next generation. At the turn of the millennium, there was not one European city whose birth rate was at the crucial 2.1 level. Some, most notably Germany, at 1.38, were far below it. Interestingly, there was a time when parties to the far left, and in particular Green parties in the West, used to campaign for precisely such an outcome in order to reduce population explosion. They argued, for instance, and despite the unsavory connotations after China's enforcement of a similar policy, that in order to maintain an optimum population for the world, every couple should restrict themselves to having 1 child. It was expected that developed countries might lead the way. It is a point of minor interest that as third world migration to Europe has swelled, the Green movements have ceased to argue for population caps or to campaign for restrictions on reproduction. While happy to tell white Europeans to stop breeding, they become somewhat more reticent about the idea of making the same request of darker-skinned migrants. Nevertheless, the idea that Europeans have simply stopped having children and must as a result ensure that the next generation is comprised of immigrants is a disastrous fallacy for several reasons. The first is because of the mistaken assumption that a country's population should always remain the same, or indeed continue rising. The nation-states of Europe include some of the most densely populated countries on the planet. It is not at all obvious that the quality of life in these countries will improve if the population continues growing. What is more, when migrants arrive in these countries, they move to the big cities, not to the remaining sparsely populated areas. So, although among European states, Britain, along with Belgium and the Netherlands, is one of the most densely populated countries, England taken on its own would be the second most densely populated country in Europe. Migrants tend not to head to the highlands of Scotland or the wilds of Dartmoor, and so a constantly increasing population becomes or causes population problems in the areas that are already suffering housing supply problems and where infrastructure like public transport struggles to keep up with swiftly expanding populations. Anybody concerned about quality of life for Europeans would wonder about how to lessen their populations, not substantially increase them. But let us say that immigration is needed simply in order to keep the population level static, if that were the case. If it is agreed that a particular country wishes to maintain a stable or slowly growing population, then before importing people from other states, it would surely be more sensible to determine whether there are reasons why people in your own country are not at present having enough children. Is it because they do not want them, or because they do not want them but cannot have them? If it is the latter, then the question should be whether there is anything the government can do to create a situation in which people can have the children they want. The evidence from most countries, including the United Kingdom, is that although the native population is below replacement levels, this is not because people do not want to have children. Indeed, the figures show the opposite. For instance, in 2002, at a central point of the Labour government immigration explosion, a population study from the ONS showed that only 8% of British women did not want to have babies, and only 4% wanted only one baby. The most popular desire of British women, the aim of a clear 55%, was 2. A further 14% wanted 3, and another 14% wanted 4, 5% wanted 5 or more, which, if you were seeking a stable or slowly growing population pyramid, would more than cover for the 8% of women who wanted no children at all. Why are Europeans having too few children? This question has been approached from a biological as well as a sociological angle in recent years, but there is one missing observation that many Europeans will recognize. A middle or average income couple in most European countries worries about having even just one child and how they will afford that child, including suffering the loss of one household salary for at least a period of time. Having 2 children entails even more concern and even more worries. Almost every European will know at least some couples who are good in both jobs, who are both in good jobs, and who would never feel able to afford to have a third child. In fact, only 3 types of people now have 3 children or more: the very rich, the poor, and the recent immigrants. Among immigrants, especially those who have come from third world countries, any provision for their children paid for by the European welfare state will be better than anything they could have expected in their country of origin. Whereas native Europeans are concerned about competition for school places, housing shortages pushing average house prices up between 5 and 10 times average salary in their area, and how to afford one child, let alone 3 or 4. It is also possible that, contra Spencer and Portas, some parents may not appreciate an endless amount of diversity in their local schools and may want their children to be educated around people from a similar cultural background. This means, especially if those parents are in an inner city area or suburb, that they are likely to worry about being able to afford a house in a kind of middle-class neighborhood from which their child would be in the catchment area of a less diverse school. If they cannot afford to bring up their children in the way in which they would like, many people will fail to have the number of children they would like. The question of what your country is going to look like in the future also poses a huge question about the issue of producing, as well as raising the next generation. When people are optimistic about the future, they tend to be optimistic about bringing children into the world. However, if they contemplate a future filled with ethnic or religious fragmentation, they may well think again about whether this is a world they want to bring their children into. If European governments are really so worried about population decline that they would contemplate bringing in higher reproducing populations from other parts of the world, it would be sensible for them first to work out whether there are policies that could encourage more procreation among their existing populations. In Poland, for instance, the Justice and Law Party has in recent years raised child benefit in order to try to raise the native birth rate and diminish any reliance on immigration. At the very least, governments should examine whether there are things they are currently doing that are making things worse.
Then there's the issue of a graying population. It is true that people in Europe live longer today than at any previous period in their history. Barring any major war or pestilence, medical advances should allow the next generation to live even longer still. And of course, although living longer is often painted as a terrible burden, indeed a scourge on society, it should perhaps be remembered that for most individuals, it is rather a good thing. It can also present a whole set of benefits for the rest of society, not least by balancing a cultural obsession with youth against the experience of age. The scourge of a graying population is only a scourge when it is depicted as such. In any case, even if you agreed that longevity is a curse for society, there are many things you might do before deciding to import the next generation from another continent. In the period following the Second World War, people were expected to live for a few years after they retired. Today, they are expected to live a couple of extra decades. The obvious solution to this economic challenge is to raise the retirement age in order to ensure that in retirement, people are not taking out more in pensions and healthcare provisions than they put in during their years of work. In some countries, this is happening naturally. For instance, between 2004 and 2010, the average retirement age in Britain rose by a year, 63 to 64 for men and 61 to 62 for women. Admittedly, this is neither always such an easy nor a voluntary process. After the financial crash of 2008 and the successive Eurozone crises, Greek citizens saw their retirement ages rising. Until then, those covering a large and rather eccentric collection of professions, hairdressers, radio announcers, trombonists, these were allowed to retire in their 50s. When economic realities hit, those retirement ages were hauled up. But it is always possible that governments in search of a cheap popular hit will refuse to bend to economic reality. In 2010, President Nicolas Sarkozy managed, against stiff opposition, to raise the retirement age in France from 60 to 62. 2 years later, his successor, François Hollande, lowered it back down to 60. There will always be those who protest about the idea of working into their 60s. But perhaps some people will see working longer in a society they know as being preferable to dying in one in which they feel a stranger. And although there are those who argue that there would not be work for the graying workforce, this requires a serious consideration of how to shift the economy in order to improve productivity among the graying community. In a 2012 interview, Chancellor Merkel of Germany succinctly laid out the continent's challenge, quote, "If Europe today accounts for over 7% of the world's population, produces around 25% of global GDP, and has to finance 50% of global social spending, then it's obvious that it will have to work very hard to maintain its prosperity and way of life. All of us have to stop spending more than we earn every year." There are a huge range of possible answers to this problem, and none of them are simple. But the most needlessly complex answer of all is to import huge migrant populations into a society to make up the workforce base of the next generation. Firstly, because the unpredictable factors in the area are legion. The history of post-war immigration into Europe has been a story of people not doing what they were expected to do. Although European governments may think that they know how the next generation of migrants is likely to contribute to the national economy, there is no evidence that they ever correctly predicted any of the previous ones. There are also predictable factors that are wholly ignored, such as the facts that immigrants get old as well. Surprising though it appears to be to many policymakers, importing large numbers of young immigrants does not solve the graying population issue. Because immigrants are people, and gray as well, and when they do so, they will expect and deserve the same rights as everybody else in their society. The logical conclusion is that the short-term solution becomes an even greater long-term headache, because there will be a constant need to import larger and larger numbers of people, as in a pyramid scheme, in order to keep more and more in the style to which they have become accustomed. At the same time, in every European country, we hear the argument that there are jobs young Europeans in particular won't do. Where it is true, it is a consequence of welfare provisions that in some situations have made it better to avoid work than to take low-paid work. But it is also a result of young people being educated to a level at which they look down on apparently mundane or unglamorous labor. It is a societal viewpoint which is remarkably widespread. The suggestion goes, for instance, that we need to bring in people to stack shelves in supermarkets, a job that has become emblematic because of its undesirability to native-born Europeans. During Britain's EU debate, one millionaire pro-EU entrepreneur insisted that migration into Britain was necessary because he didn't want his daughter to become a potato picker. Aside from the racial insinuation that we are above such roles whereas others are eminently suited to them, we should ask ourselves why our young people are, if they are, above such tasks. It is also necessary to ask ourselves whether we are entirely happy with this payoff. There are many young people across Europe who are unemployed. Many do not have the skills necessary for high-end employment. So why import people to do the low-skilled work when so many workers already exist in Europe? Sometimes mass immigration is advocated because of the advantage it gives in supporting pensioners, sometimes because of the advantage it allegedly gives in stopping young people from doing jobs they don't want. But in both cases, it is an argument that if allowed to run will only encourage a greater and greater problem with every year that passes, as more aging people need support and as fewer young people have any chance of getting into work. It is a habit Europe has gotten into, and one which becomes harder to kick with each passing year. The argument of diversity. One of the most striking things about the arguments for ongoing mass migration into European countries is that they are so readily able to shift. Whenever the economic cases for mass immigration are briefly dislodged, along come moral or cultural arguments. Without making any concession, they state a position along these lines, saying, "Let us pretend that mass migration does not make us financially richer. It does not matter because mass migration makes us rich in other ways. In fact, even if it makes us financially poorer, what you lose in economic benefits, you will pick up in cultural benefits." This argument takes it as read that European societies are slightly boring or staid places, a presumption that would not go down as well in many other societies. The suggestion goes that whereas the rest of the world does not need the mass migration from other cultures in order to be improved, the countries of Europe do, and would especially benefit from such movements. It is as though it is agreed that there is a hole at the heart of Europe which needs filling, and without which we would otherwise be poorer. New people bring different culture, different attitudes, different languages, and of course the endlessly cited example of new and exciting cuisine. As with most of the arguments in favor of mass migration, there is some truth in this. Despite Europe's already existing proliferation of languages, cultures, and cuisine, who would not want to increase their knowledge of the world and its cultures? And if any other culture does not want to gain from a knowledge of the rest of the world, then surely it is the one which will be poorer for it. Nevertheless, the argument rests on a number of fallacies. The first is that the best way to learn about the world and its cultures is not to travel around the world, but to encourage the world to come to you, and then stay. The second fallacy is that the value of migrants continues to increase as their numbers increase, so that if one person from a wholly different culture arrives in town, then the town benefits from that culture, and that if another person follows, then that town doubly benefits, and thereafter continues to benefit with each new person. But the knowledge or benefit of a culture does not increase incrementally with the number of people from that culture. Food is one of the benefits that is rather embarrassingly seized upon in this argument. But to take that example, the amount of enjoyment to be got from Turkish food does not increase year on year the more Turks there are in the country. Every 100,000 extra Somalis, Eritreans, or Pakistanis who enter Europe do not magnify the resulting cultural enrichment 100,000 times. It may be that Europe has already learned what it needs to learn from cuisine, and accordingly gained all that it needs to gain, and that in order to continue to enjoy Indian food, it will not be necessary to keep on importing more Indians into the society. If it is the case that diversity is a good in itself, it does not explain why in each country immigrants overwhelmingly come from a small number of countries. If you actively sought to bring diversity to Europe after the first decades of mass migration, it would have been sensible to search for people not just from former colonies, but from countries which had never been colonies, and countries about which there was a genuine lack of knowledge. However, behind the insistence on diversity as a good in and of itself lies another idea, albeit one that is perhaps less presentable to the general public. Although New Labour's 2000 document was meant to be an economic analysis, it was the social aspect of migration that most interested one of its authors. In a book she had edited in 1994 titled Strangers and Citizens, A Positive Approach to Migrants and Refugees, Sarah Spencer of the Centre on Migration Policy and Society at Oxford argued that, quote, "the days when holding British nationality rested on a notion of allegiance are over," end quote. Elsewhere, she and her co-authors had argued that the nation-state had changed and that the modern state had become an open and formal association capable of accommodating diverse ways of life, and that in the state, immigration policy must be seen also as a means of enriching the cultural diversity of the country. A year later, Spencer was quoting approvingly in another publication the idea that the traditional concept of nationality may be downgraded to the level of pure symbolism, and arguing herself that we are a diverse society of overlapping identities and are not bound, nor can we be bound, by universal values or single loyalties. If we are to be bound together, it must be through the mutual enjoyment of rights and responsibilities. This was a radically different understanding of what constituted a people or a country, and one with profound and, for most of the public, unpalatable connotations. Sarah Spencer outlined these in 2003 when she wrote about the idea of integration, that it is not something the migrant does to adapt to the host society, but rather a two-way street of adaptation by migrant and host society. If you tell people they will gain from migration, that is a positive thing. If you tell them that they will have to change because of migration, that is likely to go down less well. And so the positive part is the only part that is stressed. But the argument for mass migration on the grounds of diversity as being a good in itself ignores one huge and until recently unspeakable issue. Just as most cultures have good and interesting things to say for themselves, all have some bad and disagreeable things about them too. And while the positives can be stressed and exaggerated from the outset, any negatives take years to admit, if they are admitted at all. One need only consider the decades it has taken to admit that some immigrant groups hold less liberal views than the majority of the countries into which they have migrated. A Gallup survey conducted in 2009 in Britain found that precisely 0% of British Muslims interviewed, out of a pool of 500, thought that homosexuality was morally acceptable. Another survey, carried out in 2016, found that 52% of British Muslims thought that homosexuality should be made illegal. The common response to such findings is that these were the attitudes of many British people a generation or two ago. The unspoken follow-on is that homosexuals in Britain should be patient and wait another generation or two for the newcomers to catch up. All the while, what is ignored is the possibility that this might not happen, and that the views of the incomers may in time, through population growth or other means, change the national picture as a whole. So in 2015, when YouGov carried out a survey of British attitudes toward homosexuality, one of the questions asked was whether in general respondents thought homosexuality to be morally acceptable or morally wrong. Some people might have assumed that such a survey would smoke out latent homophobia in certain rural areas, whereas the hip, diverse urban areas would show that they were relaxed about the whole matter. In fact, the findings showed precisely the opposite. Whereas the whole rest of the country, around 16% of people said that they thought homosexuality was morally wrong. In London, the figure was almost double that, 29%. Why should people in London have been almost twice as homophobic as the rest of the country? Solely for the reason that the ethnic diversity of the capital meant that it had imported a disproportionate number of people with attitudes which the rest of the country would now regard as being morally backwards. But if the views of some migrant communities on homosexuality were only a couple generations out of date, the views of portions of those communities on the subject of women were shown to be out of date by many centuries, at least. It was in the early 2000s in England that stories that the Sikh and white working class communities had been telling for years were finally investigated by the media. These reveal that the organized grooming of often underage young girls by gangs of Muslim men or of North African or Pakistani background was a theme in towns throughout the north of England and further afield. In each case, the local police had been too scared to look into the issue, and when the media finally looked into it, they too shied away. A 2004 documentary on social services in Bradford had its screening postponed after self-proclaimed anti-fascists and local police chiefs appealed to Channel 4 to drop the documentary. The sections that dealt with the sexual exploitation of white girls by Asian gangs were accused of being potentially inflammatory. In particular, these authorities insisted the screening ahead of local elections could assist the British National Party at the polls. The documentary was finally screened months after the elections, but everything about this case and the details that followed provided a microcosm of the problem and a reaction which were going to spread across Europe. Campaigning on or even mentioning the issue of grooming during those years brought with it terrible problems. When the Northern Labour MP Anne Cryer took up the issue of the rape of underage girls in her own constituency, she was swiftly and widely denounced as an Islamophobe and a racist, and at one stage had to receive police protection. It took years for central government, the police, local authorities, or the Crown Prosecution Service to face up to the issue. When they finally began to do so, an official inquiry into abuse in the town of Rotherham alone revealed the exploitation of at least 1,400 children over the period 1997 to 2014. The victims were all non-Muslim white girls from the community, with the youngest aged 11. All had been... I'm going to skip this scene, or this paragraph. The local police were also found to have failed to act for fear of accusations of racism and of what this might do to community relations. The story of Rotherham, like that of a whole series of similar cases in towns across Britain, partly emerged because a couple of journalists were determined to bring the story out. But all the time, the communities from which the men came showed no willingness to confront the problem and every desire to cover it up. Even at the courts after sentencing, families of those accused claimed the whole thing was a government stitch-up of some kind. When one Muslim in the north of England spoke out against the gang rape of white girls by members of his own community, he said that he had received death threats from fellow Muslims in Britain for saying so. Everywhere the story was the same. Girls were chosen, in the words of the judges who eventually presided over the trials, because they were from a different community, were non-Muslim, and were regarded as easy prey. Many of the men had brought ideas about women, and especially unaccompanied, with them from Pakistan and other male-dominated Muslim cultures. In the face of such attitudes towards women being expressed in the UK, every part of the British state failed to stand up for what had been British norms, including the rule of law. The kindest explanation would be that the influx of huge numbers of people from such cultures made the authorities nervous as to where to draw their own lines. But it was more than that. Every time grooming scandals occurred, it transpired that the local authorities turned a blind eye for fear of causing community problems or being accused of racism. The British police remained scarred from the Macpherson Report of 1999, which had charged them with institutional racism and feared any repeat of that accusation. Everywhere in Western Europe, the same truth came out at least equally slowly, often at almost precisely the same moment as the taboo shattered in Britain. In each country, the period of silence was assisted by the refusal of the authorities to keep or break down any crime statistics based on ethnicity or religion. In 2009, police in Norway revealed that immigrants from non-Western backgrounds were responsible for all reported grab rapes, those in which the assailant grabbed a woman off the street or a public place in Oslo. In 2011, the Norwegian State Statistical Bureau was willing to note that immigrants are overrepresented in the crime statistics.
They did, however, also suggest that this was not due to any cultural differences, but rather perhaps to the predominance of young men among the immigrant populations. One former head of the violent crime section of the Oslo Police Department, Hanne Kristin Rodi, testified to the extraordinary unwillingness of the Norwegian authorities to admit to what was happening. In relation to the clear statistical connection between rapes and migrants who came from cultures where women have no value of their own, she said that this was a big problem, but it was difficult to talk about it. As for the rapist attitude towards women, Rodi said it is a cultural problem. Obviously, these and similar cases of rape gangs are an unusual and unrepresentative example of the behavior of immigrants as a whole. They ought, however, to be the easiest misbehaviors imaginable to discover, investigate, and punish. That it has taken years, and in some cases decades, even for police and prosecutors to face up to the problems, throws open a deeply troubling possibility. These cases, like female genital mutilation, ought to be easier to deal with. But Western European societies have struggled for years even remotely to get to grips with the problem. Other less prominent or violent attitudes that some migrant groups bring with them are unlikely ever to achieve a similar degree of inspections if cases such as these are hard to grapple with. If the large-scale gang rape of children takes more than a decade to come to light, how long will less violent and horrific examples of untoward attitudes come to light, if they ever do? One thing this demonstrates is that whereas the benefits of mass immigration undoubtedly exist, and everyone is made very aware of them, the disadvantages of importing huge numbers of people from another culture take a good deal of time to admit to. In the meantime, the agreement seems to have been reached with the general public that it is not such a bad deal. If there is a bit more beheading and sexual assault than there used to be in Europe, then at least we also benefit from a much wider range of cuisines. That was sarcasm. The idea that immigration is unstoppable because of globalization. The final justification or excuse for mass immigration goes beyond reason and beyond excuses. Even if every other argument for the policy were debunked, this one would remain. It is the argument that none of this matters because nothing can be done anyway. It is all out of everybody's hands. It is our fate. Towards the start of the current crisis, I was involved in a debate in Athens about Europe's policies towards the immigration situation and what they should be. While presenting my argument, I made the observation that the others present, including the Greek economist Antigone Liberaki and the French politician and activist Bernard Kouchner, were likely to tell the audience that nothing could be done. Only afterwards, when Bernard put down his pre-prepared speech, did I see that he had crossed out the first line before his delivery. The speech was indeed due to open with the insistence that Europe could not stop the flow coming into Greece and that nothing could be done. It is a familiar cry, though when alerted to it, the wiser politicians often realize that it is a potentially disastrous one. Meanwhile, leading politicians, including in 2015, Britain's then Home Secretary Theresa May, have claimed that European countries must try to improve living standards in third world countries in order to prevent people coming here. Yet, the truth is, as many studies have shown, that it is only when living standards rise, though hardly to luxurious levels, that the mass migration truly begins. Truly poor people do not have the money to bribe the smugglers. There are also attempts to give this view a veneer of academic respectability. In recent years, a line has grown in academic discourse around the subject of migration, which insists that migration flows are actually caused by any and all migration controls. The work of, among others, Hein de Haas of the universities of Oxford and Maastricht insists that migration controls not only do not work, but actually boost migration by discouraging the normal circulation of migrants between Europe and their home countries. A favorite line in academia, this is also, of course, an argument that is only ever made by people who observe any and all controls on migration. Before pointing out the unexploded democratic explosive behind this, it is worth considering what is true in the claim. Certainly the prevalence of mobile phones, Mass media, especially television, in the third world and the lowered cost of travel over recent decades meant that the desire and opportunity of people all over the world to travel has never been greater. But if globalization really has made it impossible to prevent people traveling to Europe from across the world, it is worth noting that this global issue does not affect other countries. If the cause is economic pull, then there is no reason why Japan should not currently be experiencing unparalleled waves of immigration from the West. In 2016, the country was the world's third largest economy if measured by nominal GDP, putting it ahead of Germany and Great Britain. But, of course, despite being a larger economy than any in Europe, Japan has avoided a policy of mass immigration by implementing policies that stop it, dissuade people from staying there, and make it hard to become a citizen if you are not Japanese. Irrespective of whether one agrees with Japan's policy or not, the country shows that even in this hyper-connected age, it is possible for a modern economy to avoid this experience of mass immigration and show that such a process is not inevitable. In the same way, although China is the world's second largest economy, it is not a destination for asylum seekers nor economic migrants on the scale of Europe. Ignoring whether this is desirable or not, it is obviously possible for even the richest countries not to inevitably become points of attraction for migrants from all over the world. The reason people wish to come to Europe is not only because of the perception of wealth and work. It is also because Europe has made itself a desirable destination for additional reasons. Not least among them is the knowledge that Europe is likely to allow arrivals to remain in the continent once there. High among the reasons why people flock to Europe are the knowledge of its welfare states will look after migrants who arrive, and the knowledge that however long it takes or however poorly migrants may be looked after, they will still enjoy a better standard of living and a better roster of rights than anywhere else, let alone in their home countries. There is also the belief, flattering to Europeans as well as true, that Europe is a more tolerant, peaceful, and welcoming place than most of the world. If there were many such continents in the world, then Europeans might be able to enjoy their status as one generous society among many. If the perception grows that Europe is in fact the only place where it is both easy to get in, easy to remain, and safe to stay, then the continent may find the resulting attention less flattering in the long term than it does in the short term. In any case, it is not inevitable that the world's migrants should come to Europe. They come because Europe has made itself, for reasons good and some bad, attractive to the world's migrants. Something clearly can be done. Whether desirable or not, if Europe had to limit the flow, it could take measures to make itself look and actually be, in a whole range of ways, less appealing to a world on the move. It could adopt a sterner face to the world, return people who should not be there, stop providing the welfare provisions to new arrivals, and adopt a more first-come, first-served basis for welfare policy in the future. If migration is caused by allure, then a way needs to be found to lose the allure. These are unpleasant things to consider, not least because they affect one of the views of ourselves that Europeans like to hold, and it might even be, in the long run, alter that self-perception. But the road may not be as perilous as some people fear. Few would argue that Japanese is a barbarous country for implementing its strict migration rules. In any case, the idea that what Europe is going through is unstoppable is a dangerous one, not just because it is untrue, but because of the trouble it stores up. For many years, across Western Europe, the issue of migration has been at the top of the list of public concerns. Opinion polls in each country consistently show the issue to be of almost overriding concern to the general public. If a concern is felt by a majority of the public for many years and nothing is done to address it, then trouble and resentment are certainly stored up. If the response is not just to ignore the concern, but to argue that it is actually impossible to do anything about it, then radical alternatives begin to brew. At best, such concerns will be expressed at the ballot box. At worst, they will surface on the streets. It is hard to think of any other issue, let alone one so high up on the list of public concerns, that would be responded to with the nothing can be done response. Even this final fatalistic response to the problem is a result of a policy that was never thought through and now appears to have become in the eyes of politicians and academics, essentially insuperable. After all, one after another, the expectations about what would happen turned out to be false, and the realities of what did happen turned out either not to have been thought out or thought out erroneously. Consider the verdict of one of those who enabled the post-1997 Labour government to escalate their policy when they did. After her work for the British government, Sarah Spencer was awarded with the honor of a CBE. But by then, when some of the repercussions of her evangelism and that of others had begun to be felt, she made a more lachrymose assessment, admitting that during those years in government, when she and her colleagues had opened the floodgates, quote, there was no policy for integration. We just believed migrants would integrate, end quote. All this was years before the biggest crisis that confronts us today, but all returned as foundational arguments to excuse the huge and continent-wide movement that was coming. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content.
This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads. Chapter 4. Welcome to Europe. The Isle of Lampedusa is the most southerly outpost of Italy. Closer to the coastline of North Africa than it is to that of Sicily, the main ferry from Lampedusa to Sicily takes 9 hours. When you are on Lampedusa, you can feel this type of isolation. The 8 dry square miles of rock have a landscape far more like that of Tunisia or Libya than that of Italy. Over the centuries, it has been the kind of history you might expect of an unprepossessing but useful post in the Mediterranean. It has changed hands repeatedly, and its recorded history is one of constant depopulation and repopulation. Pirate raids were a problem throughout, notably in the 16th century, when pirates from Turkey seized 1,000 of the island's inhabitants and took them off into slavery. An English visitor in the 18th century found only 1 inhabitant. The princes of Lampedusa, who, even after the gift of their title, were sensible enough to stay in their places on Sicily, encouraged the island's repopulation. Today, if the island's name rings any bells apart from it for its recent miseries, it is for one holder of this title in particular. The author of The Leopard was the last of the line of princes of that name. But there is nothing of him or his world on the island that shares his name. The decaying grandeur of a Sicilian Baroque feels as many miles away as it is from this dusty outcrop of plain, low-built houses. These days, the island is inhabited by about 5,000 people, mainly centered about the sole port. There is one main street of shops, the Via Roma, which leads to the harbor, and the island's youth hang around here in packs or speed about the town's few streets, 2 to a scooter. Old women group together on benches around the town square in front of the church. The men constantly greet each other as though they haven't met for years. It is the sort of place through which any ambiguous young Italian would do practically anything to escape. Yet every day thousands of people risk their lives trying to get here. Of course, people have fled North Africa for years, and as the island's graveyard attests, it is not only in the last few years that the journey has proved fatal. Buried alongside the locals in the cemetery are some of those who set out for Lampedusa and whose journey ended in the sea. Migrante non identificato, chi riposa, says one of the grave markers put down by the local government, 29th of September, 2000. During the 2000s, boatloads of migrants regularly arrived on Lampedusa, bringing people not only from North and Sub-Saharan Africa, but from the Middle and Far East. People smugglers charged high rates for the journey by boat, but desperate individuals paid their prices for the short crossing. With the journey time of less than a day, however badly propelled the boat, it became known as one of the best routes to a new life. Once onto Lampedusa, you are in Italy, and once into Italy, you are into Europe. It is a strange first glimpse to get of the continent. Those whose boats came up on the shoreline see little to distinguish their point of arrival from the place they have just left. Those who sail into the south-facing harbor find a small port lined with a few quiet shops and cafes meant to cater for the Italian tourists who used to come here for the holiday. Fishing remains the island's main business, and on a tall column over the harbor stands a statue of the Madonna and Child, watching over the ships as they go in and out of the port. During the 2000s, the local authorities began to get concerned by the number of arrivals coming from North Africa and were forced to build a holding center for them. The original center was designed to hold up to 350 people, the idea being that the migrants would be processed quickly and then moved on up by boat into Sicily or mainland Italy, where their claims for asylum could be reassessed. But the new center swiftly proved inadequate for the task because of the numbers which started arriving. At 500, the center is overcrowded. At points in the 2000s, there were as many as 2,000 people at a time, and the migrant center spilled out all around into a tent city. At such moments, local resentment risked becoming a problem. Throughout this time, and cash-strapped though the country was, Italy carried the financial and human burden of this process almost unaided. Unsurprisingly, the government also improvised. During what would be the last decade of Colonel Gaddafi's rule in Libya, the Italians entered into a covert agreement with his regime to return those Africans who had no right to remain and had to be deported from Italy. When the details of this arrangement emerged, Italy was roundly criticized by other European countries. But the country was only experiencing the sort of concerns and compromises that everybody else in Europe would encounter next. Soon, in a pattern that would become familiar to everyone else, if it hadn't been before, almost everyone who arrived on Lampedusa stayed in Italy. Even when their asylum claims were processed and turned down, appeals lodged and also turned down, and deportation issues or orders issued, they still stayed. The numbers coming in were too great, and the whole process was already far too costly for the additional costs of often forcible repatriation to be added in. At some point, whether as an official nod or as part of an unofficial acceptance of the inevitable, it was deemed not just too economically costly, but too diplomatically costly to return people to where they came from. It was easier to let them dissolve into the country, perhaps to try to move around into the rest of Europe if they could, or if not, to stay in Italy and find a way to live. Some would find a path to citizenship. Most would enter the country's or the continent's black economy, often working at rates not much above those they would get back home, and often for gangs from their own country that constituted their sole network in Europe. While the rest of Italy hoped the problem would melt into the length of the country, the holding center on Lampedusa, just behind the harbor's center, was regularly overflowing and had to come up with answers. At times, the situation became dangerous. There were fights and riots among residents, often sparked by inter-ethnicity rivalries. The migrant center was meant to be a holding center, but migrants began to wander around the town. When the authorities tried to keep people from going out the main entrance, some of the migrants made a hole in the fence at the back. This doesn't sound like a holding center. Center is not a prison, migrants are not prisoners, obviously. The question of precisely what they were and their precise status took on an improvised air. Increasingly, the migrants knew what their rights were, but the Italian authorities could not do to them. Okay. It was natural that the locals, who had in the main been extraordinarily understanding and sympathetic to the new arrivals, occasionally became unnerved by the numbers. At a high flow, the number of people arriving in a few days could easily outnumber the natives, and though the local shopkeepers sold their limited wares to the latest arrivals and sometimes gave them gifts, the authorities knew they had to become better at processing people. In particular, they had to move them off the island faster and get them onto boats up to Sicily and the mainland faster than they were managing currently. This was Lampedusa during the relative trickle of the 2000s. From 2011, after the events which became known as the Arab Spring, this trickle became a flood. In part, this was because of the number of people fleeing changes of government and civil unrest. In part, it was because of the crumbling of the shady agreements with the old dictators that had limited some of the activities of the people traffickers. From 2011 onwards, hundreds and sometimes thousands of people were arriving in Lampedusa day and night. They came on rickety wooden boats, old fishing vessels from North Africa, purchased or stolen by the smugglers who would make their clients pay the fare, however unseaworthy the vessel. Soon the question of what to do with all these boats became an issue on Lampedusa. Unable to find any further use for these wrecks, the local authorities piled them up behind the harbor front and at other places on the island, great graveyards of wretched vessels. At intervals, when the numbers got too great, the boats were heaped up together and burned. That first year of the Arab Spring was an especially bad time for the island. As 500 people were lined up to be ferried off Lampedusa, 1,000 more would arrive. From 2011 onwards, the migrant center was often bursting with between 1,000 and 2,000 people. Mind you, it was built for 350. And of course, not all of those who set out managed to arrive in the increasingly inadequate vessels that the smugglers dispatched. On the island itself, the authorities created more burial spots for the dead bodies that came in, identifying those they could and burying those they could not, with a cross and an identity number that was given to the body on arrival. The reply when asked, "Where are the others?" a local replied, "The sea has most." At the outset of the Syrian civil war, many of the arrivals were Syrian, including the richer middle-class Syrians. One day, a yacht of well-dressed Syrians arrived into Lampedusa harbor and walked ashore to be processed in the normal way. But after 2011, the Syrians who came were the poorer ones and their numbers also declined. Those who came that way told of a route through Egypt that involved extensive tunnel systems where the children needed oxygen masks. Different ethnic groups came through different routes, but they also had different expectations and different wishes. Most expressed a desire to stay in Italy. Only the Eritreans did not, perhaps because of memories of their former colonial times. They alone always expressed a desire to head on north into the rest of Europe. As some observers noted from the outset, the demographics of the migration were suggested in themselves. Perhaps 80% of the people coming in were young men. There were also children, including unaccompanied minors, who caused the most concern for the waiting authorities. Nigerian children who were alone were often being sent into Europe to be trafficked. There were occasional women, generally promised work once in Europe, met by their smugglers' contacts in Italy or further north, who would lend them money and to whom they would then be indebted. Only at this stage did they find out that the job they had been promised was prostitution. Most people know how dangerous the journey is for any unaccompanied woman. It is rare for Muslim women or girls to come alone. Once they arrive on Lampedusa, the behavior of migrants also varies wildly. Those with money go shopping on the Via Roma. The Syrians are known for buying clothes when they arrive. Some migrants buy alcohol. Many immediately purchase phone cards and use them to call home and tell their family that they have arrived, and to make arrangements with whatever contacts they have for the next phase of their journey. Practical. One day, I met 3 young Eritreans in the street, no older than 16. They had just bought and were proudly wearing souvenir hats from the island bearing the legend, "I love Lampedusa." Elsewhere, in the church square, 8 young sub-Saharan boys seemed to be following instructions from an older migrant. They did not blend in. Among the small packs of migrants who roam through the town, some make an effort to wave or nod at locals. Others slope along the streets, glaring and already seeming resentful. The overwhelming predominance of young men is noticeable at times. They have come here on behalf of their families. In time, they hope to send money back to them. Most of all, they hope that they will be able to bring their families to join them. By 2013, the flow was so great that the government took the unusual step of flying recent arrivals off the island and onto Sicily or the mainland. That July, Pope Francis visited Lampedusa to an ecstatic local reaction. He threw a wreath into the sea and presided over an open-air mass, during which he used a small painted boat as an altar. The Pope used the visit to condemn the global indifference to what was going on and urge the world to a reawakening of consciousness. For the inhabitants, it finally seemed some appropriate recognition of what was actually happening on their island. Then, on the 3rd of October 2013, a boat that had set out from Mistrata, Libya, mainly filled with sub-Saharan Africans, sank off the coast of Lampedusa. The Italian Coast Guard saved more than 100 people, but over 300 migrants still drowned. There was a huge outcry. A day of public mourning was announced in Italy, with flags flown at half-mast and a minute's silence observed in all Italian schools. On Lampedusa, a silent candlelit procession and evening mass were attended by most of the residents of the island. So many bodies were brought in that a hangar at Lampedusa's tiny airport had to be turned into a temporary mortuary. A political outcry also ensued, not just in Italy but around the world. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, said that the tragedy proved the need for more channels for safe and orderly migration. Further sinkings the same month, with the loss of dozens of lives, drew increasingly strong reactions. Whilst calling for more European aid, the Prime Minister of nearby Malta complained that the Mediterranean was becoming a cemetery. Finally, international attention began to be paid to what was happening on the seas around Lampedusa. As a direct response, the Italian government, with some wider support, launched Mare Nostrum, or Our Sea. The Mare Nostrum policy allowed the Italian Navy to patrol almost 70,000 square kilometers of water off Lampedusa and operate search and rescue missions for migrant ships. Navy frigates and helicopters were backed up with coastal radar networks at a cost to the Italian government of around €9 million a month. NGOs cooperated with the policy and arranged to be on board the government vessels to assist when migrant vessels were intercepted. The policy undoubtedly saved many lives, but it also created new problems. Among these was the fact that the people smugglers operating from the lawless zones of the Libyan coastline now no longer had to try to use vessels even as able as those they had been putting out to date. Mare Nostrum had brought the border of Europe even closer to Libya. All that the smugglers now had to do was launch any boat into the water. If it happened to stay afloat, the Italian Navy would meet it halfway to Lampedusa or sometimes even closer to Libya. If the migrant vessel was seaworthy, the Italian Navy would tow it into port at Lampedusa. Normally, the migrants would first be brought aboard the Italian vessels. This operation, which lasted under a year, was applauded by the International Organization for Migration, or IOM, among other international bodies, which later estimated that during this period, Italian vessels brought around 150,000 people into Europe. The IOM repeated the official line that the operation did not encourage more people to come. Nevertheless, with the numbers so substantial and no end in sight, the cost of Mare Nostrum soon proved too much for an Italian state still staggering through the various Eurozone crises. And so, after a year during which officials had sought to help but been given hardly any, the job of Mare Nostrum was turned over to the EU's Frontex border agency under the title Operation Triton. This too sought out boats crossing from North Africa and either assisted the migrants onto the Frontex vessels or guided their boats into harbor at Lampedusa or Sicilian ports, such as Augusta, toward which many boats were also heading. Throughout the period, Frontex and other officials also continued to deny the operation was causing any pull factor. Yet how could it not? On one side of the Mediterranean were people from across Africa, the Middle East, and the Far East, some of whom had been traveling for months to get to the shores of Libya and to embark on this final journey. Word of Italian government policy and European attitudes to what was happening undoubtedly filtered back. The advantages this gave the smugglers were considerable, not least because the greater the demand, the higher the prices they could charge, and the more people they could pack onto their boats. The stories of the behavior of the smugglers obviously also came with the migrants, some of whom had paid up to €4,000 for the crossing alone. But the bargain was rarely straightforward. Rape was commonplace, especially of women, whether accompanied or not. Many migrants made it to Libya only for more money to be demanded from them than they had already paid. Possessions were seized. Some migrants told of the smugglers using a migrant's mobile phone to video their abuse and torture. The video was then sent to the migrant's family with a threat of further torture unless they sent more money. The officials who process the migrants once they arrive in Italy get to know where the traffickers' safe houses are, but next to nothing can be done inside Libya to punish the gangs. Although the world sees all these people as migrants or refugees, between and among themselves they are very different people, with different backgrounds, and all with different reasons for finding themselves on the same journey. One demonstration of this is the hierarchy that exists among the migrants even once they are on the boats. Racism between and among the migrant groups is routine. For instance, Tunisians and Syrians look down disapprovingly on the sub-Saharan Africans, and not only metaphorically. When the boats set out, the best places in the vessel, at the front and on the deck, are occupied by these better-off groups from the Middle East and North Africa. The Eritreans, Somalis, and others sit or stand in the hold of the boat, and if the boat goes down, it is these people most likely to perish. During the summer of 2015 on Lampedusa, I got speaking to two Eritreans in their late teens or early 20s, sitting in silence on the edge of the harbor, picking at their feet and looking back over the sea they had crossed. While huge naval vessels scoured the horizon beyond, the two showed me the boat, sitting between the two Italian government vessels in the harbor that they had arrived on the previous week. It was, among the battered old boats that set out from Libya, comparatively seaworthy. It had been spotted by the Coast Guards and escorted into the harbor by a helicopter with accompanying rescue boats. The two Eritreans had traveled at the lowest point, in the dark hold of the boat, but it had stayed afloat, and so they had stayed alive. The NGO workers who are tasked with getting the people off these rickety boats in the middle of the sea have terrible stories to tell. When a boat is spotted at any time of the day or night, and workers are not on an official vessel, they have an hour or two at most to get down to the harbor. One worker says that when the migrants board the naval vessel at sea or the harbor on land, they are told, "You're in Italy." Then the workers reassure them that they are safe. Again, apart from the Eritreans, most people are very happy and smile. In the countries they come from, people are suspicious of officials, and especially the police. So for third parties to reassure the migrants that here in Europe the police and officials will actually work for them is a very important reassurance. One NGO worker relates that the first thing she says to the migrants when they got onto the naval vessel in the middle of the sea or into the dock at Lampedusa is simply, "Welcome to Europe." After what the migrants have been through even before the treacherous crossing from North Africa, it is hardly surprising that many of them will arrive at Lampedusa exhausted and traumatized. Some will have lost a family member on the journey. Yet they still come, knowing the risks, because for all the stories of sinking boats and deaths on board, most of those who set out will stay afloat, reaching Italian waters, and once there, become European citizens. Whether they are fleeing political, religious, or sectarian persecution, or whether they are after a better life in a developed world, all will claim asylum. Many will have legitimate claims, and Italy has a duty to give these people asylum. Under the Geneva Conventions and the EU Dublin Treaty, the first country into which a migrant enters and claims asylum is the country that must assess the claim and offer protection. But the bitter truth is that there is almost no way to find out who is who or what is true. If the flow of applicants was not at the levels it has been for years, then the fingerprinting, interviews, and everything else that follows could be carefully assessed. Backstories could be cross-checked and followed up on, but with the arrivals coming at this speed and in these numbers, there was never any chance of this. Two other elements make all of this far worse. Many, and sometimes most, of the people arriving deliberately bring no paperwork with them because being unidentified is an advantage. Amid the demands on the time of the agencies, people can pretend to be other ages, or other people, or even from another country. When it became known that a particular group were being put to the front of the asylum queue, Syrians, for instance, then a large number of people would claim to be Syrians, even though some of those working with the refugees noticed they were neither speaking any Syrian dialect nor knew anything about the country they claimed to be from. This phenomenon is at least partly caused by NGOs that advocate for any and all migration into Europe as part of the borderless world movement. As the flow of migrants grew in the 2010s, some NGO groups decided to help migrants before they even got to Europe. They provided easily accessible information on the web and on phone apps to guide would-be Europeans through the process. This included advice on where to go and what to say once there. Frontline workers noticed that as time goes on, the awareness of the migrants about what will happen to them and what they should expect becomes ever clearer. In part, this is the result of word filtering back to their countries of origin from people who have successfully made the journey. But it is also because a movement exists that seeks to teach migrants how to stay in Europe, whatever the justice of their application. All these groups are correct in their assumption that in the 21st century, Italy has neither the money, the time, nor the will to go painstakingly through every single application. Of course, there are people who are refused asylum, at which point they could appeal the decision. But even if their appeal is turned down, it is rare for anything further to happen. It is rare to find any cases of someone arriving in Italy, being refused the right to remain, and then actually being sent back to their home country. Very occasionally, someone who has been convicted of a crime in Italy is repatriated, but even then the bar is set exceptionally high. It is easier to let everyone dissolve into Italy and then into Europe than it is to hold the line of the law. The truth is that once you survive Lampedusa's waters, you are in Europe for good. Of course, even those who may be lying about asylum are looking for an indefinitely better life than the one they have left behind. From Lampedusa, it seems easy to imagine schemes to distribute this vast and continual wave of people equitably and harmoniously across the continent. But anybody who knows even just Italy should know better than this. Aside from the tiny numbers of earlier and better-off migrants, most people who arrive will eventually find themselves sleeping outside the train station in Milan or in a car park in Ravenna. The lucky ones will end up working for gangs or trying to sell imitation luxury goods on the bridges of Venice or down the side streets of Naples. Whenever they see a policeman or the flash of a police car's lights, they will hurriedly gather up their counterfeit bags or wheel away the tray of imitation sunglasses and hurry from the scene. They may be more protected, free, and safe than they were in their home country, but their future can hardly be said to be bright. And Lampedusa is only one small island. During recent years, boats full of migrants have also come ashore on the islands nearest to Lampedusa, including Malta and Sicily. In 2014 alone, the year before the migrant crisis began, 170,000 people arrived this way. Officials talk of solving the problem by filling Libya's recent government vacuum. But they forget that the flow of migrants continued even during the period when European governments, including the French, were paying bribes to Gaddafi. And they forget that the boats do not only head out from Libya, but also launch from Egypt, Tunisia, and Algeria. What is more, this is in any case only one route. Over to the west of the Mediterranean is another route entirely, going up from Morocco and into Spain. Migrants have flowed across this narrowest gap between Africa and Europe, the Straits of Gibraltar, for decades, probably centuries, maybe millennia. Despite Morocco having the best relations of any North African government with any European country, and therefore the best chance of doing deals to stop the smugglers, the migration to Spain has not been stopped. Indeed, during the early 1990s, the movement of migrants through this route proved to be the harbinger of what was to come. In those days, the going rate for the people smugglers to traverse 10 miles of sea was $600. Then, as now, boats set off on a daily basis, and the bodies of those who didn't make it, often because the smugglers make migrants swim the last portion of the journey, wash up on the beaches of Spain. Then, as now, the movement was not only continuous but diverse. One report from 1992 documented that of 1,547 illegal migrants detained by the Spanish authorities in Tarifa alone over a 10-month period, there were 258 Ethiopians, 192 Liberians, and 64 Somalis. As the report observed, word of a new route had spread far beyond Morocco, not only Algerians and growing numbers of sub-Saharan Africans, but also Filipinos, Chinese, and even the occasional Eastern Europeans among those detained. Among those who were fleeing, some were escaping oppression, while others were simply looking for work or a better quality of life. As Santiago Varela, Spain's then Deputy Interior Minister, said, quote, "In North Africa, there is a structural problem. We don't know how its political and economic situation will develop, and the demographic pressure is enormous." He was referring to a situation in which even then 70% of the Morocco population was under the age of 30 and official unemployment figures sat at 17.5%. Varela continued, "You can't yet compare our problem with that of other European countries, but it's a warning of what can happen here in the future. Spain has passed very quickly from being a land of emigration to one of immigration," end quote. Varela was speaking after a period in which North Africans who had previously headed toward France and Belgium were instead looking to find jobs in Italy and Spain, at a time when neither country required visas. The migrants could enter the country as tourists and then travel on to the rest of Europe. And the part of the pull factor was Europe's commitment to lower the internal borders between countries, making free movement easy once anyone was in Europe. In the 1990s, efforts to clamp down on illegal entries were hampered by Morocco's refusal to take back any non-Moroccans who had left the country. Thus, as one Spanish official noted, even if the government did manage to deter boats in his region, quote, they'll find other ways of getting in. They'll use bigger boats and land away from here. They'll try Italy or Portugal. While there's so much misery over there, they'll keep coming over here, end quote. Although efforts to stem the flow of migrants has been more successful in Spain than in Italy or Greece, the flow still continues today. In the 2010s, it is concentrated on the Spanish North African enclaves of Melilla, and Ceuta, which remain tantalizing positions for anyone seeking to make their way into Europe. Regular efforts by migrants to break down the fences and walls surrounding the enclaves mean clashes with police and frequent unrest. At the same time, and powerful through the pressures of those enclaves remained, the migrant boats still continue to head for the Spanish mainland or tiny pieces of territory like the islet of Albarán. In December 2014, in bad seas, one boat of more than 50 sub-Saharan Africans headed off from near Nador in northern Morocco to the southern coast of Spain. The Cameroonian Muslim captain blamed the bad weather on a Nigerian pastor who was praying on board. The captain and crew beat the pastor and threw him overboard before searching the other passengers, identifying the Christians, then beating and throwing them overboard in the same manner. This is only one more major route, one that has existed for years and where once again nothing is new but the scale. It was to this other side of the Mediterranean that the world's attention turned in the crucial year of the crisis.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content.
This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads. Chapter 5. We have seen everything. As in the Italian islands, the boats have been coming into the islands of Greece for years. And like the Italians, for years the Greek authorities had to try to deal with this problem on their own. Once again, there could hardly have been a more unfortunate country to have to deal with such a challenge. By 2015, the Greek economy had been in a debt repayment crisis for 6 years. While struggling with economic astringency enforced by the other Eurozone countries, with Germany at the helm, Greece was also struggling with a humanitarian crisis along its ragged borders. As with the Italian islands, the migration went on for years before the rest of the continent even began to pay attention. And as with Lampedusa, the Greek islands are a prisoner not only of their geographical proximity to another continent, but their own history. The dozens of Greek islands within short sailing distance of the Turkish coastline makes the northern Aegean and Dodecanese islands an even softer underbelly of the continent than those nearest North Africa. Like Italy, the Greek islands were already so consumed with financial and social problems when the flow of arrivals increased that they too pushed the migrants on up into the mainland in the hope that they would find their way north from Greece and through into the rest of Europe. Throughout history, the vulnerability of this piece of coastline has been unusual even by the standards of the region. It is the reason why the Byzantines, Ottomans, and others all battled for these islands and held them at different times. From the northernmost parts of the island of Lesbos, you can see Turkey clearer than most Greek islands are visible one to another. 5 miles of water is all that divides this portion of Europe from Turkey. You can see why the people smugglers get away with telling their charges that the final stretch of their journey into Europe consists of crossing a river. With a shorter journey time than the one from North Africa into Lampedusa, the going rate for the final part of this journey into Europe is $1,500. In the winter, when the waters can get rough, some of those lured to the shore see the rickety vessel they are being offered and refuse to get in. They are told that if they do not get in, they will still have to pay their $1,500, followed by another $1,500 for the boat that they do take. Once they are pushed off from shore, the boats take between 90 minutes and 2 hours to reach Greece. Unlike the smugglers from Libya into Italy, the people smugglers of Turkey do not bother to use wooden vessels for such a short crossing. Their preferred boats are plastic ones, and unlike the great funeral pyres of wooden boats intermittently burned on Lampedusa, these plastic vessels cannot be burnt.
nor can they be recycled on the island, so cheap is the type of plastic they are made from. But of course, so intermittently, big great piles of these plastic boats are collected and sent by a bigger boat to the Greek mainland for recycling. But of course the boats can still go down, in good weather and in bad. As with the inhabitants of Lampedusa, throughout all the years that the world took no interest in the locals on these Greek islands, they responded with a similar case of charity in history, aware of not just what was happening now, but also of their own history. Many of the families on the islands had their own memories of migration. When the Greco-Turkish War ended in 1922, these islands were flooded with Greek citizens fleeing Asia Minor. More than 3 million Greeks fled what is now Turkey via islands like Lesbos, where today 1 in 3 citizens is descended from these refugees. On the days when the river between Turkey and Lesbos is dotted with boats like a low-key armada, one of the first sights many of the migrants see is the tiny village of Skala Skamnias on the northern coast of Lesbos. Its tiny port, with a couple of bar restaurants hugging the water, and its tiny chapel on the harbor's promontory, was founded by some refugees from 1922. Yet although movement and migration has been the story of these islands for centuries, what has happened in recent years is new. Not just in the regularity with which the numbers of arrivals have kept rising, but in the places from which they come. Although few islanders insist on the distinction, these newcomers are not Greeks fleeing conflict abroad and returning home. They are people fleeing conflicts far away, often having passed through many safe countries in the process. They also include a growing number of people fleeing poverty, joblessness, or a lack of prospects, and who see Europe as the answer to their problems and Greece as their way into Europe. As with the Italian points of entry, the flow into the Greek islands sped up in the wake of the Arab Spring, and in particular with the civil war in Syria. But again, as in Italy, the arrivals also came from further afield, from countries with insurgencies and unstable governments, not least Afghanistan, but also from countries that were allied to the European powers, and with ostensibly stable governments, such as Pakistan. This flow of people who had made their way through 4 or 5 countries before getting to the launch sites to the shores of Turkey also came the long way around from Africa. But even in Greece, where this tide of people has been coming for years, it was 2015 that changed everything. Not because of anything new that had happened in the Far East or the Middle East or Africa, but because of something that had happened far to the north, in Germany. The broadcast news that told Africa and the Middle East about the life to be lived in Europe had also, of course, told Europeans about the lives of people in Africa and the Middle East. And few things made a greater impression on the evening television news than the stories of boats capsizing and sinking in the Mediterranean, the turning of the southern portion of Europe into a watery graveyard. After 2011, such stories of human misery that had already touched the hearts of those living in Italy and Greece slowly at first began to be noticed by the rest of Europe. Nowhere were they more commented upon and worried over than in Germany. But what was to happen developed against a backdrop that was far more propitious. An upsurge of migrants coming into Germany meant that already by 2014, immigration into the country had reached a 20-year high. That year, an estimated 200,000 people had claimed asylum in the country. As a response, some Germans began to feel security concerns, along with identity concerns. How could Germany cope if it had to take in refugees and asylum seekers at this rate, on top of the decades in which the country had, like everyone else, already opened its borders to people who were honestly or otherwise admitted as guest workers? What would be the likely impact on the country, given that most of these new arrivals were also of the Muslim faith? During 2014, these often uttered private concerns began to be voiced more loudly on the streets. A movement calling itself Pegida, or People Against the Islamization of the Occident/West, began in Dresden and other Germanies that objected to the upsurge. In her New Year's message on the 31st of December in 2014, Chancellor Merkel singled out these movements for criticism. The German people, she insisted, must not have prejudice, coldness, or hatred in their hearts, as these groups did. Instead, she urged the German people to a new surge of openness to refugees. She explained that wars and crises worldwide were creating more refugees than we have seen since the Second World War. Many literally escaped death. It goes without saying that we help them and take in people who seek refuge with us. She also talked about Germany's demographics and explained that with an aging population, this immigration that many people were worried about would in fact prove to be a gain for all of us. The following May, the Federal Interior Minister Thomas de Maizière announced in Berlin that the German government was expecting almost 500,000 refugees to arrive in the country that year. Then, in July of 2015, the human side of the migration story burst into the German news into the form of a 14-year-old Palestinian girl whose family had left Lebanon. On a live television program involving a question and answer session between children and the chancellor in Rostock, this girl told Merkel she was worried that her family might be deported. The chancellor's response epitomized the difficulty of meeting natural human sympathy with a wider political problem. She told the 14-year-old girl sitting in front of her that she seemed like a very likable person, but then the chancellor added that politics is hard. Oh my God. Thousands of other people were also in Lebanon, the chancellor told her, and if Germany said, "You can all come," and everyone from Africa alone came, then she should realize that Germany cannot fit. Merkel promised that cases would be dealt with faster, but was clear that some people will have to go back. Then, in the type of gruesomely gripping moment that the producers and presenter clearly realized was about to make all the nightly news programs, as the chancellor prepared for another question, there was a noise from the young girl, and she had begun to cry. Merkel walked over to comfort her. There was a dispute with the presenter, who seemed to be hoping for an on-air amnesty. The huge recent upsurge of migrants from Greece and Italy was clearly on the chancellor's mind. Besieged by the personal stories, much of the German media criticized Merkel for the coldness of her response. This coldness, if that is what it was, soon left. With both Greece and Italy allowing recent arrivals to push on up north into Europe, the next month the German Interior Ministry had already revised Germany's expected arrivals for 2015 from just under 500,000 to over 800,000, which was 4 times the number of arrivals in 2014. A week later, the ministry, along with the Federal Office for Migration and Refugees, pondered the question of what they would do with people coming up through Greece and Hungary and into Europe. Would they be sent back to Hungary as they ought to have been under the proper protocols? An agreement was reached that they would not be. On the 25th of August, this fact was announced on Twitter by the Office for Migration, which said, quote, "We are presently largely no longer enforcing Dublin procedures for Syrian citizens," end quote. The message swiftly went round the world. Then, on the last day of August, the Chancellor made her most important statement. Before an audience of foreign journalists in Berlin, she announced, quote, "German thoroughness is super, but now German flexibility is needed. Europe as a whole must move, and its states must share the responsibility for refugees seeking asylum. Universal civil rights were so far tied together with Europe and its history. If Europe fails on the question of refugees, its close connection with universal civil rights will be destroyed. It won't be the Europe we imagine," end quote. The German Chancellor was opening the doors of Europe, and the words of encouragement she gave to her countrymen were motivational. "Wir schaffen das. We can do this." Germany, she insisted, was politically and economically strong enough to succeed in this task, just as it had succeeded with tasks in the past. Most of the media backed her up, and "Merkel the Bold" was the headline in The Economist, with the accompanying article claiming, "On refugees, Germany's chancellor is brave, decisive, and right." Though it was not only Merkel's decision to make, nevertheless the German chancellor's powerful statement dragged the whole continent with her, whether they wanted it or not. In a Europe whose borders had come down and in which free movement had become a doctrinal principle, the mass movement through Europe by people from outside began to cause continent-wide problems. Germany's neighbors saw hundreds of thousands of people walking through their territory on their way north into Germany. During 2015 alone, around 400,000 migrants moved through Hungary's territory alone. Fewer than 20 of them stopped to claim asylum in Hungary. And this great surge of people broke out all over the rest of Europe as well. Tens of thousands of people from the Balkans, who had otherwise been unable to find a legal way to go north into Germany, joined the great movement of people moving across the countries from the south. At the same time, the movement even further north swelled. The Swedish government announced an upsurge in its desire to take the flow, and soon, every day, thousands of people were heading into Denmark, sometimes to stay rather than moving on to Sweden. During 2015, more than 21,000 people applied for asylum in Denmark, 3 times the figure of 2 years before, but far more continued up into Sweden. Of course, there were quibbles, and of course there were those who protested against this policy outright. But at this crucial moment, a movement that risked becoming depersonalized by sheer numbers suddenly took on a human face. Oh boy. Already at the end of August, as some domestic opposition to Merkel's policy had begun to be voiced, an abandoned truck with 71 dead migrants inside was found on an Austrian road, just as the German chancellor was arriving in Vienna for a meeting. The debate was already noisy with echoes. Then, 2 days after Merkel's key announcement, a family of Syrian Kurds set out in a plastic boat from Bodrum in Turkey, hoping to reach the Greek island of Kos. Their boat sank, and among those who drowned was a 3-year-old boy. His body was washed up, face down on a beach in Turkey where a photographer captured the image, and this image went around the world. An issue that was already a contest between head and heart, practicality and emotion, saw the heart override the rest of the system at this crucial juncture. The photograph dampened respectable opposition to Merkel's open door policy in Europe. Opponents had to explain how they could be immune to the image of the dead boy. Newspapers that ordinarily called for tight immigration suddenly changed their tune to fit with their cover image. Some papers and politicians questioned whether this wasn't the time to start bombing Syria in order to alleviate such suffering. Meanwhile, actors and other celebrities took to Twitter with the hashtag #RefugeesWelcome and insisted that Europe must open its doors. To be opposed to this was suddenly to be indifferent to dead children. Unsurprisingly, even the British Prime Minister, who had struggled to resist any EU-enforced migrant quotas to date, buckled and agreed to start by allowing in a further 20,000 Syrian refugees, albeit over the course of 5 years. Dams broke elsewhere in Europe too, with media cameramen running alongside migrants as they poured through fields, down roads, and across borders. For her part, Angela Merkel announced that there was no limit on the number of migrants Germany would accept, announcing, quote, "As a strong, economically healthy country, we have the strength to do what is necessary," end quote. Over the next 48 hours, the New York Times reported a surge of migrant movement from Nigeria, among other countries, as people saw that a window of opportunity had opened for them to citizenship in Europe. It is easier to scorn such decisions than it is to make them, and easier to make them than perhaps it should be. In each country that the continent's politicians were stuck in a moment akin to that of any person standing on a shore seeing a boat come in. If the people in front of you are struggling to get ashore, the instinct of most observers, certainly most modern Europeans, would be to help those in difficulty to safety. Very few would push them back into the sea. Only months after saying that politics was hard and trying to hold the line before the 14-year-old Lebanese girl, Angela Merkel had decided to show softness. Although her decision was taken on behalf of the continent rather than merely herself, the impulse she demonstrated was not an untypical one. The wish to welcome all comers ashore may not have been a natural compulsion through history, but it had become a natural one to Europeans now, and now its opposite seemed unimaginable. The inhabitants of Lesbos, like those other islands, are a perfect example of this. Their main port, Mytilene, is one of the nearest ports to Turkey. At Mytilene, too, the migrants' boat can see Europe in front of them when they set out. Illuminated and towering over the central point of the harbor is the dome of Saint Therapon, named after the Bishop of Cyprus, massacred by the Arab Muslims as he said Mass. Inside is the sarcophagus of Bishop Ignatius, a leading opponent of the Ottoman occupation in the 19th century. Along the port front are shops, bars, and hotels, including the Sappho Hotel, a name replicated everywhere on the island from which the ancient poetess came.
With a population of 87,000, this is in size and population one of the bigger Greek islands. In the heat of the day, the smell of oil, fish, and brackish water makes the vast harbor less appetizing than it at first looks. But by evening, with a breeze, the port front bars and cafes come alive and buzz as the sound systems pump out pop music. As in Lampedusa, the contrast can be jarring. On the Italian island, an aid worker had described the occasional moments in the summer months when a boatload of migrants would be brought in from the sea, corpses among the living, while the music of the better-off Italians who had come to the island in the summer to party could be heard along the cliff edges and beaches. In Mytilene, migrants who have often escaped from or walked through their own version of hell take their first footsteps into their new life in a scene that shows the best of Greece's good life. In 2015, there was a period during which people were arriving in Mytilene, a town of 30,000, at a rate of 8,000 a day. Boats pulled up on the long side of the coastal road between the airport and the town, and some migrants walked to town. Others hailed a taxi when they got out of the boat and asked the driver to take them to Moria, the main reception center behind the town. Local drivers remarked on the fact that all the people from the boats knew in advance that the taxi fare to Moria was 10 euros. As in the Italian islands, so in the Greek islands the local authorities felt left alone. The mayor of Lesbos instigated his island's reaction. The mayor of nearby Samos did the same. Did they cooperate? No, the mayor's office says. Everyone went their own way. But even on each individual island, the organization is complicated. When the flow became a flood, the former army camp of Moria was converted into a temporary center, that is, under the control of the relevant ministry in Athens. Whereas the other camp on Lesbos, Karatepe, is under the control of the local municipality. Whenever you ask why, people sigh. In any case, for a time the effort to get everybody processed and quickly given papers for their onward journey worked well. Around 2 days after arrival, the migrants would be backed down at the port and off on another boat, this time a ferry, to Athens or Kavala, just along the coast from Thessaloniki. From there, the Greek authorities did not mind losing them. Most, as they knew, would not want to stay in a country where unemployment was bad enough for the locals. They would keep traveling through southeastern Europe and up towards the countries they thought would receive them, particularly Germany and Sweden. When the process took longer, because the numbers overwhelmed the authorities, unrest began. In September 2015, as the inflow resulting from the German Chancellor's invitation grew to its height, there were serious disturbances between some of the migrants on Lesbos and local riot police. After processing delays meant some migrants had been on the island for 2 weeks, crowds of them down in the port chanted asylum and also, "We want to go to Athens." Some Syrian migrants threw stones and bottles at the police while others tried to stop them. Although there were temporary solutions, during the winter of 2015 and into 2016, the process began to stall. The numbers kept coming as before, but the initial enthusiasm of the rest of Europe was already beginning to flag. At one point, there were 20,000 refugees in Mytilene. Neither Moria nor Karatepe is designed to keep even a quarter of that number. But the people of Mytilene did not turn on the arrivals, though they were close to being outnumbered by them. With both migrant centers and overflows, tents sprang up across the center of the city, on any available green or rubbly place, on roundabouts and sidewalks. When the winter was at its worst, locals opened their homes or cleared out their garages to house migrants trying to escape the worst of the winter. In the summer of 2016, when deals with foreign powers and warnings from within Europe were meant to have stopped the flow of people to these islands, the boats kept coming. But what emergency deal in March between the EU and Turkey had somewhat eased the pressure and stopped the flow? In return for a payment from the EU to the Turkish government of 6 billion euros, as well as a visa-free travel across Europe for many Turks, the number of migrants coming into Europe had lessened considerably. During August, the arrivals to Lesbos were down to a couple of hundred, sometimes a couple of dozen a day. One night that month, when the sea was glassily calm, 3 boats managed to come across, 2 to the north of the island and 1 up to the harbor in Mytilene. A 4th was stopped by the Turkish naval forces, who are said by migrants and aid workers alike to take a laissez-faire approach to the boats, which the EU-Turkey deal should force them to turn back. In reality, when they see them coming, they stop some but let others through. The island's second facility, Karatepe, set up by the municipality in 2015, is aimed at housing families, women and children, though not unaccompanied minors who are placed in houses. Although Karatepe has a capacity for 1,500 migrants, during parts of August 2016 it was only half full. Even though the recent coup in Turkey had put the agencies on alert for the possibility of a restart of the previous summer's camp flows, at this point the island was comparatively calm. At the camp's entrance, there were opportunities for providing a service and for making money. Stall holders had set up food vans and drink stalls. The only other person trying to get into the camp was a young man from the Congo who was based up the road at the camp in Moria, but had come to visit his sister and her children at Karatepe. Outside, he drank beer and smoked while we waited in the midday sun. He said that it was not possible for him to remain in the Congo. He had relations with the country's political opposition, and so it was no longer safe for him to be there. He said he was university educated, worked in a psychiatric hospital in the Congo, and could not get his phone to work to get through to his sister in Karatepe. People are not locked in, but nor can anybody simply wander out. Inside the camp is all that a poor makeshift shelter designed for more than 1,000 people can be. There are tin huts for families to live in, as well as medical huts and other necessities. A children's football pitch has been set up, and there is a small tin-covered amphitheater for occasional musical performances to lift spirits. The elderly and disabled, like the ancient Syrian man in the traditional keffiyeh, staring out of his tin hut, have special facilities, including toilets, away from the large complex set up for everyone else. The people in this camp are mostly Syrian, perhaps 70% today. The next largest group are Afghans and Iraqis. The woman from Athens who runs the camp on behalf of the municipality is very proud of it and the innovative attitude she says they foster here. Here the people are not called refugees or immigrants, she insists. They are visitors. The camp is progressive in other ways, which is why they are happy to allow journalists with the required permits to enter. The visitors are served 3 meals a day, and unlike in other camps, including Moria, they are not made to queue. Meals are delivered to the doors of the huts. Clothes are provided to change into when they are needed. A family from Syria sit by their hut, while a young man almost not ready to shave, his face still pimply, uses an electric shaver to remove a little stubble, a mirror in the other hand. A little girl of 2 or 3 has lost one of her shoes and struggles in the dust to put it on. We help her. She gets back up, runs on, and falls over again. Okay. For all the advantages of being in the camp at Karatepe, the problem for the visitors here is in the summer of 2016 is that they are stuck. Since the migrant flow of 2015, the other countries of Europe have shut their borders, meaning there is no opportunity for the flow across Europe of last year to recommence. These visitors cannot even flow up to Athens because the authorities realize that if a bottleneck is created on the mainland, they risk creating entirely new problems. And so where once they would have spent no more than 48 hours in this place, and where a fortnight has caused troubles, some of these families have been here for months. Outside the camp, buying chips and sauce, are a girl of 17 and her 7-year-old younger sister. They are from Aleppo and have been here for between 4 and 5 months. They now have lessons here, and there is an attempt to teach other skills, including music, at the camp. But they do not know when they will go, or where they and the other visitors will go when they leave. Understandably, the authorities and NGOs who help run and fund the camps are very wary about letting visitors speak with journalists. Many are traumatized, and in Lampedusa, nobody knows exactly what to do with the migrants or what restrictions, if any, are legal or possible. But along the road and down on the beach is an impromptu collection of tents. On the highway wall opposite, someone has graffitied in huge capital letters, "Refugees, condemn the deal. No person is illegal. Welcome refugees." Similar messages are scrawled in Spanish. But if you were to come off a boat at this point, as some of the migrants do, these are the first words you will see as you enter Europe. The collection of tents is run by a No Borders group. A young German called Justus comes over smoking a rolled-up cigarette. He is from Dresden, he mentions apologetically.
A fortnight ago, he and a group of like-minded Germans, French, and Swiss people opened a social center in a decrepit ruin of a building on the other side of the road. It was not intended to be an asylum center, but a day center to give the migrants somewhere to come and escape the tedium of the camps. But after only a few days, the bank that owned the building, fearing that they were setting up an illegal camp, threw them out. So here they are on the beach opposite, with a few large makeshift tents, trying to keep their movement going. Oda, a German in her 40s from Hanover, who is coping badly in the midday sun, explains, quote, "It is not enough to simply keep going to demonstrations and chanting 'no borders.' It is also necessary to do something," end quote. Here is where this group, mainly comprised of Germans, are trying to do their bit to help. It is ramshackle, underfunded, and slightly shambolic. A family who walk blithely past all the refugee signs and come each day to this encampment to help themselves to tea turn out to be a local Roma family who already live on Lesbos. Oda shows the photographs of the building they have just had to vacate. On the wall in the main rooms of what had been their social center, they had whitewashed the walls and hung brightly colored baubles. The center's rules were painted in blue and red on the walls. They were bullet-pointed: no racism, no violence, no sexism, and no homophobia. Oda and her colleagues say that what the 50 or so people a day who currently come to the group's tents really want is not the tea, the water, or some of the 300 to 600 portions of food a day they hand out to supplement the food people get at the main camps. What the Afghans, Pakistanis, Moroccans, Eritreans, evenly mixed, who come here want, say, is people to respect them. They had recently met a Christian from Pakistan whose family had been killed by the Taliban. Asked what he wanted most now, he said, a smile. But the German No Borders group are not universally welcomed. Aside from their problems with the former landlord and the island authorities, some locals are suspicious of their presence. And not only because they think the presence of the group suggests that the Greeks cannot cope. One local says the groups are bad people. They are political activists. But other locals are helpful. Some even give extra aid. A local vegetable dealer gives them free supplies. And at least here, unlike up the road at Moriah, people do not have to stand in 200-meter-long queues for food. Complaints of food shortages, food poisoning, and other squalid conditions at the Moriah camp make it clear why this facility is one that the authorities refuse to allow anyone to visit. 3 16-year-old Afghans explained that they were not even allowed to take photos at the Moriah facility, where there are currently 3,000 people. The nearest a non-migrant can get to is even the gate, but even from the outside it is clear that this is a different proposition to Kara Tepe. The former army camp of Moriah now has 300 or 400 sections of barbed wire on each side. Its present occupants are from all over. Whereas most are from Syria, Iraq, Africa, and Afghanistan, there are also migrants from Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Nepal. A young Eritrean explains his route to Sudan, where he took a plane to Iraq, traveled to Turkey, and from there to the beach on Lesbos, on which we end up sitting. The Afghans, by contrast, come through Iran, and sometimes via Pakistan, before getting to Turkey. All say that these days they do not meet the smugglers they pay to traffic them here. Everything is done by phone, with instructions given to them at steps along the way. Interesting. A 9-year-old Afghan boy with his father explains his route. He has now been in Europe for 2 months. The father signals that he would like to speak in private. We find a ruined building on the seafront in which he tells their story. They came in on a boat that went down twice during what should have been the hour's journey from Turkey. On the second sinking, they were picked up by the Greek Coast Guard. He is 31 years old and has come with his wife, his 2 sons, and 2 daughters. The girls are 5 and 1.5. Handsome, strongly built, and with a single quiff of white hair in the center of his head of black hair, he is wearing sports clothes he has clearly been given since arrival. In Afghanistan, he had a job in the Ministry of Education, with responsibility for schools in the Herat region. As the Taliban regained their strength, he received a phone call from them telling him to leave his job. He didn't, and so they kidnapped him and jailed him for 3 days. While he was there, they broke both his hands. Each has large protruding lumps where bone sticks out at the wrists. He says he managed to escape from the jail, but stumbling in the Afghan mountains, he injured himself further, breaking his head open on the rocks when he fell.
In 2 months at home, he was unable to work, but after that he did go back to work, at which point the Taliban kidnapped him again, and this time they kept him for 21 days. They tortured him, and the scars are on his side as well as his arms. They also, as the Afghan who from the camp acts as our translator puts it, attacked him from the backside. You know what he means. Each night the Taliban raped him. While they did so, they told him that I no longer had a god, that they were my god, and that this meant I must do anything they asked of me. Oh, this is intense. Skipping the rest of this paragraph. But once home, he fled, taking his family with him, and without allowing the Taliban to get their man into the position he wanted. Oh, because they were trying to plant someone. When he arrived in Turkey, I'm going to skip the guy's story and go back to, the political stuff. Hearing such things at such times from people who have been in such places, the instinct that Chancellor Merkel and her ministers displayed in 2015 can seem eminently justified. She and her colleagues landed on a portion of the answer by recognizing that our continent is probably doing the only thing that a civilized people can do in rescuing such people, welcoming them and trying to give them safety. But this generous instinct may well prove, both for the people who have crossed the water and for the continent trying to welcome them in, to be the easiest part of the journey. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content. This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads. Chapter 6. Multiculturalism. It was in Berlin on 31st of August 2015 that the German Chancellor indicated her new intentions and provided her motivational statement, Wir schaffen das, we can do this. Yet even these few words raised questions. What was the this she wanted to be done? What were its aims and intentions? Was there an endpoint or a point of completion to the process? What would success look like in this endeavor? These would be large enough questions on their own, but her short words begged another equally considerable question. Who was this we? What was the entity being urged to accomplish this hard-to-define thing? In making her statement, Angela Merkel had taken for granted the existence of a we, but in the years preceding her speech, Europe had been scrutinizing itself deeply and constantly to find an answer to this question. And this constant reversion to the psychiatrist's couch was not an abstract question, but one with an urgent aspect, all the time fueled by an awareness, as the Dutch author Paul Scheffer had put it 8 years previously, that without a we, it's not going to work. Chancellor Merkel herself was more than aware of this. 5 years before her grand gesture, she had given another speech in which she had addressed one of the fastest growing concerns of her nation. In the process, she led a stampede of European leaders into saying what had gone wrong with the reigning European policy regarding immigration and integration. In October of 2010, Merkel gave a major State of the Nation speech in Potsdam. She did so in the middle of a significant public debate already going on in her country. Weeks earlier, Thilo Sarrazin, a former senator and member of the executive board of the Bundesbank, had published a book titled Deutschland schafft sich ab. Germany is abolishing itself, which was like an explosion in such a consensus-driven society. In his book, Sarrazin has explained how low birth rates among Germans and an overly high level of immigration, Muslim immigration in particular, was fundamentally transforming the nature of German society. What perhaps caused more controversy was his argument that a higher birth rate among less well-educated people and a lower birth rate among more highly educated people was putting Germany's post-war success and prosperity at risk. The evidence that migrants in Germany were failing to integrate, just as Sarrazin had argued, was all around them, but the political and media class fell upon Sarrazin for his heresy in making these arguments. In the resulting fallout, Sarrazin himself was forced to resign from his position at the Bundesbank.
And despite himself coming from the political left in Germany, his own party, the Social Democratic Party, as well as Angela Merkel's CDU, distanced themselves from him. Various Muslim organizations in Germany attempted to take him to court, and most damagingly, if also baselessly, he was accused of anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, the book hit a public mood. A poll taken at around the same time found that 47% of Germans agreed with the statement that Islam does not belong in Germany. Although German politicians had put a firm cordon sanitaire around the debate on immigration, integration, and Islam, the 2 million copies sold of Sarazin's book, among other things, suggested that this was not restraining wider society from thinking things that their political representatives did not want them to. With typical political skill, Merkel chose to speak to this issue, trying to keep people with concerns within the camp of her party, and also to correct where she believed Sarazin and those who supported his views had gone wrong. In her speech in Potsdam, she started by referring to the country's Gastarbeiter program in the mass movement of Turks and others to live and work in Germany from the early 1960s onward. She conceded that the country had, like the post-war labor market immigration in Britain and other European countries, kidded ourselves for a while. She continued, "We said they won't stay, sometimes they will be gone. But this isn't reality. It failed to anticipate any of the consequences flowing from the policy." She went on to criticize more current mistakes in the German immigration and integration debate. The speech was reported around the world. What made it so newsworthy was that it included the most damning summary by any mainstream politician to date of a European country's integration failures. Some of it had previously been said on the political margins, but had never been so decidedly voiced in the mainstream. Discussing what had gone wrong between Germany and its immigrants, the Chancellor said, "Of course, the approach to build a multicultural society and to live side by side and to enjoy each other has failed, utterly failed." That was why, she insisted, integration is so important. Those who wanted to participate in German society must follow the laws and the constitution of the nation of Germany, she said, and must also learn to speak the German language. Press reports inside Germany speculated that the Chancellor was positioning herself ahead of elections scheduled for the following spring. An opinion poll published the same month had shown a sharp increase in the percentage of the German public who were becoming concerned about levels of immigration, revealing that 30% feared their country was being overrun by foreigners who had come to Germany because of the social security benefits the country provided them with. The political ingenuity of Merkel's speech is that these people would, like almost everyone else, hear what they wanted from a speech that was also careful to give credit to immigrants and insist on how welcome they still were in Germany. Nevertheless, the uttering of the idea and the use of that particular word twice, that multiculturalism had failed, utterly failed, struck a chord. From the moment that her audience in Potsdam gave her a standing ovation, Merkel found herself praised for having the courage to speak out on such a difficult issue. Across Europe, she was compared favorably with other political leaders, with the newspapers of other nations suggesting that only the German Chancellor had the strength and courage to tell such a difficult truth. So, it was not surprising that other political leaders soon wanted a bit of this and dived into waters that Merkel had shown to be surprisingly warm. The following February, Britain's Prime Minister, David Cameron, used a speech at the Munich Security Conference to declare that under the doctrine of state multiculturalism, we have encouraged different cultures to live separate lives, apart from each other and apart from the mainstream. We've failed to provide a vision of society to which they feel they want to belong. We've even tolerated these segregated communities behaving in ways that run completely counter to our values. A few days later, in a televised debate, the French president Nicolas Sarkozy also pronounced that multiculturalism had been a failure and said, "The truth is that in all our democracies we have been too preoccupied with the identity of those who have arrived, and not enough with the identity of the nation that welcomed them." These leaders were soon joined by others, including the former Australian Prime Minister, John Howard, and the former Spanish Prime Minister, José María Aznar, probably.
Within the space of a few months that apparently unsayable had been said by almost everyone, in each country, on each occasion, a great debate began. Was David Cameron right to twin the issue of national security and national cohesion? Was Merkel simply trying to respond to pressures and cleverly keeping a bloc of the center-right within her political fold? Whatever the reasons, in each country, the multiculturalism has failed. Debate seemed to mark some kind of watershed moment. Yet, despite the prolific natures of these debates, it was unclear even at the time what these statements meant. The word multiculturalism, let alone Multikulti in German, already sounded notoriously different to different people. For many years, and still today for many people, the term seemed to mean pluralism, or simply the reality of living in an ethnically diverse society. To say you were in favor of multiculturalism might mean that you didn't mind people of different backgrounds in your country. Or it might mean that you believe that the future for all societies was to become a great melting pot in which every possible culture contributed, a sort of miniature United Nations in each country. On the other hand, saying that multiculturalism had failed may have sounded to some voters as a concession that post-war immigration had, as a whole, had been a bad idea and that immigrants should not have come. It may even have sounded like a call to stop mass immigration and even reverse such policies. In each country, these different understandings of the same phrase were undoubtedly politically beneficial, giving politicians the opportunity to embrace voters they might have otherwise have had to avoid courting. It was no coincidence that each of the political leaders who took this plunge was from the political right, in trying to keep together a fractious political movement that risked going on the move. But the confusion over what these speeches meant also had an old cause, because multiculturalism had always been a hard-to-define term. To the extent that it was possible to draw any clear inferences from their speeches, it would seem that Merkel, Cameron, and Sarkozy were addressing a specific variety of state-sponsored multiculturalism. Theirs was certainly not a criticism of a racially diverse society or a society that welcomed immigration. On the contrary, outside the headline-grabbing parts of their speeches, all professed their support for large-scale immigration. What they were claiming to criticize was multiculturalism as a state-sponsored policy, the idea of the state encouraging people to live parallel lives in the same country, and particularly in living under customs and laws that stood in opposition to those of the country that they were living in. These European leaders appeared to be calling for a post-multicultural society in which the same rule of law and certain societal norms applied to everybody. Late in the day to argue such things, but a significant step perhaps. Many critics on the political left objected to the whole discussion, claiming that these were straw man arguments and insisting either that such problems did not exist, or that they did exist but were not problems. By 2010, growing public concern about precisely such parallel societies was growing across Europe. The sharpest cause of this growth was the increasing tally of terrorist attacks and thwarted terrorist attacks involving people born and brought up in Europe. But while these attacks gave the concerns their edge, concern over the less violent or non-violent expressions of difference were also growing, and not always because they were being expressed by minorities. In 2006, the Dutch Justice Minister, Piet Hein Donner, caused significant anger in the Netherlands when he suggested in an interview that if Muslims wished to change the law of the land to Sharia by democratic means, that is, when Muslims were large enough in number, then they could do so. In 2004, Donner had briefly proposed the resurrection of the country's blasphemy laws to address the concerns of some Muslims. Then in 2008, there was at least equal public outrage in Britain when the Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams, gave a lecture at the Royal Courts of Justice that addressed parallel legal jurisdictions growing inside the country. During his lecture, the Archbishop had suggested that the adoption of elements of Sharia law in the UK seems unavoidable. In the wake of the initial public anger, the Archbishop had insisted he had been misunderstood. But in a BBC radio interview the following day, intended to clarify his remarks, he went even further, stating that the idea, there's one law for everybody, and that's all there is to be said, was a bit of a danger. Coming on top of years of growing concern about immigration and security, it suddenly seemed as though some of the absolute bases of Western civilization were being offered up for negotiation. It also sometimes seemed as though the past was up for grabs as well. Only a fortnight before Merkel's Potsdam speech, the president of Germany, Christian Wolff, gave his speech on the Day of German Unity. Among his comments, he aimed at answering the Sarrazin question over the place of Islam in Germany, and Wolff implied that Islam was as much a part of the country's history as Christianity and Judaism has been. There was an outcry in Germany, including from within his own party. But the president was not alone in appearing willing to alter the past in order to adapt to present realities. In each case, the backlash against comments such as these came because of a wider sentiment that in the multicultural era, Europe was being expected to give up too much of itself, including its own history, while those who arrived were being expected to give up next to nothing of their traditions. If that was indeed one direction in which Europe might have been heading, Cameron, Merkel, Sarkozy, and other politicians of the right were attempting to outline another route. None of them was denying that the process of adaptation might be a two-way street, but they were being careful to stress what was expected of the immigrants, in particular to be able to speak the language of the country they were in and to live by its laws. The virulence with which such basic demands were debated was a reminder that absolutely none of this had been planned for in the post-war years. It was just the latest part of a make-it-up-as-we-go-along process, and it meant that even the terms being used were constantly changing. As the historian and critic of multiculturalism, Rumi Hassan, said in a book published at this time, the distinct phases of Britain's post-war immigration was one demonstration of this fact. During the phase, from the 1940s to the 1970s, non-white settlers from the Commonwealth were known as colored immigrants and recognized as different from those of the rest of society. During the 70s and the 80s, partly in an effort to tackle discrimination, these people became Black British and began to be viewed as normal and equal citizens. Soon afterwards, the country became characterized as a multicultural society in the sense that it contained people from different cultures. As Hassan says, a multiracial or multi-ethnic society would have been a better description, but the discrediting of the idea of race by that time meant that multiculturalism seemed to be the best term on offer. However, if its intentions were to unite people under one national umbrella, the new definition ended up having the opposite effect. Indeed, rather than leading to a unified identity, it led to a fracturing of identities, where instead of making society color or identity blind, it suddenly made identity into everything. A version of pork barrel politics entered into society. Organizations and interest groups were thrown up that had claimed to represent and speak for all manner of identity groups. The ambitious, generally self-appointed figures who claimed these roles became the middlemen between the authorities and the particular community. They were not the only ones to benefit from this approach. Local and national politicians were also able to gain from a process that made their lives so much easier, giving as it did the impression that it was possible to pick up a phone and get a particular community. Of course, to be on the side of a particular community created the potential for getting that allegedly monolithic community's votes, and in some cases, the communities delivered. Inevitably, local councils and others funneled money to particular ethnic and religious groups. And although some of this was done to win votes, some of it was also done for nobler reasons, not least a genuine desire to tackle any existing discrimination. Yet, even anti-racist groups tended to be political beyond the realms they had at first set out to address. Those groups that aspired to tackle actual discrimination in time sought increasing influence, access, and funding. And they were aware that they could only get this if the problem was not solved. In time, this had the effect of making discrimination appear worse and needing to be fought harder at the very points at which things were getting better. Complaints against society presented an opportunity to grow. Satisfaction became a dying business. Wow, that was a powerful paragraph. At the same time, the only culture that couldn't be celebrated was the culture that had allowed all these other cultures to be celebrated in the first place. In order to become multicultural, countries found themselves that they had to do themselves down, particularly focusing on their negatives. Thus, the states that had been so open and liberal that they had allowed and encouraged large-scale migration were portrayed as countries which were uniquely racist. And while any and all other cultures in the world should be celebrated within Europe, to celebrate even the good things about Europe within Europe became suspect. The multicultural era was one of European self-abnegation, where the host society appeared to stand back from itself and hoped that it would not be noticed among other than as some form of benign convener. As it was for this reason, among others, that the celebrated American philosopher Samuel Huntington wrote in his last book, quote, "Multiculturalism is in its essence anti-European civilization. It is basically an anti-Western ideology," end quote. In every European country, the period in which nothing could be said about this broke down at different speeds over a similar period. In the United Kingdom, the work of race relations quangos helped hold a lid on it until the summer of 2001. At that point, partly as a result of riots in the north of England involving young Muslim men, and partly because of events in New York and Washington, the existence of parallel communities began to be discussed more widely, and the concept of multiculturalism began to come in for criticism. In Holland, the dams broke a little earlier. In France, they stayed tight until the banlieue riots of 2005. Germany and Sweden took a while longer, but in the 2000s, dissidents from the multicultural consensus began to break out everywhere. Some of those who broke that consensus were politicians of the left. Their apostasy had a particular impact because while politicians and commentators of the right were almost expected to have a problem with multiculturalism and could always be suspected of harboring nativist tendencies, those from the left were generally seen to have less easily assailable motives and could even be believed. Nevertheless, the breakages that were the most liberating, not least because they gave cover for other people to speak, came from European citizens from ethnic backgrounds. In Britain, the slow apostasy from the race relations industry of one of its former leaders, Trevor Phillips, opened up territory that others had not dared to walk in. His realization that the race relations industry was part of the problem, and that partly as a result of taking up difference the country was sleepwalking to segregation, was an insight others soon began to share across the continent. Among other dissidents from multiculturalism to emerge during the same decade, some entered politics whereas others remained outside as opinion formers. But the emergence during the 2000s of, among others, a ton of names, had a palpably liberating effect. All spoke from within their communities to countries that needed people of such backgrounds to break the ice. They managed to do so with varying degrees of success. In every country, the early criticisms alighted around the same issues. The most extreme and unacceptable practices of some communities became the first way in to split open the prevailing orthodoxies. In each country, the issues of honor killings and female genital mutilation received massive attention. This was partly because many people were genuinely shocked that such things were going on, and had feared saying so if they had known about it before. Partly, it was due to the fact that these issues were the softest or easiest concerns to express about the multicultural era. If not entirely unopposed, these issues were at least capable of uniting opinion from the widest possible political spectrum, from a left-wing feminist to a right-wing nationalist. Almost everybody could agree that murdering young people was wrong, and most people could unite in expressing their horror at the thought of, in 21st century Europe, a young girl's genitals being mutilated. Of course, over the 2000s, the criticism of such extreme examples of multiculturalism in European society grew. Everywhere the questions Europeans were pondering coalesced around the limits of tolerance. Should liberal societies tolerate the intolerant? Or was there a moment when even the most tolerant society should say enough? Had our societies been too liberal and in the process allowed illiberalism or anti-liberalism to thrive? Around this time, as Rumi Hassan pointed out, the era of multiculturalism quietly transformed into the era of multi-faithism. Ethnic identity, which had previously been the focus of the multiculturalism debate, began to recede, and faith identity, which to many people seemed to have come from nowhere, instead became the critical issue. What had been a question of blacks, Caribbeans, or North Africans now became a question of Muslims and Islam. As with each of the previous periods of post-war change, the process of seeing through this period did not occur overnight. It had taken European governments decades to recognize that the Gastarbeiter era had not gone as planned. In the same way, it took a time for European governments to realize that if migrants were staying in their adopted country, then they needed laws to protect them from discrimination. The era of multiculturalism also took a couple of decades to burn itself out. But like those previous episodes, even as its death was recognized and in this case announced, it was unclear what all this meant and what might replace it. A core culture? One of the few people who had already done the thinking on this was Bassam Tibi, the academic who had himself migrated to Germany from Syria in 1962, spent years urging the integration of minority communities into Germany. In an initial discouraging atmosphere, he also evolved a specific concept of how to go about this. European countries, he suggested, should move from a policy of multiculturalism towards one that advocated for the Leitkultur, or core culture. This notion, first put forward by him in the 1990s, argued for a form of multi-ethnic society that embraced people of different backgrounds but united them around a set of common themes. Like jazz, it could work if everyone knew the theme that they were riffing around, but it could not possibly work if the theme was unknown, forgotten, or lost. In such a situation, a society would not only fail to hang together, but would represent a cacophony. It was one of the first attempts to present a solution to the European multicultural problem, in particular, the question of how to unite people of such disparate backgrounds as now existed in Europe. The most straightforward answer was that they should be united not necessarily by a dedication to precisely the same heritage, but at least a unified belief in the core concepts of the modern liberal state, such as the rule of law, the separation of church and state, and human rights. Yet even as a few figures like Tibi were thinking about this era, most of the rest of society was just having to live its way through. If there was a painful slowness about finding any way through this, it was at least in part because of a set of ongoing and painful cognitive dissonances. Once Europe had realized that the immigrants were going to stay, it had two wholly contradictory ideas that were nevertheless able to cohabit for several decades. The first was the idea that Europeans began to tell themselves from the 1970s and 80s onwards, and this was the notion that European countries could be a new type of multiracial, multicultural society into which anyone from anywhere in the world could come and settle if they so wished. This never received public support, but it had some elite support, and most importantly was propelled by the inability of any government to turn around the process of mass migration once it had started. During the first waves of migration, and certainly when it was expected that many immigrants would still go back home at some point, few people minded if the newcomers failed to assimilate. In fact, they rarely wanted them to. To varying degrees in each country, the new arrivals were put into towns and suburbs on their own, generally in places where they would work. Even when the work dried up, people coming in from the same communities still tended to move to the areas where other people of their background lived. If they were not always encouraged to do so, certainly there was little effort to discourage them from doing so. Governments were subsequently blamed for the segregation, but many of the immigrants self-segregated through a perfectly understandable wish to retain their culture and customs in a society that had no connection to them. When people realized that the newcomers were not going anywhere, there was also some native resistance to their presence, and any suggestion that the migrants should change their ways was inevitably tainted by association. If the immigrants were going to stay, then they should be made to feel at home. To do it was necessary to do a whole range of things. But it was easier to do the abstract things than the practical ones, and among the abstract things was a clear effort to adapt or change the story of the host nation. Sometimes, this was simply a process of rewriting history or changing its emphases. On other occasions, it seemed to involve an active denigration of it.
One such effort, as practiced by President Wolf, involved talking up any and every aspect of non-European culture in order to raise it to a level at least of parity with Europe. So, for instance, the more Islamic terrorist attacks occurred, the more influence of the Islamic Neoplatonists was raised, and the more the significance of Islamic science was stressed. In the decade after those attacks, the rule of the Muslim Caliphate of Cordoba in Andalusia, southern Spain, between the 8th and 11th centuries moved from historical obscurity to being the great exemplar of tolerance and multicultural existence. This itself required a careful new version of history, but the past was being conjured up to provide some hope in the present. Such aspects of Islamic culture soon had to sustain an almost unbearable burden. An exhibition called 1001 Islamic Inventions toured London's Science Museum, among others, insisting that almost everything in Western civilization had in fact originated in the Islamic world. Ahistorical though such claims were, they developed the aura of faith. People needed them to be true and ceased challenging all such claims. It became a matter not merely of politeness, but of necessity to stress, and indeed overstress, how much was owed by European culture to the cultures of the most troubled communities. When in 2008, a French medievalist academic, Sylvain Guggenheim, published an essay arguing that the text from ancient Greece, often said to have been saved by Arab Muslims with no knowledge of Greek, had in fact been preserved by Syriac Christians. When this happened, the debate became a heated political issue. Public petitions and letters denouncing Guggenheim for his Islamophobia in coming to this finding. Few other academics even spoke out in support of his right to say what the evidence he provided showed. Cowardice aside, this was just one demonstration of an urgent need. As with the argument, we've always been a nation of immigrants, that took hold at the same time to change Europe's fairly monocultural past to fit in with its very multicultural present. At the same time, there were people who took these methods to their extremes. For a further way of trying to arrange a point of equal standing between the incoming cultures and the host was trying to talk down the host culture. One notorious as well as high-profile example of this came from the Swedish Minister of Integration, Mona Sahlin, while speaking at a Kurdish mosque in 2004. The Social Democratic minister, who wore a veil for the occasion, told her audience that many Swedes were jealous of them because the Kurds had a rich and unifying culture and history, whereas the Swedes only had silly things like the Festival of Midsummer's Night. Another way of achieving the same effect was to insist that there was in essence no such thing as European culture. In 2005, a journalist asked the Swedish government's parliamentary secretary and lead integration official, Lisa Berg, whether or not Swedish culture was worth preserving. The reply she gave was, "Well, what is Swedish culture?" And with that, I guess I've answered the question. It is hardly possible to blame immigrants alone for the resulting confusions of this era. It was the European societies who let them in, who had no idea what attitude to take towards them once they were here. That took 6 decades of immigration for the political leaders of France, Germany, and Britain, among others, to state that immigrants should speak the language of the country they were in that demonstrated the problem. Only a few years earlier, such a demand would have been, and was, attacked as racist. That it took until 2010 for a German chancellor to insist that the law of the land and the Constitution of Germany must be followed by migrants pointed to a failure of Germany at least as much as the failure of any immigrants. Again, only a few years earlier, anyone who made such a call would have been subjected to accusations of the basest motives. But in the years before the multicultural era was announced as having ended, and before the political grounds began to move, there were so many confusions. The question of whether immigrants were expected to assimilate or be encouraged to retain their own culture was just one confusion. If, as by 2011 most mainstream politicians agreed, something between the two was expected, then what were the bits of the incomers' culture that should be dropped? And what were the bits of the native culture which should be adapted? Presumably, one reason for the lack of public discussion on this was an awareness of how painful it would be to most Europeans. Which parts of their own culture would they volunteer to give up? What reward would they get in return? And when would they experience the effects of that reward? Of course, such an idea was never passed by the public because the European publics almost certainly believed,
almost certainly never would have given their approval, yet even worse presumptions lay beneath. If the host country was not going to give up something, then surely the incomers must. But what were those things, and whoever spelt them out? What were the punishments for failing to abide? For example, what would happen to migrants who, once they were in Europe, refused to learn the native language? If there were no punishment or disincentive, then any suggestion was no more than just words. All the time, it was also unclear how many immigrants simply wanted to enjoy their rights in Europe and how many actually wanted to become Europeans. What was the difference between the two, and what were the incentives to be one rather than the other? Did Europeans ever really want the incomers to become like them? All the while, the official line remained that once a passport or visa was issued, then the country or continent's latest arrival became as European as anyone else. And all the while, that government discussed the possible measures needed to encourage millions of people already in Europe to become Europeans. The minds of European publics mulled over another idea, one ordinarily pushed to the very recess of the public debate, but always capable of breaking out. And this was the fear that all of this was bogus, and that if not all, then at least much of the existing plan was going to fail. It was a concern based on the thought that if integration were to happen, then it would take a very long time, perhaps centuries, and that in any case, it had certainly not happened yet in Europe. Here, the everyday experience of Europeans is more important than any survey, and the experience of their eyes is more important than official statistics from any government. The Great Replacement. Any trip to thousands of locations across Europe can spark the fear of what the French writer and philosopher Renaud Camus has characterized as le grand remplacement. Take the suburb of Saint-Denis on the north outskirts of Paris. This is one of the central locations of French history and culture, named after the Great Basilica Cathedral at its center, in which lie the relics of the 3rd century Bishop of Paris, who is now the city's patron saint. The present building, dating from the 12th century, is also famous for another reason. From the 6th century onwards, it was the necropolis of the French royal family. Their memorials, featuring elaborate likenesses in stone, including those of the Capetian dynasty, the Bourbons, the Medicis, and the Merovingians. At the time of the French Revolution, these tombs were desecrated, but today in the crypt lie the stark marble tombs of the king and queen that revolution overthrew, Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Not least among the earlier tombs in Saint-Denis is that of Charles Martel, the Frankish leader who a century after the death of Muhammad, when the Umayyad Caliphate was pushing relentlessly into Europe, forced the Muslim armies back. Martel's victory at the Battle of Tours in 732 is recognized for having prevented the spread of Islam throughout Europe. Had his Frankish armies not succeeded, no other power in Europe could have stopped the Muslim armies from conquering the continent. When those armies had crossed into Europe in 711, one of their leaders, Tariq bin Ziyad, famously ordered their boats to be burnt, saying, "We have not come here to return. Either we conquer and establish ourselves, or we perish." Martel ensured that they perished, and that other than having gained a foothold in southern Spain, Islam would never progress further into Europe. As Edward Gibbon famously wrote a millennium later, were it not for the victory of the man who became known as the Hammer, perhaps the interpretation of the Quran would now be taught in the schools of Oxford, and her pulpits might demonstrate to a circumcised people the sanctity and truth of the revelation of Muhammad. Okay. As Gibbon went on, from such calamities was Christendom delivered by the genius and fortune of one man. Okay. Today, a visitor to the basilica in which Martel's tomb sits may well wonder whether he did indeed succeed, or at least reflect that after he succeeded, his descendants failed. To wander the district of Saint-Denis today is to see a district more resembling North Africa than France. The market square outside the basilica is a souk more than a market. Stalls sell different types of hijab, and radical groups hand out literature against the state. Inside, though all the clergy are elderly white men, the residual congregation is black African, part of the non-Muslim wave of immigration into the area from Martinique and Guadeloupe. This area has one of the highest Muslim populations in France. Around 30% of the population of Seine-Saint-Denis, also known as the 93rd district, are Muslim. No more than 15% are Catholic, but with most of the immigrants in the area from the Maghreb and sub-Saharan Africa and a growing youth population, it is not surprising that even in the district's private Catholic schools, around 70% of the students are Muslim. Meanwhile, the area's Jewish population has halved in recent years. According to the Interior Ministry, the district had around 10% of the total number of known mosques in France. If you visit them, you can see that there are nowhere near enough for the needs of the community. At Friday prayers, worshippers spill out onto the streets, and a number of the major mosques are struggling to create larger facilities to meet the demand. Of course, if you mention de Saint-Denis to anyone in the center of Paris, they grimace. They know it is there and try never to go to it. With the exception of the Stade de France stadium, there is little reason to go anywhere near the area. Having been scarred by waves of deindustrialization and reindustrialization, in recent years the government has attempted to do some social engineering, business municipal offices in the area for state employees to work in. But these employees, around 50,000, who have jobs in the area, almost never live there. They come in from elsewhere in the morning and leave in the evening, when their office blocks are carefully locked and the security fences secured. It is France's immigration challenges summed up in one district. The same phenomenon can be witnessed in the suburbs of Marseille and many other areas of France, but it can also be noticed by any visitor or resident, however willing to go to Saint-Denis, on a simple trip on the RER and metro in the center of Paris. Traveling on the deep underground RER, stopping infrequently and with long distances between stops, often feels like taking an underground train in an African city. Most of the people are dark-skinned, and they are making their way far out to the suburbs. Those places where the RER stops in Paris's chic centers, Châtelet, for example, are known as areas where there can be trouble, especially in the evening when bored youths from the banlieues hang around in town. Always there lingers the memory of 2005, when riots and car burnings from the banlieues were repeated as far into the center as the Marais district. However, if you travel in the metro train above the RER lines, which serves the shorter stops around the center of the city, you enter a different world. The travelers on the metro are mostly white people going to work, whereas the RER is mostly full of individuals either going only to low-paid service jobs or appearing to be heading nowhere. Nobody can experience this light, airy feeling in the center of Paris and the deep swell of other people underneath and not sense that there is something amiss. The same feeling will strike anyone traveling through certain towns in the north of England or neighborhoods of Rotterdam or Amsterdam. Today it can also be experienced in the suburbs of Stockholm and Malmö. These are places where the immigrants live, but they bear no resemblance to the areas inhabited by the locals. Politicians pretend that this problem could be solved by more elegant or innovative town planning, but by an especially talented housing minister. From 2015 onwards, they had to continue trying to pretend this in capital cities, some of whose areas had started to resemble refugee camps. Although the police continually tried to move the migrants on to keep their city looking as it is meant to, in Paris in 2016, huge encampments of male North Africans moved around the suburbs. In places like the Stalingrad area of Paris's 19th arrondissement, hundreds of tents were put up on traffic islands running along the middle of the main roads or on the sides of the pavements. When the police moved them on, they simply sprang up somewhere else. But even before 2015, the theories of so-called experts and politicians as to what could happen or is meant to happen to alleviate this ongoing problem have simply been colliding with the experience of what is actually going on in front of their very eyes. Everyday awareness of this problem, as well as an awareness of it going largely unsaid, means that many Europeans chew over another dark concern, which is that seeing these very large numbers of people and seeing them go about their very different lives, it might be the case that in the future, these people will come to dominate, that, for instance, a strong religious culture, when placed into a weak and relativistic culture, may keep itself to itself at first, but finally make itself felt in more definite ways. Again, studies and polls are not much use in pinning down this sense of imminent change. Occasional polls are used to prove that immigrant communities are integrated into existing society.
But if the integration that politicians and some pollsters say has happened had in fact occurred, then we would be witnessing quite a different reality. For example, pubs very often close in those areas of the United Kingdom where Pakistani and other Muslim migrants have moved in large numbers. If the newcomers were becoming as British as anybody else, as government ministers and others insist that they are, then the pubs would remain open and the new arrivals would drink lukewarm beer just like everyone else who lived on the street before them. It is the same with churches. If the incomers were indeed to become as British as anybody else, then they would fail to turn up to church most Sundays, but would be there for weddings, occasionally christenings, and most likely just once a year for Christmas. But that is clearly not what has happened. The churches have closed like the pubs, and these buildings have had to be put to other use. Although the pretense remains that the mosque-going teetotal arrivals constitute a seamless transition of native traditions from such visible aspects of identity, it is obvious that the results will be very different. And the causes that lie behind such differences are the harder ones to deal with. The same story and the same silence can be applied to the Turkish and North African suburbs of Amsterdam, the suburbs of Brussels, like Molenbeek, areas of Berlin such as Wedding and Neukölln, and any number of other cities across the new continent or across the continent. In each case, the price that local people were made to pay for taking anything but the most positive attitude towards the arrival into their towns and cities of hundreds of thousands of people from another culture was just too high. Whole careers, not only in politics but in any walk of life, could be ruined by any recognition of the new facts, never mind any proposed alteration to them. And so, the only thing left for people to do, whether locals, officials, or politicians, was to ignore the immigration problem and lie about it. In time, both politicians and the public began to favor the willfully optimistic version of events. So a minor or unimportant cultural trait, such as queuing or complaining about the weather in Britain, would be picked up on and run with. The fact that a particular immigrant enjoyed queuing or talking about the weather would be used as a demonstration that this immigrant, and by extension all, had become as integrated as anybody else. After the suicide bombers of the July 2005 attacks on London transport were identified as British-born Muslims, it was discovered that one of them had worked in a fish and chip shop and played cricket. Much was made of this, as though the hijacking of this perfectly English individual by a terrible hatred remained the main mystery. The idea that an entire culture had been transmitted to him through the medium of fish and chips was a way to delay facing up to the unpleasant discussions which lay beneath. As the multicultural era began to break down, a scramble began to identify any country where the experiment had been working. During the aftermath of the 2005 attacks on London, the British debated whether the model of French laïcité did not perhaps point the way towards dealing with problems of integration. Then, after the growing number of homegrown terrorist attacks in France, there was a discussion over whether perhaps the Anglo-Saxon model had some merit. Meanwhile, much of the time Scandinavia was held up as providing a particular solution, until the problems of those countries in turn became clearer. Overall, members of the public could see what the policymakers could not, which was that despite the differences between the various European countries, each one had failed in turn to assimilate the new arrivals. There were criticisms of the donut planning technique in French towns that seemed to keep the migrants to the edges of the city. But the same problems arose in countries that had tried to avoid such policies. So, when a French politician would criticize the parallel communities that had risen in Britain because of the British model, precisely the same accusation could be made back in his own country. It would seem that although differences in planning laws between the various countries of Europe are a matter of interest, they are not, in fact, seismic. As for the educational systems of the various countries and their emphasis on one part or another of the curriculum, these are subjects of academic debate. But again, no one system seems to have worked especially well, nor are any particularly more admirable than any other when it comes to the matter of actual results. And so, all the time the European brain has held onto two contradictory things. The first is the dominant established narrative of a generation, that anyone in the world can come to Europe and become a European, and that in order to become a European, you merely need to be a person in Europe.
The other part of this European brain has spent these years watching and waiting. This part could always recognize that the new arrivals were not only coming in unprecedented numbers, but were bringing with them customs that, if not all unprecedented, had certainly not existed in Europe for a very long time. The first part of the brain insists that the newcomers will assimilate, and that given time, even the most hard-to-swallow aspects of the culture of the new arrivals will become more recognizably European. Optimism favors the first part of the brain, but events favor the second, which increasingly begins to wonder whether anyone has time for the changes that are meant to happen. Nobody should be surprised that simmering under all this are darker subterranean fears. Nowhere are these more pronounced than in France, where, in the aftermath of the Second World War, suffered the same labor shortages as other Western European countries. The country responded in precisely the same way, opening its borders to workers from around the world. In the 1950s and 60s, as the effects of French decolonization in North Africa were felt, it became as impossible for France to stop the inflow of people from its former colonies as Britain and other countries had found from theirs in turn. And the influx of largely poor and ill-educated manual workers gradually changed the culture and appearances of swaths of France, as it did elsewhere. One subterranean response to this, a response that the French philosopher Bernard-Henri Lévy has posited as the country's dark specialism, was a concern about population replacement. With the largest Muslim population per capita anywhere in Western Europe, and the perpetually looming electoral threat to the established parties from the Le Pen family's Front National, the boundaries of this discussion and the expression of any such concerns were policed as assiduously as anywhere else in Europe. Yet it was in France that one of the most discomfiting and prophetic treatments of this fear emerged. The dark specialism. In 1973, a strange novel appeared in France that swiftly became a bestseller. The author of Le Camp des Saints, or The Camp of the Saints, was already known as a travel writer and novelist. Well-traveled, well-cultured, and curious, his vision for this most notorious work came to him one morning in his home on the shores of the Mediterranean. In his own words, that morning in 1972, he saw a vision of 1,000,000 poor wretches armed only with their weakness and their numbers, overwhelmed by misery, encumbered with starving children, ready to disembark on our soil, the vanguard of the multitudes pressing hard against every part of the tired and overfed West. I literally saw the major problem they presented, a problem absolutely insoluble by our present moral standards. To let them in would destroy us. To reject them would destroy them. The novel that Jean Raspail spent the next 18 months writing was set at some point in the coming decades and depicted a France and Europe in the process of being swamped by mass migration from the Third World. The general catalyst for the migration is the growing disparity between the numbers of poverty-stricken people in the Third World and the diminishing percentage of the world's population living in the comparative paradise of Europe. With modern communications media, word of this disparity is no longer possible to hide, and the Third World turns to Europe. 1 million people set sail in a fleet of boats, but all the time untold millions are watching and waiting to get on boats themselves. Everything depends on the reaction of Europe to this first million. For strategic political purposes, as he later explained, Raspail chose to make the migration come not from North Africa, but from Calcutta, and head from there towards the French Riviera. The novel's memorable opening presents an he's going to recap a novel. The novel's memorable opening presents an elderly, cultured professor sitting in his house on the south coast of France, listening to Mozart as the Armada is landing. He thinks he is alone, as the ensuing anarchy has already caused the local population to flee. However, a young, hippie-ish man invades his study. He is glorying in the new country which is going to emerge, a country that will be born all over. And the young man instructs the professor that he is through. Dried up. You keep talking and talking, but there's no more time for that. It's over, so beat it. For his part, the professor accepts that the young man may be right, saying, "My world won't live past morning, more than likely, and I fully intend to enjoy its final moments." And so he shoots the young man. In Raspail's novel, the specific catalyst for the mass migration is an announcement from the Belgian government that it will admit some children from the Third World who are in need. Soon mothers are thrusting their young through the consul general's gates in Calcutta. Belgium tries to reverse the policy, but by then it is too late. A crowd storms the consulate, trampling the consul general to death. From the crowd, a hideously deformed leader emerges who calls for the people of the Third World to advance on Europe, saying, "The nations are rising from the four corners of the earth, and their number is like the sands of the sea. They will march up over the broad earth and surround the camp of the saints in the beloved city," which is a quote from the Apocalypse of St. John the Divine, quotation that also finds its way into the novel's epigraph. It is an apt quotation, for the novel is indeed apocalyptic. It is also deeply unpleasant. The messianic figure who leads the Third World onto the great armada that takes them to Europe is a turd eater, monstrously deformed and monstrously depicted. Interesting. But its uncomfortable precision, not least its depiction of the failure of European society once the migration begins, saves it from being only uncomfortable. In the wake of the threat to the French Republic, every arm of the state... this is still the book. I'm going to skip most of this book recap, guys. No offense to it, but... okay, back to... in a 1985 reprint of his most famous book, Raspail reiterated that he both understood and felt the central contradiction that would lead to his prophecy in the camp of the saints coming true. Faced with the choice of opening the door or slamming it in the face of the disadvantaged world, quote, "What's to be done since no one would wish to renounce his own human dignity by acquiescing? What's to be done since simultaneously all persons in all nations have the sacred right to preserve their differences and identities in the name of their own future and their own past?" End quote. Then, in 2001, a boat packed with Kurdish refugees from Iraq came aground on the beach in the shore of France at 4 o'clock one morning. Among the 1,500 people on the boat, some walked ashore and began to knock on the houses of the locals. As chance would have it, the boat landed only 50 meters from the house on the Riviera from which Raspail had written his novel almost 3 decades earlier. Almost 10 years later, and mainstream media were conceding a certain prophetic strain to the novel The Camp of the Saints. On the occasion of yet another republication of the novel, the then 86-year-old author appeared on the television program Ce Soir on France in a strikingly lenient interview in which the author suggested that perhaps some of the broad outlines of the book were no longer as controversial as they once had been. Reminded of the 2001 landing, he referred to it as a sign. The sole thing he conceded that he had got wrong in his vision of the boat people coming across was the numbers. It is true, he conceded, currently there is no fleet with 1 million people. This was in February of 2011. Long before 2015, the controversial and denounced vision of Jean Raspail was one that people across Europe had intuited. Even before the media started showing daily footage of the boats coming in and phalanxes of young men from the Third World trudging up, through and across the continent by foot, he had tapped into a fear that had already existed. And at this particular fear, this dark specialism, seemed to have risen most seriously in France, but it was not confined there. Politicians and cultural figures at the time, and for decades afterwards, seemed certain about how to control this. Any and all such fears could be responded to by a simultaneous dismissal and pandering. So at the time that French politicians derided the vision of Raspail as racist and without foundation, they competed with each other to be tougher in their rhetoric on how they would limit the flow of migrants and increase repatriations. For years even, perhaps especially, the country's socialist politicians participated in this game. Whether they realized it or not, they were responsible for bringing a crisis to bear on their country. Every year the facts changed. Every year the same political class, through successive governments of every stripe, continued to see an ever greater upsurge of the foreign-born population of France. Throughout this process, the official statistics continued to cover over the change that politicians said was not happening, but which the population could see with their own eyes. This was not all badly intentioned. Thanks to an old law intended to prevent any future Vichyite possibilities throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the Republic collected neither ethnic, racial, nor religious numbers for the makeup of the French population. During the mid-2000s, this law was relaxed, but analysis of the existing population, never mind projections about future demographics, remained a fraught political matter in France more than in almost any other country. Even as the Muslim population rocketed toward being the highest per capita in Europe and only expected to grow in the years ahead, did any demographer in France who did not understate all future population changes would be tarred with the brush of assisting the far right. For instance, one highly respected demographer, Michelle Triboulet, had her professional reputation badly tarnished when the well-connected demographer Hervé Lebras dismissed her as the National Front darling. It is easy to assume that the facts don't lie, but in immigration statistics, let alone demographic projections, they often do, and nowhere more so than in France. It can hardly be a surprise that in a country where the facts have become so malleable, portions of the population might believe their eyes over the statistics, with consequences that have yet to be imagined. Raspail and Dumont were not correct in their 1985 prediction that in 2015 Islam would be the dominant religion in France, at least not numerically speaking. An Ipsos poll released by France's leading liberal publication, L'Obs, in February of 2016, revealed that among high school students in France, 33.2% identified as Christian, whereas 25.5% identified as Muslim. But nobody could any longer deny that in France it was Muslim that had the wind in its sails. The same poll revealed that less than half of the non-Muslims surveyed described their religion as something important or very important. Conversely, among young Muslims, 83% said their religion was important or very important to them. And, of course, the 1 million people Raspail had prophesied would come was a vast underestimation. The numbers, when they came, not on huge ships but in flotillas of countless small boats, carried numbers far in excess of its dystopian vision. And this was before the migration crisis. By the time the crisis began in earnest, following the Arab Spring, France was already taking in that number of people every few years. The official numbers said that legal immigration into France was at 200,000 a year, but around a similar number were believed to be entering the country each year, also illegally. In private, some French officials will quietly admit that the only reason they have managed to avoid German levels of immigration over recent years is the widespread perception among migrants that, frankly, France might be a racist and unwelcoming country. It is a reputation that even the most left-wing officials do not find unhelpful to have at times such as these. Meanwhile, in 2015, Marianne was not covered in the Muslim veil. The country had seen things Raspail had never predicted in his worst nightmares. He would never have considered portraying Muslim captains or numerous migrant boats in the Mediterranean, hurling Christian passengers overboard because of their faith. He would never have dared to record some incomers slitting a priest's throat at the height of Mass, nor would he even have predicted that on a Sunday morning in 2016 in Saint-Denis, while the priests were inside celebrating Mass for the remaining congregation, those priests and tombs of the French kings had to be guarded from outside by multiple heavily armed soldiers. Not for the first time in Europe, the worst prophets of doom turned out to have understood their case.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content.
This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads.
Chapter 7. They Are Here. At the time she gave her Potsdam speech in October of 2010, Angela Merkel seemed to have made an important concession about the past, and even signaled a change of direction for the future in the relationship between Europe and its immigrants. Yet within just a few years, these much-applauded statements seemed almost entirely meaningless. In the speech, the Chancellor admitted that Germany had failed to integrate the people who had arrived to date. In 2010, Germany had a total of 48,589 people apply for asylum. Just 5 years later, Merkel allowed, if leaked internal estimates from the government were correct, up to 1.5 million people into Germany in the space of 1 year alone. If multiculturalism was not working, with around 50,000 people claiming asylum in Germany each year, how is it expected to work with 30 times the number coming in each year after that?
If not enough was being done in 2010, how was it the case that 5 years later the German government's integration network was so much, indeed 30 times better? And if Germany had been fooling itself in the 1960s about the return of the guest workers, how much more was it kidding itself that those applying for asylum in 2015 would return to their homes? If multiculturalism had not been working well in 2010, it was working even less well by 2015. The same goes for Britain. If multiculturalism in Britain had failed when Prime Minister David Cameron had said it had in 2011, why was it any less failed in 2015 when the government oversaw a new record high of net migration into the country? Was the relationship between France and its immigrant populations better by 2015 than it had been a few years before, or Sweden's or Denmark's? All across Europe, the migration surge of 2015 piled further numbers of people into a model that all the existing political leaders had already admitted to be a failure. Nothing noticeable had occurred in the years between to have made the model any more successful than it had been in the past. At one stage in the crisis, Chancellor Merkel telephoned the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. It is said that she asked for advice. Israel is the only country in the world to have successfully integrated a comparable number of arrivals in an evenly, slightly comparable timescale, namely Russian Jews entering Israel after 1990, not to mention other large-scale influxes in the decades since the founding of the state. How had Israel managed to absorb so many people and yet held together a remarkably united country, indeed, perhaps an increasingly united one? There are various reasons she could have given, not least the bond formed in Israel through the common experience of compulsory service in the Israeli army and government-sponsored absorption programs. What diplomatic discretion may have prevented Prime Minister Netanyahu from pointing out, but which might have been apt, was that Israel had an advantage in that nearly all the arrivals into the country for decades had a common link in their Jewish heritage, whereas in the months and years to come, Angela Merkel and her nation would have to recognize that few of the people they let in during 2015 were German Lutherans. Even as the migration into Europe increased exponentially, the justifications that officials reiterated were the same ones that had been used for decades, and they permeated everywhere from the heads of supranational organizations down to the level of local government. In the middle of August 2015, as the Chancellor prepared to open the borders, the mayor of the town of Goslar in Lower Saxony insisted that his town would welcome migrants with open arms. Mayor Oliver Junk, a member of Angela Merkel's own center-right party, highlighted the fact that Goslar had been losing a small part of its population each year. Over the last decade, the population of 50,000 had diminished by around 4,000 people, a factor caused by young people leaving the area to look for work, as well as a diminishing birth rate among locals. In 2014, the town had taken in 48 migrants. Now the mayor announced that, in his opinion, there could not be enough migrants coming into Goslar. Migrants would, he said, give our town a future. Rather than find a way to create jobs that would attract the town's young people to stay in Goslar, the mayor thought it's a sensible policy to largely replace the population with a wholly different one. During that same crucial month of August 2015, the EU head of the International Organization for Migration, the IOM, took to the pages of the Wall Street Journal in Europe to outline another familiar argument. In the opinion of Eugenio Ambrosi, it was troubling that the continent was having difficulty accepting the unprecedented wave of migrants that had already come in that year. Ambrosi claimed that Europe could easily cope with the influx. The greatest scandal, he claimed, was that Europe was quote, experiencing the most widespread and intense anti-immigrant sentiment seen in decades, end quote. This should change, he insisted, and one way of doing so was to explain the basic argument that he and his colleagues chose to push, which was that this influx of migrants presented a great opportunity for Europe. Migrants, he said, bring new ideas and high motivation, and also pitch in and contribute to our economies and societies when given a fair chance. Sometimes they have a better work ethic than our native Europeans. And then there came the familiar claim that Europe is getting older and will soon be dealing with a serious shortage of working-age people. Germany alone could experience a labor shortage of up to 2.5 million workers by 2020, according to the Boston Consulting Group. Our existing social security systems are not threatened by migration. Quite to the contrary, the contribution of migrants will ensure that the support Europeans receive now will continue into the future. This was another argument for population replacement, this time dressed up in the language of palliative care. Even if Europe's demographic falloff was as severe as Mr. Ambrosi claimed, the most obvious answer was not necessarily to import people from a wholly different culture to make up the next generation. If Ambrosi and his other officials were so concerned to fill any existing or future labor shortages in Germany, surely it would have been sensible, before casting a net across the globe, to look closer to home to the 25 to 50% of young people in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Greece within the European Union domestic economic zone who were suffering from unemployment at the exact same time. People as dedicated as Ambrosi to the free marketeer argument were not even making sense of events on their own terms. More worryingly, they seemed to assume that their free marketeer arguments were the only arguments that would matter, and that the young populations of Southern Europe, among others, would not mind being leapfrogged over by anyone and everyone from the non-European parts of the world. And of course, as migration into Europe reached an unheard-of historical peak, there remained those willing to argue that this was all perfectly normal. The only country to have taken in the same number of migrants per head of population as Germany in 2015 alone was Sweden at 1 to 2%. The country's 2015 arrivals alone numbered somewhere between 160 and 180,000, a historically unprecedented number even for a country with a recent history of taking refugees. So whereas in 2004 Sweden had absorbed around 400 child refugees, in 2015 alone it had to absorb 35,000 child arrivals at the cost of tens of thousands of euros per child per year. During the summer of 2015, migrants flowed into the country daily, not only across the famous Øresund Bridge from Denmark, because between Denmark and Sweden there was no border, but also from the north. Most of those who arrived had no identity papers at all, and this was not always an accident. Residents of Malmö attested to seeing bins at the railway station filled with destroyed identity papers. Yet, even as Sweden was going through this abnormal year, the authorities there continued in the pretense that this was nothing new. In October of 2015, the government put on a conference in support of its migration policy entitled Sweden Together. The king and queen of Sweden were in attendance, along with most of the rest of the political establishment. Among the speakers was Ingrid Lomfors, the head of Sweden's Living History Forum. In her much-praised, a Holocaust education body. In her much-praised speech, Lomfors insisted upon three things: that immigration to Sweden is nothing new, that everyone is a migrant really, and that in any case, there is no such thing as Swedish culture. In its way, the Living History Forum crystallized the problem piled upon problem that post-war immigration across Europe had presented. Even as events were occurring before the public's eyes, the authorities refused to concede that what was happening was anything new. When they did concede it, they only could dress it up as an opportunity for the country. Nowhere was there a willingness to concede that some public suspicion about the consequences of these movements of people might be justified. From the 1950s onwards, the continent had been united in a tendency to underestimate the number of people expected to arrive, and then to massively overestimate the country's ability to integrate those people. There were few moments of humility from the people who were making these decisions, not even over one of the grandest and most evident failings, which was the unwillingness to notice that the immigrant groups who came to Europe might have different views not just from mainstream society, but from each other, and that these facts and views would bring consequences of their own. Nothing demonstrates this failure in the multicultural and post-multicultural eras better than the fact that the ideologies, political and religious, of the newcomers were rarely a subject of consideration, and were almost never a permissible subject of debate. So it was that in each country, post-war immigration was discussed when it was discussed as an issue of race. The racial identities of the incomers were discussed, and any and all concerns raised about this were returned along the terms of anti-racism. What very few people saw or mentioned was that the racial background of incomers was an insignificant matter alongside the far greater issue of creed. When Moroccans first came to Holland in large numbers, they were discussed as Moroccans. When Pakistanis first came to Britain, they were discussed as Pakistanis. The same went for Turks in Germany. But around the turn of the millennium, the period of multi-faithism crept up on Europe, and the significance of the race of migrant groups declined, and Europe's headlines began to wonder whether the issue was not, in fact, religion. It was a subject that took most politicians and commentators in Western Europe entirely by surprise. In the 1980s or 1990s, almost nobody predicted that the first decades of the 20th century in Europe would be riven by discussions about religion. The increasingly secular continent had expected to be able to leave faith behind, or at least recognize that after many centuries, the place of religion in the modern state had been pretty much settled. If, more specifically, anybody in the late part of the 20th century had said that the early years of the next century in Europe would be rife with the discussions about blasphemy, and that death for blasphemy would once again have to be expected in Europe, any audience would have scorned the prediction and doubted the sanity of the claimant. It was not that the early warning sirens that went off were not heard. How could some of them not be? The problem was that they were consistently ignored. Britain had one of the earliest warnings from Valentine's Day 1989, when the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini, issued a document calling on all zealous Muslims of the world to know that the author of the book entitled The Satanic Verses, which has been compiled, printed, and published in opposition to Islam, the Prophet, and the Quran, and all those involved in this publication who are aware of its contents, are sentenced to death. The Ayatollah went on, I call on all zealous Muslims to execute them quickly, wherever they may be found, so that no one else will dare to insult. The head of a Tehran charitable foundation followed this up with a $3 million reward on the novelist's bounty to be reduced by $2 million if the murderer was non-Muslim. Britain and the rest of Europe learned the word fatwa for the first time. Within less than 24 hours, the target, Salman Rushdie, was in hiding, with protection provided by the British state. Soon thousands of British Muslims were on the street supporting the imposition of Islamic blasphemy laws in Britain. In Bradford, in the north of England, the novel was nailed to a piece of wood and then burnt in the front of crowds of thousands. One man, who thanks to the controversy was on the fast track to a Muslim leadership status, Sir Iqbal Sakrani, was asked whether he thought the author of the book deserved death. Sakrani replied, "Death perhaps is a bit too easy for him." Britain's most famous convert to Islam, Yusuf Islam, formerly known as the singer Cat Stevens, was asked on a television program if he would give Rushdie shelter if he were to turn up at his door. He replied, "I'd try to phone the Ayatollah Khomeini and tell him exactly where this man is." Asked whether he'd go to a demonstration where an effigy of Rushdie was being burnt, he replied, "I would have hoped that it would be the real thing." Across the political and cultural worlds, people debated this reawakening question of the term blasphemy in the 20th century, 21st century, for that matter. On both the political left and right, there were those who believed that the novelist had transgressed the rules of courtesy. Among the high Tory right, Lord Docker told a newspaper, "I would not shed a tear if some of the British Muslims, deploring his manners, should waylay him in a dark street and seek to improve them." The Foreign Secretary, Sir Geoffrey Howe, stressed on television that he himself had no love for the book and that it was rude about Britain. Others dug up earlier criticisms of Rushdie's about Britain and concluded that the chickens were coming home to roost. The Prince of Wales allegedly said in private that Rushdie deserved everything that he got. Faith leaders, meanwhile, competed to mollify the Islamic Republic. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Robert Runcie, said that he understood the Muslims' feelings, and the chief rabbi, Emanuel Jakobowicz, said that both Mr. Rushdie and the Ayatollah have abused freedom of speech. There were similar pronouncements from the leadership of the Catholic Church and other denominations. From the political left, John Le Carre declared that there is no law in life or nature that says great religions may be insulted with impunity. And the Labour MP Bernie Grant, one of the first black MPs in the British House of Commons, told a meeting of fellow MPs that white people were trying to impose their values on the world,
and that although he didn't agree with the Ayatollahs, Muslims in Iran should have a right to live their own lives, besides which burning books he claimed was not a big issue. Still, a small but determined group of people did realize what the fatwa meant in support of the novelist, whom the Ayatollah referred to as that blasphemous bastard. The novelist Fay Weldon was sitting opposite Cat Stevens when he made his comments and remarked with amazement that a police chief superintendent who was also in the studio did not simply walk across and arrest the singer for incitement to murder. In a subsequent pamphlet, Weldon claimed that Britain was paying the price for the fact that too few people had bothered to read the Quran and had instead been too happy to murmur platitudes about great world religions. This broadside in turn was viewed by some British Muslims as hate speech, and with even a fairly moderate Muslim writer of the period, Zudin Sadar, claiming that it seemed Weldon could fabricate whatever she wished and produce a prejudiced diatribe simply because Muslims were fair game. In fact, it was only people associated with Rushdie who were fair game. In 1991, Rushdie's Italian translator was stabbed and beaten up in his apartment in Milan. In 1993, the Norwegian publisher of the Satanic Verses, William Nygaard, was shot 3 times outside his house in Oslo. In Britain, 2 bookshops were firebombed for stalking the book, and other shops, including a London department store that housed a Penguin bookshop, had bombs planted in them. And in 1989, a young man called Mustafa Mahmoud Mazeh blew himself up and destroyed several floors of a London hotel while priming a bomb intended for Rushdie. There were some people who realized that this was a matter of free speech, in America as well as Europe. For instance, that year's president of the writers group PEN, Susan Sontag, organized an event at which prominent authors would read from Rushdie's novel. A bit of civic fortitude is what is required here, as she put it. But although there was some civic as well as governmental fortitude, there was barely any wider understanding of what was happening. Broadslides like Weldon's were highly unusual during the period in realizing that Rushdie had not simply had the bad luck to poke a hornet's nest that happened to be inhabited. He had poked a hornet's nest that had recently been imported into the country and that was growing. When Hilaire Belloc published The Great Heresies in 1938, he had devoted a chapter to The Great and Enduring Heresy of Muhammad, a passage that makes the Satanic Verses look tame. But Belloc had not had to escape into hiding or live under police protection for a decade because in the 1930s there had not been the large influx of Muslims into Britain. At the time of the Salman Rushdie affair, there were just under 1 million Muslims in the UK, a number that would treble in the 2 decades after. Britain was undergoing a crash course in the rules of Islam, just as everybody else was going to have to in the years ahead. Thanks to the protection measures put around Rushdie by the British government, he survived the Satanic Verses affair. But as the author Kanan Malik put it much later, society as a whole, and the publishing industry in particular, internalized the fatwa. Things that were published before 1989 would not be published again. The assassin's veto took over, and soon it was not only novels that might be critical of Islam, but even phonically uncritical novels that became unpublishable. In 2008, security concerns persuaded the same British publishers that had published Rushdie's novel to withdraw the publishing of a work of romance about the founder of Islam called The Jewel of Medina. A small independent publisher in London that picked up the novel to make a point against censorship was subsequently firebombed by 3 British Muslims. Apart from making a society internalize the threat of violence, the Rushdie affair had another important effect on Britain. It embedded the idea of community politics along faith-based lines, because as soon as thousands of angry Muslims appeared on British streets, the question arose of who spoke for these people. In Britain, the Rushdie affair created the first organized Muslim representative organization, the UK Action Committee on Islamic Affairs, the UKACIA, was put together as a direct effort to coordinate anger about and preclude any repeat of the Rushdie affair. In the years afterwards, this led to the creation of the Muslim Council of Britain, the MCB, the largest umbrella group claiming to represent British Muslims. The organization was not only political, but sectarian.
Although the group was financially supported by Saudi Arabia, then vying with Iran to be the dominant Muslim power, it was dominated by people from the Pakistani Islamist group Jamaat-e-Islami. The creation of such an entity obviously benefited those who were almost overnight promoted from obscurity into positions such as community spokesmen, always men. Always men. It also benefited their own hardline branch of Islam, with each apparent or actual escalation of the crisis strengthening their hand and sidelining more liberal and independent elements within the community. In the short term, the creation of such groups appeared useful for government. As Henry Kissinger reportedly asked, quote, "What number do I dial to get Europe?" End quote. So the British government in the wake of the Rushdie crisis asked, What number do I dial to get the Muslim community?" Those who claim this was a familiar brand of left-wing politics forget that in Britain it was a conservative Home Secretary, Michael Howard, who encouraged the creation of the MCB and made it into the interlocutory group for the government. The alleged success of the model meant that it was exported across other Western countries, where even France, despite its traditions, chose to encourage representative bodies for French Muslims, notably the Council Français de Culte Musulman, CFCM. In France, as in Britain, this was the creation of a right-wing government and one right-wing politician in general, Nicolas Sarkozy. The downsides should have been obvious from the start, but were not. These include the fact that ordinary Muslims suddenly had a branch of religious representation inserted between them and their political representatives. The model also favored those who were already politically active and engaged, while disadvantaging those too busy with their own lives or careers to bother with community politics, let alone community politics already tied up by sectarian groups. The model favored the loud, the extreme, the offended, and those like Jamaat that were already organized, a fact that meant their brand of sectarian politics, which was often unpopular in their country of origin, became the mainstream voice for Muslim representation in Europe. 4 years after 9/11, Rushdie gave an interview in which he discussed Islamic efforts to dominate in the wake of the Satanic Verses affair, and in particular to exclude progressive Muslim voices. He said, quote, "People weren't interested in hearing about this at the time, and then along comes 9/11, and how many people say that, in hindsight, the fatwa was the prologue, and this is the main event," end quote. But even before that, there were warning signs across Europe that the continent's 21st century was going to be constantly entangled in the demands of one religion in particular, because its adherents had been brought to Europe in such large numbers. One country that had a noticeable head start in these arguments was Holland. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content. This video is part of an audiobook series featuring The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or visit my website for downloads. Chapter 8: Profits Without Honor. When labor in the Netherlands was scarce in the 1960s, immigration into the country had mainly come from Morocco and Turkey. The immigrants brought their wives and families, and by the 1990s, the continuing immigration and higher birth rates among these communities meant that they were growing at a much faster rate than any other community in the country. The Dutch government's policy had been to emphasize integration without prejudice to everyone's own identity. The few people in public life who objected to the government's immigration and integration policies during this period were not treated kindly. In the 1980s, one maverick politician, Hans Janmaat, proclaimed that the Netherlands was full and expressed himself opposed to the multicultural model, insisting that immigrants should either assimilate into the Dutch way of life or leave. Not only was Janmaat publicly shunned, but in 1986, left-wing activists set fire to a hotel in Kadicum in the south of the country, where his small party was holding a meeting. Janmaat's wife was among those forced to jump from the building to save their lives, losing a leg in the process. Perhaps in part because of its reputation as the most liberal country in Europe, thanks to its legalization of soft drugs and liberal attitudes towards sexual minorities, By the 1990s, Holland was beginning to experience tensions with its fastest growing minority group. During this period, a number of politicians privately agreed that the increasing number of Muslims in the Netherlands presented problems too large for any one political party to address, that mass immigration and integration in Holland were not working, and that simply attacking those who raised concerns would no longer address the problem. Free expression was an early clash point. On the 5th of October of 1990, a Muslim religion leader said in a radio program on a Dutch-subsidized radio station in Amsterdam, "Those who resist Islam, the order of Islam, or oppose Allah and His Prophet, you have permission to kill, hang, slaughter, or banish, as it says in the Sharia." Oh man. In 1991, the head of the Dutch Liberal Party, VVD, Frits Bolkestein, gave a speech and wrote a follow-up article in which he voiced what some other leaders from across the political spectrum were also beginning to worry about. Bolkestein noted that Islam is not only a religion, it is a way of life. In this, its vision runs counter to the liberal separation of church and state. He also highlighted the differences between Islamic attitudes towards women and that of Dutch law and custom. While recognizing that the new populations in Holland were clearly not going to go anywhere, Bolkestein concluded that full, real integration into Dutch life was the only answer to the questions he was raising. But there was a final problem. Quote, "The problem is that we cannot afford to be wrong," end quote. Both speech and article were greeted with huge amounts of criticism. Prime Minister Ruud Lubbers called the article dangerous, while another minister accused its author of being insulting to the Muslim community. One prominent opinion journalist claimed that it would fan racist sentiments. In Culture Where Ideas Still Matter, the sociologist Paul Schnabel's 1998 book, The Multicultural Illusion, A Plea for Adaptation and Assimilation, brought many of these issues further into the acceptable mainstream, as in 2000 did the essay The Multicultural Drama, by the academic and Dutch Labour Party member Paul Scheffer. But the public and the politicians were still at a wild divergence. A survey carried out in 1998 discovered that already about half of Dutch people thought that Western European and Muslim ways of life are irreconcilable. The leadership of Bolkestein and others gave their country the advantage of going relatively early through the issues that every other Western country would have to stumble through in the decade ahead. Nevertheless, among the political class there remained a serious reluctance to tackle the problem. In the end, it took a popular pundit and professor from the political left to make this discussion normal. Until he got onto the subject of Islam, there was nothing remotely right-wing about Pim Fortuyn. A Marxist university professor and a gay man, Fortuyn was a high-profile advocate of promiscuity and almost every other libertarian attitude. Only once he got onto the subject of Islam did he become right-wing. His 1997 book, Against the Islamization of Our Culture, focused on the range of challenges that he said Islam posed to Dutch society. All were issues that had until then been campaigning points of the political left. They concluded the fact that Islam had not achieved the separation of church and state, which had been the achievement of Dutch Christianity, a separation that gave the Dutch not only freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and other human rights, but without which the holy space had no guard against clerical intrusion based on holy texts. Another of Fortuyn's principal objections to Islam was the difference in attitude toward the sexes. He argued that Muslim women in Holland should have the same right to emancipation as all other Dutch women. He seized with fury upon Islamic attitudes towards sexual minorities, his own community. Dutch society had led the world in passing legislation and creating a culture in which equality between men and women and between heterosexuals and homosexuals had become the norm. The practices of Muslim-majority countries demonstrated, with varying degrees of austerity, that these principles were not compatible with Islam. Yet despite these obvious clashes, Dutch society was trying to pretend that its own tolerance could coexist with the intolerance of the fastest-growing portion of Dutch society. Fortuyn felt that it could not. Through his newspaper columns and on popular television programs, Fortuyn became a master not only at expressing his own views, but also at teasing out the views of other people. On a television discussion show, he acted as flamboyantly as he could in front of a Dutch imam until the imam exploded in rage over Fortuyn's homosexuality. Mainstream Dutch politicians also told him what they thought of him. During a television debate in '97 about his Islamization book, the leading Labour Party politician and former cabinet minister Marcel Van Dam told Fortean that he was an extremely inferior human being, and this was only a taste of the vitriol to come. By the time of the 9/11 attacks, Dutch society had been around the central parts of the discussion several times, and Fortean had begun to devote his energy to politics. He was expelled from the party when he had joined when he described Islam as a backward culture, but promptly started his own political party, the List Pim Fortune, LPF. Because of its voting system politics, more than perhaps any other country in Europe, it is comparatively easy for new outsider parties to break in. In a matter of weeks in the lead up to the 2002 national elections, Fortean upturned the whole of Dutch politics. Unrestrained by colleagues, he increasingly warned of the threat to Dutch identity, and in particular, to the country's liberal identity. He warned that multiculturalism was not working, and was instead seeing the growth of parallel societies, especially in the growth of the Muslim ghettos. He warned that it was 5 minutes to midnight, and that Holland had only this brief window to turn itself around. Combined with innate showmanship and a refusal to play the media's games on its own terms, in the run-up to the 2002 election, it looked as though the population was willing to trust Fortean with their country. His political opponents threw everything they had at him. They said that he was a racist. They compared him to Hitler. More moderate opponents spoke of him as Mussolini. In a television interview shortly before he died, Fortean talked of the threats to his life that were coming in and said that if anything were to happen to him, his political opponents, who had so demonized him, should be responsible for, or should take some of the responsibility for lining up the assassin. They didn't, of course. In just over a week before the election, as Fortean was leaving a radio interview, a man shot him in the head, repeatedly, at close range. The nation took a deep breath of fear that the killer might turn out to be a Muslim. But the culprit turned out to be a far-left vegan activist who, at his subsequent trial, explained that he had killed his victim because he felt Fortean was targeting Muslims. In the aftermath of the murder, the Netherlands went into mourning, and in the ensuing election, voters gave Fortean's party the largest number of seats, a gift it repaid by petty infighting and a total inability to deliver on its mandate. The Dutch public's desire to deal with the challenges at the ballot box were thwarted, and although those who picked up his political mantle included Geert Wilders, who had left the main VDD Liberal Party, also to form his own, none of Fortean's successors were able to pick up the working class and young entrepreneurial vote that Fortean had been able to. Although the murder of the man who would later be voted the greatest Dutchman of all time shuttered one part of electoral politics, it did, however, allow the debate to widen in the society as a whole. It was not sustainable to believe that Fortean was a fascist, and that a large proportion of the Dutch public also supported a fascist. One of those who continued to speak out in the vacuum left by Fortean was the filmmaker Theo van Gogh. As well as being friends, the two had appeared on television together many times, not least on Van Gogh's show A Pleasant Conversation, at the end of which the presenter would hand his guest a cactus. After Fortean's murder, Van Gogh worked on a film about the murder and continued to write books and articles. In his 2003 book, Allah Weet Het Beter, Allah Knows Best, included a cover image of Van Gogh wearing a Muslim headrobe and staring out as a mimic of the fundamentalists of Islam. In television appearances and public debates, Van Gogh took on the most outspoken Islamists in the Netherlands, including on one occasion the Hezbollah-trained extremist Jab Abu Jaja, who described himself as the pimp of the Prophet. After that event, which stopped when Jaja refused to be on stage with Van Gogh, Jaja's retinue were heard saying, "We'll get that pig and cut him open." Around this time, at public events, including book signings for Allah Knows Best, Van Gogh started to become nervous for his own security. Then in 2004, he made a short film called Submission about the mistreatment of women within Islam. The script had been written by a young Somali immigrant to the Netherlands, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, and around the time that the film was screened on Dutch television at the end of August, the threat to the filmmakers grew. Van Gogh refused to accept the security that was offered. It was his view, according to those closest to him, that any Islamist assassins would be unlikely to target the village idiot. Village idiot or not, An assassin did catch up with him as he cycled to work in Amsterdam on the morning of November 2nd, 2004. He was stabbed and had his throat slit and stabbed in the chest. In the dying moments, Van Gogh said to the murderer, "Can we talk about this?" The knife stuck into his body included a threat to the life of the scriptwriter. She was immediately spirited out of the country by the Dutch security service, while a number of other Dutch critics of Islam, including the Iranian-born academic Afshin Ilian, were also put under police protection. For a period, even the most careful critics of elements of Islam, like the Dutch academic Paul Clitour, silenced themselves. Politicians, academics, journalists, and others had learned the tough lesson, that criticizing Islam in the manner in which Dutch society was able to criticize pretty much every other religion was at the very least something that changed your life and was also, unless you had police protection, likely to be deadly. The country that in the past had fostered religious doubt and produced rationalist thinkers like Spinoza was now very anxious on the subject of religion. This fact put even more pressure on the few people who were not willing to play by the assassin's rules. Among those willing to continue to defy the extremists was a young woman of Somali origin who had fled to Holland 10 years before to escape a forced marriage. Hirsi Ali was in every way a model migrant. Having arrived in the country, she claimed and was given asylum, and while working basic factory jobs, learned the Dutch language and was soon able to apply to university. She studied at the University of Leiden whilst working with other immigrants as a translator. Just over a decade after arriving in the Netherlands, she received her MA in political science, worked as a researcher, and entered the country's parliament as an MP for the Liberal Party. It was a meteoric immigrant success story. Her success was due to intelligence, charisma, hard work, and exceptional personal bravery. But the swiftness of her rise to prominence also occurred because Dutch society desperately needed some immigrant success stories. Yet it seemed to come as a shock to some on the left in particular that this immigrant refused to say the things that they expected of her. Hirsi Ali would later write of the 9/11 attacks that they caused her to, quote, investigate whether the roots of evil can be traced to the faith I grew up with, was the aggression and the hatred inherent to Islam itself, end quote. 6 months later, she read a book on atheism that she had been given several years earlier and dared to admit that she was no longer a believer. In her own time, she announced her evolving thoughts in public, but the Dutch media class in particular seemed intent on pushing her, trying to make her say things that they would not say. One interviewer pressed her to use that same crucial word Freudian had used, achterlicht, or backward society. Was Islam backwards compared to Dutch society? There seemed to be two movements pushing at Hirsi Ali. One, broadly, coming from the political left, wanting her to say things for which they could then attack her. Another, coming from left and right, wanting her to say things in order to free things up for everybody else to say them. It was harder to accuse a black woman of racism than it was a white man. But nevertheless, the supporters of the status quo found a way around this by claiming that Hirsi Ali did not know what she was saying because she was traumatized by experiences that they insisted were wholly uncommon. As a victim of female genital mutilation, a subject about which she would write graphically in the autobiography, someone who had as a teenager believed death was a suitable punishment for Salman Rushdie, had fled a forced marriage and understood at first hand the challenges of integration, Hirsi Ali tackled the most brittle issues. A sign that the coming years were not going to go well was that this exemplary immigrant found herself assailed not just by the large proportion of the Dutch political class, but with extraordinary vitriol by the country's Muslim community. Early in her public career, a friend had asked Hirsi Ali, "Don't you realize how small this country is and how explosive it is, what you're saying?" As she recounted her response in her autobiography, she said, "Explosive? In a country where prostitution and soft drugs are licit, where euthanasia and abortion are practiced, where men cry on TV and naked people walk on the beach, and the Pope is joked about on national television, where the famous author Gerard Reeve is renowned for having fantasized about making love with a donkey, an animal he used as a metaphor for God." Surely nothing I could say would be seen as anything close to explosive in such a context. But it was. Hirsi Ali had put her finger on the sorest point of Dutch society. A people who like to think of themselves as tolerant and open and decent were wondering whether this tolerance and openness and decency had gone too far. How could they enforce any limits? Hirsi Ali was telling them that there were limits, and she was living proof of some of them. And so, in spite of the threats to her life, both before and after the murder of her colleague Van Gogh, she believed that some things must be said, and there are times when silence becomes an accomplice to injustice. Everywhere in Europe, these same concerns were growing. During the decades in which European governments allowed immigration to run at the levels they did, few, if any, expected that one consequence would be that they would spend the foreseeable future trying to balance Islamic laws and demands with European culture and traditions. Yet, as the immigrant populations grew, everywhere the same problems erupted. Sometimes it occurred because of the discovery of what was going on within the communities. In France in 2004, a young Muslim woman named Geoffrine Hadawi was stoned to death in Marseille for refusing the advances of a young Muslim man. In the UK, the police admitted that they had failed to investigate scores of suspicious deaths because they had thought that these potential honor killings were community matters. In 2006, the British Medical Association reported that at least 74,000 women in Britain had been subjected to religious genital mutilation. At the same time, individuals from the Muslim communities in Europe who had spoken out publicly about any negative aspects of their culture or who had appeared to go against their community in any way were increasingly the subject of physical intimidation and violence. From the Norwegian pop star Deepika Thal, who was attacked on stage in Oslo for her immodesty, to the columnist and activist Nosheen Ilias in Italy, minorities within the minority turned out to be perhaps the most threatened people of all. In all the time, there was a slowly growing awareness that the newest incomers to Europe might not all look favorably on some of the oldest. Throughout the multicultural era, it had been assumed that minorities would have their minority status in common with other minorities. The idea that they would bring any of their ancient animosities with them seemed to occur to almost no one in power. But as the numbers grew, this presumption began to crumble. Few non-Muslim Europeans insisted on their right to speak about their continent with greater passion than the famous Italian journalist and author Oriana Fallaci. The only Western journalist ever to have got an interview with Rushdie's persecutor in Iran, Fallaci was in her 70s at the turn of the millennium. In younger days, her celebrated interviews with Khomeini as well as Colonel Gaddafi, the Shah of Iran, Henry Kissinger, and others had made her perhaps the world's most feared interviewer. These encounters up close with power, as well as her travels around the world's war zones, had given her a deadly rage about many things, and a rage against Islam was among them. The daughter of anti-fascists, she had grown up in Mussolini's Italy. Though her father, Fallaci, had become involved in anti-fascist activities, and through her father, Fallaci, became involved in anti-fascist activities. At the end of her life, she would recall the errands she would run as a girl, hiding hand grenades and lettuce to take them to the opposition headquarters, gun-running, and posting partisan materials. Her country and her home city, Florence, were occupied from 1943 to 44 by the Nazis, and though she was only in her teens at the time, Fallaci, like her family, fought to get her city and her country back. When she talked of fascism, she talked with the benefit of experience. After her many years of uncompromising and brutal interviews, Fallaci turned to fictionalized accounts of her life, including a novel, Inshallah, based upon her experiences of the civil war in Lebanon. In the 1990s, she retreated into an ever greater solitude, living above her publisher's shop in New York and working on a novel about her family and childhood. When 9/11 happened, one of the things it did was to waken this dormant literary volcano in Manhattan. Within a fortnight, she had completed a long essay that made up a special supplement of the Italian paper Corriere della Sera. It was characteristically tumultuous, heartfelt, torrential, and furious assault on the people who had brought down the Twin Towers, on the people who had turned a blind eye to the threat, on the Muslims around the world who celebrated the act, and unfortunately on the religion itself. It was a distinct and passionate production. That edition of Corriere sold out, and Fallaci swiftly turned the polemic into a short book published in 2002. The Rage and the Pride sold more than 1 million copies in Italy and hundreds of thousands more copies in translations across Europe. It was the defense of vicious counterattacks from the offset and fierce defenses in her homeland from the religious as well as those like Fallaci, who were atheists. In the ebb and flow of intellectual and political fashions, it is easy to forget or dismiss as overnight sensations works like The Rage and the Pride. But almost no work had such a wide and powerful impact on its readers or retained such a strong effect away from polite society. Taking, by her own admission, the form of a j'accuse or sermon to the West, Fallaci's work attacked those who carried out terror in the name of Islam on the increasing of number of Muslims in the West and those in the West who have no balls to stand up for themselves against these incomers. She wrote, quote, "I'm very, very, very angry. Angry with a rage which is cold, lucid, and rational," she wrote. "A rage which eliminates any detachment, any indulgence, which orders me to answer them and to spit in their face," end quote. And the pitch did not lower from there. Writing of the fight that she and her family were engaged in when she was a child, she compared it with a recent reaction of public officials to the occupation of the Duomo Square in Florence, when the Somali Muslims in Florence erected tents around the cathedral. The camp lasted for 3 months and was a major controversy in Florence at her time. In her polemic, Fallaci told of how she had contacted every public official in Florence and then in Italy, demanding to know why they could not clear away this site in the center of the city, only to be greeted on each occasion with professions of incapability. She relates that eventually she phoned a local policeman and told him that if he didn't clear the tents away, she would burn them down herself, and he would then have to arrest her and incarcerate her in her own city. Such emasculated Italians, Europeans, and Westerners in general were as much the target of Fallaci's rage as Muslims, as all were those who would draw comparisons or equality between the world of the West and the world of Islam. While acknowledging the failings and sins of the West, Fallaci insisted, "I want to defend my culture, not theirs, and I inform you that I, like Dante Alighieri and Shakespeare, and Goethe and Verlaine, and Walt Whitman and Leopardi, and much more than Omar Khayyam." She had, she claimed, as much veneration for any work of art as any Muslim professed to have for Mecca. The cultural pride and defiance of Fallaci perhaps stood out because it was so rare during the period. Yet, Fallaci's style undoubtedly tipped over into something else. In relating the desecration by Somali Muslims in the Duomo Square, she obsessed about their bodily functions, about the excrement and especially the trails of urine from the camp. Though it was when discussing the reproductive habits of the new Muslims of Italy that Fallaci walked into trouble. A fixation on the numbers of Muslims coming into Europe and the number of children they brought or had once they were here was not something that Fallaci had plucked from nowhere. Nor was her suggestion that this migration, or hijra, was a declared intention of some Muslim leaders. In The Rage and the Pride, she quotes Islamic leaders who boast that they intended to do exactly as she was describing. She quotes an Islamic scholar who allegedly told a synod at the Vatican in 1999, quote, "By means of your democracy we shall invade you. By means of our religion we shall dominate you," end quote. It was, as Fallaci said, a reverse crusade. All this leads Fallaci to conclude that Europe's Muslims are attempting not only a quest of souls, but also a quest of territory. And then, she says, they breed too much, and Italians don't produce babies anymore, those idiots. For decades, they have had and still have had the lowest birth rate in the West. This is the slightly watered-down version that Fallaci's publishers released when the author translated her own work into her own idiosyncratic English. But in the original edition, Fallaci had unfortunately flavored this with an observation that likened Muslims to, frankly, animals. Muslim groups in Italy pressed for Fallaci to be prosecuted on the grounds, among others, of vilification of religion. Similar prosecutions against her were attempted in France. This happened in 2002, at the same time as a spate of similar prosecutions were attempted against public figures. In France, the actress turned animal rights campaigner Brigitte Bardot was prosecuted for statements including her attacks on the practice of halal slaughter. French Muslim groups also attempted the prosecution of the novelist Michel Houellebecq for saying in an interview that he thought Islam was a stupid religion and the Quran poorly written. The prospect of prosecution in her own home country for offending Islam was not the only threat to Fallaci after the publication of The Rage and the Pride. When she returned to Italy, she had to be protected around the clock by the Carabinieri. These and other outrages to her in her home country spurred Fallaci to a less disciplined work than The Rage and the Pride. In this, her follow-up sermon, The Force of Reason, which sold almost as many copies in continental Europe and saw the same preoccupations taken up a notch. The argument was not devoid of historical or present-day evidence. In defense of her view that Muslims were trying to outbreed Europeans inside Europe, Fallaci quoted the former Algerian president Houari Boumediene, when in 1974 he told the General Assembly of the UN, quote, "One day millions of men will leave the southern hemisphere of this planet and burst into the northern one, but not as friends, because they will burst in to conquer, and they will conquer by populating it with their children. Victory will come to us from the wombs of our women." Whoa. End quote. A third and final book by Fallaci in a similar vein followed. The noisy wing of the Italian left excoriated Fallaci for her final works, but millions of others listened to and revered her. In 2005, shortly after becoming the new pope, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger invited Fallaci to come and speak with him at his summer residence, on the understanding that what they discussed would never be made public. The following year, Fallaci died of the cancer she had been battling for decades. Until the end of the legal cases against her were still coming, and the debate around Italy's Cassandra quieted for a few years until events brought her books back to life once again. In the year Fallaci died, the new pope himself came into conflict with the force she had excoriated. Pope Benedict did not issue a Fallaci-like screed. Instead, in the course of a speech on faith and reason at the University of Regensburg, he merely quoted a single sentence from the Byzantine Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos. "Show me just what Muhammad brought that was new, and there you will find things only evil and inhuman, such as is his command to spread by the sword the faith he preached." End quote. Before reading the quote, Pope Benedict did say that the phrase had a brusqueness that we find unacceptable. In doing so, he reiterated that he was quoting. Nevertheless, the words went around the world that the Pope had said words which insulted Islam. There were riots across the Muslim world, and a 65-year-old Italian nun was murdered in Somalia. Protests and riots over the cartoons of Muhammad published in Denmark a few months before were already a common occurrence. Now they were joined by other riots and protests about the Pope. The fact that everybody, from Europe's most devout atheists to the head of the Catholic Church, was simultaneously falling foul of the same forces still seemed not to be enough of a warning. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content. This video is part of an audiobook series featuring Europe, The Strange Death of Europe, Immigration, Identity, and Islam, by Douglas Murray in 2017. For more audiobooks, please visit my YouTube channel, find me on Spotify, or check out my website for downloads. Chapter 9. Early Warning Sirens. Other sirens were going off across Europe. In the early 2000s, in Holland and then Norway, the gay American author Bruce Bauer began to grow worried that increasing numbers of gay men in his acquaintance in Europe's most liberal cities, including Amsterdam, were being beaten up by Muslim men. Bauer had left his native country in the 1990s partly because of what he saw as the rise of the influence of Christian pastors who were virulently opposed to gay rights. In Europe, Bauer began to notice that there was a different type of cleric, from a different religion than the one he was used to, who didn't just think that gays shouldn't be allowed to marry, but thought that they should be thrown from tall buildings. Like Pim Fortuyn, Bauer started to wonder why a society that prided itself on its liberalism seemed to be worried about offending Muslims more than it worried about protecting gays. Islamic homophobia, an issue that had barely occurred to the gay press, much less to the mainstream press, began to get a tiny airing. But the gay rights groups that had been so virulent in their attacks on the Catholic and other Christian churches seemed willing not only to sit out this sharper problem, but to attack people like Bauer for raising the facts. In 2 books and many articles, he attempted to highlight the oddity of liberal societies going quiet on such bigotry, just because it was coming from a community of immigrants. A set of competing victimhood narratives appeared to exist, Bauer showed, but gays were being trumped in that narrative at the moment by the Muslims. Like every other early warning siren, Bauer was considerably defamed for his trouble, often by the liberal gay press and others who might have been expected to heed his call. He was just one more demonstration of the fact that when the messenger was not actually shot, he or she was in other ways silenced as much as possible. But throughout the first decade of the century, it was the early warning sirens on blasphemy and free speech that finally became most audible on the front line. The publication of a set of cartoons of Islam's prophet in a small circulation Danish newspaper, Jyllands-Posten, demonstrated one flashpoint of the era. The cartoon crisis was another demonstration, like the Rushdie affair 16 years earlier, that the issues brought about by mass migration would continue to surprise. If a Dane in the 1990s had said that the story which would bring the most attention to their country in the next decade would most likely be a cartoon crisis, a phrase people increasingly uttered with a straight face, people would have thought that the person was unhinged. Yet that crisis was kicked off in 2005 when an editor at Jyllands-Posten learned that a Danish children's publisher could not find any cartoonist willing to contribute cartoons for the volume on Islam in a series of children's books on the world's religions. Startled that such a taboo should exist in a free society, the newspaper tested whether that taboo was breakable. Not smart. They showed that it was, but at great cost. As well as leading to riots and embassy burnings across the Muslim world, there were also protests by Muslims throughout Europe. In London, protesters outside the Danish embassy held signs saying, "Freedom go to hell, 7-7 on the way," and calls to behead. After several thwarted attempts on the life of Kurt Westergaard, one of the Danish cartoonists, an axe-wielding Muslim trained by al-Shabaab in Africa entered the cartoonist's house on New Year's Day in an effort to decapitate him, 2010. A safe room that Westergaard had been persuaded to install in his home was the only thing that saved him. My goodness. This soon became the new normal in Europe. In the wake of the Danish affair, cartoon crises started breaking out across Europe. In 2006, in Norway, the editor of the Christian paper Magasinet chose to reproduce the Danish cartoons to show his readers what all the fuss was about. The Norwegian Prime Minister, Jens Stoltenberg, not only criticized the paper's editor, Vebjørn Selbekk, for doing so, this is tough today, guys, but threatened him with prosecution. When a mob burnt down the Norwegian embassy in Damascus, the Prime Minister claimed that Selbekk was jointly responsible for the outrage. Other political and cultural figures lined up to attack the provocation and lack of respect shown by the paper, while Selbekk himself was forced to go into hiding and receive police protection. The next year, a cartoon crisis broke out in Sweden when the artist Lars Vilks drew a picture of Muhammad and was chased into hiding. As with the Jyllands-Posten cartoonists, in the years that followed there were multiple terrorist efforts to kill him. In 2011, the offices of the French satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo, one of the only publications to reprint the Danish cartoons, were firebombed in Paris. In 2013, the Danish journalist and historian Lars Hedegaard, a prominent critic of Islam, was visited at his door in the morning by a gunman who fired 2 shots at his head. The 70-year-old survived because the gun jammed on the second bullet. Hedegaard managed to punch the man, who subsequently ran off, finding sanctuary in Turkey. These were only some of the attacks that happened in the period from 2005 onwards, but there were many more to come. This is just going to go through like another bunch of tales of that happening. I just want to get to the interesting parts of the book. There seemed to be no end in sight to such legal and physical attacks, and so nobody flinched in 2015 at a passing mention in a piece in the Atlantic magazine to Europe's endless debilitating blasphemy wars. Despite a couple of decades of warning, from the Rushdie affair onwards, no one in any position of authority or power had predicted this wave of events. No one who had opened up the borders of Europe to mass migration from the Third World had ever thought about it as a Muslim issue. No one had prepared for the possibility that those arriving might not only become integrated, but might bring many social and religious views with them, and that other minorities might be the first victims of such a lack of foresight.
No one in a position of influence had expected that an upsurge in immigration would lead to an increase in anti-Semitism and gay bashing. No one who had ever nodded through the lax immigration policies had ever predicted this emergence of Muslim blasphemy as one of the major cultural and security issues of 21st century Europe. All those who had warned about it had either been ignored, defamed, dismissed, prosecuted, or killed. Rarely, if ever, even after the facts changed, did the actual victims receive much sympathy. What mainstream politics and much of the media had in fact done, right up to and throughout the 2000s, was encourage a sense that the people in Europe who were shouting fire were the arsonists. Efforts to silence the people who raised their voice, whether through violence, intimidation, or the courts, meant that 3 decades after the Rushdie affair, there was almost no one in Europe who would dare write a novel, compose a piece of music, or even draw an image which might invoke Muslim anger. Indeed, they ran in the other direction. Politicians and almost everybody else went out of their way to show how much they did admire the religion of Islam. Of course, in the aftermath of large-scale terrorist attacks in Madrid 2004, London 2005, and Paris in 2015, governments had to do something and had to be seen to be doing something. Most proved able to address the specific counterterrorism aspects of the problem, but they remained hopeless prisoners of their own and their predecessors' policies, and continued to be caught in a language game entirely of their own invention. In June of 2007, 2 car bombs were left in the center of London by a doctor in the NHS and another Muslim who was a PhD student. The first device was left outside a popular nightclub on Ladies' Night, and the nail-packed bomb was placed outside the glass frontage. Wow, this is horrific. Next paragraph. 6 years later, after another 2 British Muslims had this is another just grisly example. I'll be pausing the audiobook, guys. I'm just kind of not here for all the grisly details. That's not really my cup of tea. I'm just going to get to the stuff that's happening, the political stuff in Europe, and reasons. I hope that you bear with me. Back to the book. Like the politicians, most of the media across Europe throughout these years showed very little desire either to understand or say publicly what might be going on. For the press, the causes were obvious, a combination of fear, cowardice, and an internalization of the threat. The politicians, meanwhile, could not face up to the problem because they were responsible for introducing it into Europe. Throughout all the decades that had gone before, almost no one had considered the ideologies or beliefs of the people who were coming or showed much curiosity in doing so, as is wont in the liberal economy. Politicians and the media in general minimized the differences between Islam and any other faith, and all the time they insisted that the solution to the problem, if it did exist, was to bind the future of European societies to the future of Islam in backing the moderates so that a reformed version could prevail. This, the politicians insisted, would solve the problem both for Europe and for Islam as a whole. They appeared to have no awareness of the fact that from the Mutazilites in the 10th century to the Iranian Ali Dashti in the 20th century, Islamic history had witnessed many reform movements and many reform-minded individuals, all of which had been defeated by the force, arguments, and appeals to authority of the fundamentalists. What European politicians were doing during this period was tying the future of Europe's security to a reform movement that had failed throughout history, and was at the very least likely to fail again. Still, they remained undeterred in their pursuit of this argument. In a speech to the Conservative Party conference in 2014, the then British Home Secretary, Theresa May, did what every politician was doing, which was to stress the peacefulness of Islam and to quote some of her favorite verses from the Quran. Having witnessed their forcefulness with which many Muslims were willing to defend their faith, it appeared to become the attitude of the political mainstream to pretend that the religion of Islam was at least partly true and a source of wisdom and guidance. By 2016, one of Angela Merkel's key allies, the German finance minister Wolfgang Schäuble, was calling for the creation of a German Islam. The career paths of those who took a contrary view did not flourish in the same way. In Holland, after long periods of having to live in army barracks and government safe houses, Ayaan Hirsi Ali was finally allowed by the Dutch security service to live in a specially protected building in Holland. But her new neighbors sued to get her to move away from them, so fearful were they for their own lives with this troublemaker nearby. Soon afterwards, based on untrue claims made by a television station, the Minister of Immigration and Integration of Hirsi Ali's own party, the VDD, withdrew her citizenship. The country that had allowed in hundreds of thousands of Muslims without expecting them to integrate, and which harbored some of the most radical preachers and cells in Europe, withdrew citizenship from one of the only immigrants who actually showed what a fully integrated immigrant to Holland would look like. Hirsi Ali moved to America, becoming, as Salman Rushdie subsequently put it, maybe the first refugee from Western Europe since the Holocaust. Is that extreme? Maybe. Europe seemed for a time to have come to the conclusion that the problems of extremism would go away if the people who pointed to them went away. Yet, whether the critics were killed, chased into hiding, or chased from Europe, the problem did not go away. Not least, of course, because the immigrants stayed and had no intention of going anywhere. Many heeded the explicit as well as implicit advice in the countries they had come from to remain in Europe, but not to become European. At a rally in Cologne in 2008, Prime Minister, later President Erdogan of Turkey, told a crowd of 20,000 Turks living in Germany, Belgium, France, and the Netherlands, quote, "I understand very well that you are against assimilation. One cannot expect you to assimilate. Assimilation is a crime against humanity." End quote. Wow. Nevertheless, he told his audience that they should get involved in politics and gain influence so that the 5 million Turks then living in Europe would be able to wield a constitutional element and not just be guests. Nice. In 2016 in Amsterdam, as in many other European cities, there are suburbs that are Muslim enclaves. On a sunny day, the buildings in these areas look no worse than in any other European suburb. Indeed, most of the houses are a kind that most young couples in Western Europe would struggle to afford as a first step onto the housing ladder. This is where the Turkish guest workers congregated from the time that they migrated to the country 60 years earlier. Today, like many other parts of the suburbs of Amsterdam and Rotterdam, these suburbs comprise mini Turkeys and mini Moroccos. The food shops are halal. The women all wear some form of head covering, and life goes on much as it would if the people were in Turkey or Morocco. One of the houses, in a row on a quiet, pleasant street, is where Mohammed Bouyeri lived, the house from which he set off that morning a decade ago to find Theo van Gogh and slaughter him. It is not an especially threatening area. It is simply a different area. There are election posters in many of the windows, all showing the face of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and visit my channel for more exciting content.